Yurishiro temporarily pauses her words here. A big threat with no benefits. There should be no one who would lose anything in their eradication. This is the time when we 5 churches should link hands to change the world greatly. Yurishiro. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Yeah, that be exactly right. If there's profit, boarding it is what makes one a merchant. Azul. It was slightly unexpected how easy it was for the founders to approve of what Yurishiro said. Because just like how the monsters are only tools for the gods to get fame, I thought that monsters were necessary for the church. The monsters that are a threat to humans are subjugated by the church. And due to this, humans are grateful to the church. Their worth is acknowledged. For them, that's a grace that should be hard to let go of, but it looks like that wasn't the case. Honestly speaking, every single human in this world is already fed up with those monsters. Even if the church protects the people from monsters leaving aside a century ago in the present day, it has already lost all novelty, and it has become something natural to be protected. And yet, monsters are still the same threatening existence since those 100 years. So, the cost-to-profit ratio has long since surpassed its worth. Azul. It looks like the circumstances vary from humans and gods. And this had been explained by the water founder in the lenses of a businessman. Hence, I am totally in favor of eradicating the monsters. I have already heard about the water mother monster from my daughter our hero. The lack of information is a straining factor, but we intend to investigate little by little. Azul. As you see fit. Yurishiro. Yurishiro, who has become the speaker of this conference, gave her words to him. Looks like the meeting is going well for now. Well then, Yurishiro. Yurishiro's gaze is directed at the place where she hasn't faced to until now. Being sit on the seat of a founder, yet, has not said a single word since the beginning of the conference, a man that was like air. Wind Founder-sama, I want to hear your opinion in this. Yurishiro. The silence continues. As a founder, it wouldn't be strange to be in possession of a lot of beneficial information. If it's you, don't you have any information regarding the Wind Mother monster of your same element? Even if it's only a clue regarding it, Yurishiro. Yurishiro was pressing him tenaciously, and Shiva stopped it with his hand. The wind that had been covered with a veil of mysteries. The god, the church, the city, the founder, and the hero as well, all the things that were as if transparent, were beginning to show themselves. First of all, I want to ask something. Shiva. 144, the Wind Controversialist. Go ahead. Yurishiro. Yurishiro readily consents, but it was impossible to erase the cautiousness in her voice. First of all, regarding these mother monster things you have been talking about. Is there proof that they are really out there? Shiva. Earth, water, and fire as well, it pains me to see how easily you are to get swayed by such delusions. There's no evidence in what this girl is saying. There's nothing to put my trust into. Shiva. There be evidence Sane. The one who objected was the Earth founder Oba-san. There be no doubt the great Pillar Sama that appeared in our city was given birth to monsters. On top of that, 'cause of its super size and power, it be fitting to be called the boss of the monsters. But there's nothing to corroborate the theory of mother monsters. In the first place, who was the one who brought out this theory of yours? How did you obtain this information? Shiva. Because of that question, sounds disappeared from the place. No one could answer. The painful silence continued. It was me. Haine. I had no choice but to speak. I was the one who obtained the information regarding the mother monsters. I told the Light Founder and the heroes. Haine. Shiva's gaze is directed at me. Those eyes were not showing any friendly color in it. So it was you. From the moment I saw you, I thought you were a shady man, but that shoddiness has increased by one shade more. There's a lot of things I want to ask, but let's start with where you heard about such a fairy tale like that of mother monsters? Shiva. I can't say. Haine. There's no way I would be able to tell a human that I heard about this from water god Coacervate and the fire god Nova, not even by mistake. I was told about it with that kind of promise between us after all. Haine. I had no choice but to cover it in such a way. In the first place, I was thinking about dealing with the mother monsters on my own, so I didn't prepare a single thing for situations where I had to explain myself. That Yurishiro, she involved me in such a development without even telling me beforehand after all. Reeks of suspicious. Well then, another question. Shiva. Is there still more? Haine. Of course. Just what kind of authority do you have to sit there? At that seat where only the 5 founders of the 5 churches are allowed to sit on. Shiva. He does have a point. I myself want to ask that too. What the Light founder said before was also weird. Being on the same seat as us founders just because of a reason like that is way too abnormal. But what was more surprising was that the only one who is pointing this out is me. Are the eyes of the earth, water, and fire hollow? Shiva. No really, I totally agree with you. As I thought, isn't Yurishiro acting without thinking about the consequences? If you keep saying those stupid things, I'd be cutting both your hands and legs off. Wah? Haine. I get surprised by the razor-sharp voice. The Earth founder Obasan had her eyes shining with a dangerous light, as if showing us a glimpse of her past as a hero. Brat, careful with what you say. Are you talking about me? Shiva. No need to even ask, the Obasan was glaring daggers at Shiva. Our Earth Church, you see, has been saved by that Nichan there. A crisis never seen before. After doing so much for us, there be any other reason needed to believe? At the fight with the giant grandma wooded Ishtar blaze, a large amount of people were assimilated, and it was trying to trap the people into an infinite sleep. I participated in that fight as well. In the first place, the reason why the tree rampaged was because of my praise to the Mother Earth God mantle, which escalated things. To take responsibility for that, I had no choice but to stop it. That fight was showing its effect here as well. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Is what the fire founder said. In the past, there was the fire cow Phalaris settled at the vicinity of Muspelheim. The ones who defeated that giant monster were Karen-san and Mirak, who had fixed their broken friendship. And with that friendship fixed, there's a person that has taken that fixed friendship to heart as well. This one has not seen Haine fight. Azul. Even the water founder joins. But there was a small incident in our city as well, you see. In that incident, this once prided girl and the kind ladies that were there by chance managed to deal with it, but after that, he was the one who dealt with the other messy stuff. Azul. The great sea dragon turmoil that was set up by the underhanded god Coacervate at Hydraville. After having Coacervate himself retire, I did a big cleaning of the water church in order to sweep out the wiles he had created. That was the time when I first met the water founder. And so, this one has decided on trusting him. For a merchant, trust is the most important of all. There are times when the substantial wealth is infinitely formed from the formless trust. That's why merchants can't be crude on trust. Once there's trust, you can't betray them by no means, and once you have given trust, you can't just pull it back at a moment's notice. Azul. Why is it that such advocacies are coming one after the other? Founders are supposed to be politicians of sorts, that's why there's the need to make dry decisions as well. This is the boon of Haine-san's natural virtue d'Suwa. Yurishiro. I am not taking advantage of something like that, Yurishiro. I feel like Karen-san and her friends are pumping their fists like crazy in victory. Really, all sides are boisterous. I see. What it means is that you bastards have fallen for this man's strength, and because of that, you believe in the utterances of this man. Shiva. The founder Shiva stands up from his seat. Then, I will be relying on him too, on that man's strength. Whether it is worthy of trust, that is. Shiva. Could it be, you are planning on having a match? Haine-san against you? Yorishiro. Yorishiro asks in surprise, and Shiva answers smoothly. There's no better way to measure someone than in fighting. Once they both face a battle with their lives at stake, you can understand everything about the other party. It doesn't only measure strength, it measures the very depths of the heart too. Shiva. Fine. Haine. I immediately reply and stand up at the same time. In the first place, it is not in my character to be sitting in such a flamboyant seat like this. I will be accepting that bout. But there's a problem in the opponent being you. In the event that the founder is heavily injured, it would be terrible. Isn't it at times like this where the strongest fighter of the church, the hero, should be standing on the stage? Haine. This is consideration and, at the same time, a gamble. With a sound reason, I will pull out the wind hero that has not shown its figure yet. The mother monster and quasar are a problem as well, but the very existence of the wind church is ominous. It makes me want to drag out as much information as possible. Hero, ha. Humph, then there's no problem. The wind hero is already right in front of you. Shiva. What? Haine. It is I, Shiva. Shiva, lol, I had to. The founder Shiva made a daring smile as he once again spoke. Wind hero, Torito Shiva. I am the wind founder as well as the wind hero. Shiva. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145 to 146, A King and Hero. You hold two posts? Haine. A founder and also a hero, that is the one managing the wind church, Torito Shiva. The hero that is originally the strongest fighting force of the church, and the founder that is originally the one standing at the top of the church as its leader, the two will not overlap by no means, thus, it is impossible for one person to take both jobs at the same time. That's why there's the earth founder and earth hero, water founder and water hero, fire founder and fire hero, and the light founder and light hero. But in the wind side, there's only one. And that's what's increasing the strangeness in Torito Shiva. Really? Isn't a hero a title that only girls get? Karen. I also thought for sure that the wind hero would be a girl. Celestis. The heroes at the back were also letting out voices of bewilderment. Have you agreed now? The strongest authority and strongest fighting power of the Wind Nation is me. No need to hold back. Go ahead and come at me. Shiva. If you go as far as saying that much, Haine. I was the one who challenged him. I should stand and fight him proudly. And so, we once again moved from the meeting room and arrived at a place that seems to be some sort of competition field. It doesn't change the fact that it is still inside the Wind Church's headquarters, but there's no roof, and directly below the sky screened by black clouds, there's a circular-shaped ring. This place is normally used by the Kazama Stealth Corps as a real combat training space. The fight will be a one-on-one. The use of divine tools and divine power is allowed, a rule where everything goes. Any objections? Shiva. None. Haine. Sparks were flying between Shiva and I. The fight has already begun. Good. Well then, I will be changing into my fighting outfit, so please wait for a while. Shiva. Saying this, Shiva disappears to the inside of the building. At the place, there's the heroes and founders. And there's also a few wind guides, which are most likely actually just surveillance. This place that has been explained to us as a training space has not a single combatant visibly training in it. I can really see how thorough they are with their secrecy. What are the people that train here doing now? Haine. I try asking the guides knowing it was a futile effort, and the only thing they replied with was a silent nod. Even the guides had their face hidden with a mask, and going this far, it even made me feel suspicious. And on the other side, when I try looking at our camp. Is something the matter, Karen-san? Haine. It looks like Karen-san was not in a good humor. Why? In this short conversation we have had, was there something that would affect negatively the mood of Karen-san? The Hero Alliance plan is over. Karen. Yeah? Haine. For some reason she declared this loudly? Because isn't that right? I never heard about the Wind Hero being a man. Who was the one who said all heroes are girls? Karen. It can't be helped, right? The people of the wind are secretive, and the identity of the hero was also unknown. But a male hero? Naiwa. Celestis. Celestis begins to complain as well. What's with this atmosphere? This eruption of discontent in the air. Adding the Wind Hero as a comrade, the plan was to complete the Hero Alliance, but it has ended up in discarding that idea. I hope I can have your understanding in this. Karen. Agree. Sealstan agrees. Celestis. Celestis agreed energetically. Why it be so bad that it be a male hero? Seisi. It couldn't be helped, so Seisi-chan turned to being the straight man here. It is obvious. My secret objective was to gather all 5 heroes and create an idol unit and dance together, but thanks to that bastard, it all went down the drain. It is on the level that I want to file a lawsuit. Celestis. Ya had such a secret desire desu ka? The most I know is folk dancing desu yo? Seisi. Treating a misunderstanding as a breach in contract would only trouble the Wind Church. Ah, right. Maybe it is the pattern where at first he looked like a man, but he was actually a she? Celestis. We have plenty enough of that with Mirak-chan, Celestis-chan, Karen. I have not done a single thing to have my gender misunderstood though? Mirak. The heroes are feisty no matter where they are. Well, judging by the physique of the Wind Founder and hero Shiva, there's no doubt he is a man, or rather, if he were a woman, the disgustingness would jump to max. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Compared to the hero side, the Founder's side was as expected really well-mannered, waiting for the beginning of the fight. And then. I have made you wait. Shiva. Shiva, who had finished changing, had returned to the competition area. From the ceremonial dress that showed the majesty and holiness of a founder, to the fighting clothes that emphasize easy movement. It is lightweight and makes it somewhat easy to see the body line. That chest, there's no doubt he is a man. Karen. I feel relieved, and at the same time, it pisses me off, Celestis. Karen-san and Celestis were still at it. Desu? Look Desu, those knives that be hanjin at both side of his waist. That be the wind god's tool? Seisi. But it has a weird shape to call it a knife. Mirak. On the other hand, the other two were calmly analyzing him. It is just as Mirak says, there's one knife on the left and right of his waist, and were sheathed in the scabbards that are hanging from his belt. If he is going to be using those, his specialty should be extremely close-quarters combat. I feel as if I lower my guard, I will become mincemeat in the blink of an eye. I also stand on the circular stage, and so, 2 men face each other. Well then, let's have you show me in detail, the true strength of the dark man that all founders praise. Shiva. You as well. You properly understand here that testing someone also means you are being tested, right? Haine. But it is unexpectedly my first time fighting a human versus human battle seriously. The group of heroes and founders were spectating the stage from the outsides of it. Anyone is fine, can someone please give the beginning signal? Shiva. The fire founder stands up at the call of Shiva and speaks. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Enu. The flag has been lowered. At the same time, Shiva unsheathes the knives at his waist. Those are not knives. Even if they look similar to knives, they have a different form from it. What's that? Are those cylinders? Well then, taste them well. Our wind god's tool, the bullet of this wind twin guns, Fuma Kutaru. Shiva. 146, Phantom Bullet. That was something I had seen for the first time in my life. Aside from the handle, everything else was hidden by the scabbard, so I couldn't see it, and due to that, it made an optical illusion as if it was a knife because of the length of the scabbard itself. But once it was taken out from its scabbard, what appeared was something that wasn't similar to a knife. I would describe them as cylinders. The body of the weapon was practically perpendicular to the knife's handle, and had the form of an L. Just what in the world is that? How does that thing even attack? While I was in confusion, that cylinder, the side that had a hole, was pointed at me. I instinctively felt that it was dangerous. Bang! From the cylinder, a thunderous sound like that of an explosion was emitted, and that happened practically at the same time as I twisted my body. A sharp pain ran through one side of my ears. The distance between Shiva and I is as good as saying we are on both corners of the stage, and yet, I was attacked in that distance. Haine-san? Karen. What happened? Mirok. Karen-san and the others who were spectating from the outside raised their voice in surprise. I reflexively touched the ear where the pain was coming from, but fortunately, my ear was still there. The strength of it was enough to make me think it could rip out my whole ear. I was relieved to confirm it was still okay, but at the same time, I could feel blood sliding down it. So a part of it has been gouged out, huh? So you dodged by reflex. If you can't do at least that much, it wouldn't be fun. Shiva. Is what Shiva said as he once again directed the whole of that cylinder towards me. Before thinking, I could feel it. Being at a position where I can see that hole is incredibly bad. Bang 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 bang. Something came at me at blinding speed again as the thunderous sounds rang, and I could feel them passing by my surroundings. Of course, if I hadn't perceived the danger and thrown my body to the ground, it would have passed through my body without doubt. There's one thing I have understood. Shiva is shooting something at me from that hole of the cylinder. At any rate, I have to move around. If I stay in one place, that in itself will be dangerous. And if I stay at long range, I will just be one-sidedly attacked. First, I should run at full speed, and approach to a position where I can fight back. So that's the move you will take. Well, that must be your only choice though. Shiva. Shiva surprisingly allows my approach easily. He receives my punch with the cylinder. What's that? Haine. Now that I look at it again from up close, that mysterious cylinder shone faintly from all around it, showing that it was metallic. Its overall length is, as I thought, that of a small weapon on the level of a knife. I still don't know if it's okay to call it a weapon though. Is that an ethereal device? Haine. Or maybe a weapon that utilizes ethereal? Impossible. I heard the voice of someone from the spectator seats. The use of ethereal weapons is expressly forbidden by the consensus of all 5 churches. Are you telling me someone on the standing of a founder is breaking that? Azul. Don't jump to conclusions. These wind twin guns, Fuma Kutaru, are without doubt wind god tools. Shiva. Wind twin guns. The mechanism itself, I used the ethereal devices as reference, but the energy source is without doubt the power of the wind god. Adding a mineral on the grip that resonates and amplifies the wind god power, the user can pour divine power from their hand to power it up. The divine power that flows into the gun barrel will enter one of the chambers, and will compress drastically. Pulling the trigger when in that state, once the hammer hits it, the compressed air will explode at once and will pass through the thin muzzle to be released. That is what the wind twin guns, Fuma Kotaru, give birth to. Shiva. I couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Even if what shot is air, it goes at the speed of sound. Even the shockwave it creates has quite the power. Moreover, it has wind god power mixed in it, so once it hits the mark, it can easily blow away the feeble body of a human. The reason why you were able to evade it was because your good instincts allowed you to predict it. With just that alone, I can understand why the founders sing praises of you, but, Shiva. I was suddenly kicked away from our lock of fist and gun. This is bad. Opening distance will allow that gun to. Asterisk bang. 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 Bang, star. Just how long can you continue the desperate evasion? Even when a bow and my wind twin guns are the same projectile weapons, there's a jarring difference. Since it uses a mix of air and divine power as bullets, it means that there's no end. Even if you continue running away, the ending that you will be facing will be the same, you know. The ending where you die, that is. Shiva. You plan on killing me? It is as Shiva said, even if a bow is a projectile weapon just like that thing called gun, it is way different. I am the son of a hunter, so I am familiar with the bow, that's why I can understand it even more. That the most fearsome difference about it, more fearsome than its inexhaustible projectiles, is the rapid fire it possesses. In the time a bow shoots one arrow, that gun would have shot at least 5 to 6 times in succession. Moreover, from both the right and left hand. On top of that, you have to use both hands to prepare the bow, but that gun thing can be used with one hand, and that's exactly why two can be utilized at the same time. With just that, the number of shots is doubled. It is so hectic, I am already seeing limits in evading it all. What's wrong? You pup of the founders, is this all you got? Then, I will have to make you pay for disappointing me. Shiva. After all this, the rate of his rapid fire increased once again. This time, the way the bullets were being spread was precise, and it was made as to not allow me an easy approach. The only method to turn around this situation is to get in close range, but with me being pinned at a set distance. Too slow. With this, it is my win. Shiva. Piling up evasion after evasion, my posture had crumbled like crazy, and at that moment, several air bullets continued flying. It is impossible to evade. Then, there's only one thing I can do. Dark matter, set. Haine. Matching it with my sweeping arm, I form a barrier of dark matter. The air bullets that were said to be created by mixing wind god power were easily blocked by the black barrier and dispersed. Earth, water, fire, and wind are powerless against the power of darkness. That's... This is bad. To think I would be forced to use my dark matter against a human. That means that Shiva's ability is that much good, but I didn't want to use this way too dangerous power on humans. The lifeless monsters and the annoying Nova and Coacervate are an exception. But it was not against a god or a monster, it was against a human. So it really was you. Shiva. What? Haine. Shiva said something. It was low, so I reflexively push out my ear. Don't play dumb. It is you, right, Entropy? Who would be able to use the dark matter aside from you? Shiva. Wah? Haine. He knows about the dark matter? Moreover, my god name? Just who in the world? It is me, dark god Entropy. Shiva. The wind founder and hero Shiva said. I am the wind god, Quasar. Shiva. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147 to 149, As a King and as a Hero. FG Wind God, Quasar. Shiva in front of me certainly did say this. From a completely normal-looking human, the name of a god was said. Normally, it would be something hard to believe, but there's no way a normal human would know my name as the dark god and even know about the dark matter. Then, that means that man is one of the 4 basic element gods. The wind god Quasar. And a god having the form of a human means. You also incarnated as a human, Quasar? Haine. What? You are going through the trouble of saying that through the soul wave transmission? Well, fine, I will play along. Shiva. The place where we are facing off and the place where Karen-san and the others are spectating is quite a few ways away, but this is just to be safe. Him calling himself Quasar was also in a low voice, so I think they didn't hear that though. Now that I think about it, I heard the transmission a while ago too. Your talk partner was the light founder, right? That means she is the incarnation of the light goddess inflation, huh? For the 2 poles to hold hands, that's a fearsome situation for us 4 basic elements. Quasar. The objective of that soul transmission was to lure out Quasar, who we didn't know where he was, but to think he was hiding so close to us. So he was silently watching while in the same car as us, huh? With that transmission, I learned about the identity of both of you, but I am a wary one, you see. In order to gain a more certain belief of it, I set up this fight. And just as planned, you used dark matter. With this, it is certain. You are the dark god Entropy. Quasar. The one and only. Entropy. There's no point in playing dumb here. I revealed my name, the name of the soul inside of me. So you finally woke up. How did it feel waking up from a 1,600-year sleep? I am truly exalted, you know. This is the moment I have always been waiting for after all. Quasar. I don't know what's making you excited, but I am not in that good of a mood. The more I learned about you 4 base elements, the worse my mood got. Entropy. Fire god Nova, water god Coacervate, Mother Earth god Mantle, wind god Quasar. The 4 gods that were categorized as 4 base elements were originally gods that were supposed to help out the 2-pole gods, who are their superiors, in their work of creation. But because of the battle of gods that occurred at the Genesis era, the dark god that was supposed to be the top had been defeated and sealed, and due to this, they grew impudent. Misunderstanding that they themselves are the rulers of the world, they acted as they pleased. In the time I as the dark god Entropy came back, I learned about the sins that they had committed. And so, I decided. I won't let the 4 base elements get involved in this world anymore. Since the time I incarnated as a human and met the base element gods, I have crushed each of their acts. At first, I had no such intentions, but I have done it 3 times in a row already. And now, the last base element god has appeared. Is this guy also going to walk the same path as his brethrens? But you are slightly different from the others, Quasar. You are the first one of the 4 base elements to incarnate as a human. Entropy. There's still the possibility that he is cloaking himself with the ability of a monster though, like the time with Coacervate. Nova, Coacervate, Mantle, those 3 Those guys are idiots. Quasar. Is what Quasar spits out about his brethrens. In the battle at the Genesis era, we defeated you, dark god Entropy. The king of gods, you who are supposed to be the absolute god. But that was simply because the light goddess who held an advantage was at our side. And most importantly, you gave us the win. That is exactly the origin of the madness in this world. Quasar. What are you talking about? Entropy. Don't play dumb. Because of you backing off, Nova and Coacervate got on a high horse. They misunderstood that they themselves are the summit of the world, and they didn't even try to hide how stupid they were. It was like watching a dog running wild. Quasar. You aren't mincing any words there. They are supposed to be your base element brethrens, right? Entropy. Entropy, let me put this out first. That is the biggest insult for me. In the future, don't lump me in the same category as those pieces of shit. Quasar. Judging from his tone, I could tell the disdain he had from the bottom of his heart towards Nova and Coacervate. It is transmitted from the soul waves without passing through the body, so it is even harder to hide how one really feels. Then, let's hear it, Wind God Quasar. What is it that's different from you and them? Entropy. I ask. Because of the discovery of a new truth, the fight had been enveloped in a completely different veil. A wind founder, a wind hero, and a wind god, seriously, what a greedy man. This is the first time I have met a person that monopolizes so many positions to this extent. However, him incarnating into a human must mean that he is planning on doing something that needs him to go this far. Can you please tell me? The reason why you incarnated as a human. To the point that you would even go and become the Wind Church's top which worships you. There's no way there's nothing, right? Entropy. Isn't there something you should be asking before that? You want to know, right? The location of the mother monster. You were talking about that with inflation, right? Shiva. That's right. But in order to ask that, I need to know first just what is direction you are facing at. Quasar, are you an ally of humans, or are you an enemy? Entropy. Cuckoo, a laugh that felt as if he couldn't hold it in was reverberating in the soul wave transmission the voice of Quasar. In the end, that's all you are, Entropy. You only understand me to that extent. It is a matter of course. For an absolute god like you, I am just a low-class god that has no worth in your eyes. I am not even in your consideration. Shiva. Why are you suddenly going into self-loathing? Entropy. Well then, let me tell you. I am the ally of no one. Not human, or god. Whether it be in the battle of gods, or in the time when I destroyed the first nation that the humans had formed, I was simply going along with it because it was a pain. For me, gods and humans have no worth. Shiva. And here I was wondering what he would say. Isn't that absolute isolated way of yours the very reason why you don't last long in anyone's memories? Not trying to get involved with anyone, and not holding any connections with anyone. That's why you had an air-like presence, and you're a Shiro, and I didn't remember the impression we had of you. But for me, there's only one enemy that I have decided I must absolutely defeat. Quasar. Entropy. It is you. Quasar. It is you, Dark God Entropy. In order to defeat you, I incarnated as a human. The 1,600 years you were sleeping were a preparation time for me in order to defeat you. Quasar. 148, at the grandstand. Wind Church's headquarters, the Wind Grand Workshop. In that combat training space, a one-to-one fight is unfolding, and we were spectating this while gulping our breaths. I, the Light Founder, Yorishiro, was seating together with the heroes and founders that gathered from every part of the world. But... what? The two suddenly stopped moving. Nirok. The battle that was intense from the get-go had suddenly stopped, and the ones at the battle ring, Haine-san and the Wind Founder, Teraito Shiva, were now glaring at each other without moving an inch. It was silent to the point of being eerie. What happened? The two were moving so wildly just a while ago. Karen. My hero, Karen-san, was doubting this mysterious development. Could it be that? The one like in old stories that say, the first one that moves is the one that falls? In a fight between two experts that have read the hand of their opponent, a move can prove fatal. Celestus. What's that? So cool, Desu. I want to try having such a high-level match, Desu. Seisi. Era, Seisi-chi, then, want to try it with me? The one that moves first loses, kuchu, Celestus. Kaya ha 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 ha. Wait, Celestus Nichan, that just be a staring contest desu. It be different from the point of moving first desu yo. Seisi. Asterisk pong. Pong, star. Can't watch in silence? Sorry. Desu. Celestis plus Seisi. The peanut gallery was noisy, so I am glad that the Earth Founder Sama gave them a good hit on their head. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. But I know the real reason why the two suddenly stopped moving. I myself have the soul of the light goddess inflation after all. As an incarnation of a goddess them, I was able to listen to the soul wave conversation they were having. To think that Shiva was actually the incarnation of the wind god Quasar. It was so straightforward that it in turn caught me off guard. Right now, Haine-san was being careful by having a conversation with Shiva in a voice that people can't hear, and was trying to dig out what plans he has. I can't mess up and make the situation more chaotic, so I simply watch over the situation. Even so, this is the first time this one has seen this. Is that the dark power that Haine-kun uses? Azul. In this situation where there's no visible way of knowing when the next move will be made, the water founder begins to talk as if trying to divert the tension. This one has heard about it before, but once looking at it in person, this one can tell that there's not a single resemblance from any of the 5 known elements. Azul. Isn't that right, Papa? On top of that, it is crazy strong. It erased the fierce attack of the wind founder in a single swing. Celestis. Is what the water hero continues by saying. Listening to this conversation, I can tell that the rumors of the water founder doting on his daughter are real. The 6th element, darkness No matter how many times I see it, it is a baffling power. Even though I have been saved by that power a lot of times. Mirak. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. The one who dealt the finishing blow to Great Pillar Sama be in actuality that lad's power, you know. It be practically him that defeated it on his own. The Earth Founder says this seriously. The Earth Hero that is praised as the strongest in history made the words of this Obaba-sama heavier. Just recently, the man that be working as the founder before me had received an oracle from Mantle-sama, telling him to defeat the personification of the dark god Entropy. Because of the incident with Great Pillar Sama that occurred not long after, it be wrapped up as a fake oracle, but you see, it be bothering me, you know. About the dark god? That there's a 6th one in the gods of creation? Karan. An unrestful atmosphere flowed between the founders. That's not something too welcomed. Right now in this world, the balance has been formed with 5 churches. If a new factor is driven into it, that balance might crumble. Azul. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. No matter what it is, adding something to something that's already completed is incredibly difficult. If a dark god really does exist, Azul. It does exist. Yoreshiro. Unable to hold it, I ended up speaking. Everyone's gaze gathered onto me, so I couldn't just stop in the middle anymore. The dark god Entropy exists. Yoreshiro. You say that with quite the confidence Sane. What did the light goddess Sama tell ya? The secret of the world. Yoreshiro. There's no way I can tell them I myself am the light goddess, so I adjust a few details. This is not the time to say everything. But there's one thing I can say clearly. This world is trying to change. In this changing world, we can't continue utilizing the same system. Yoreshiro. Ya talkin' about the mother monsters? The Earth Founder says. It be true that our place has no choice but to change. The Great Pillar Sama we been relying on is gone, so we gotta grow independent. There be talk about trading the crops and meat for ethereal tools. In this conference, I wanted to talk about that too. That's good desu wa ne. I have heard of the production ability of Ishtar Blaze. If a trade is established, my worries that the annual rainfalls will lower Disuwa. Yoreshiro. At that time, please do come to us. This one will provide use of our water church's maritime transportation. Azul. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. I managed to properly make the matter with Entropy hazy. The founders never forget the benefits to their own churches, and are always walking in a way so that they won't damage it. The world might be changing at a speed that I didn't expect. The era when humans fought against each other, the era when humans fight against monsters, what will be waiting beyond that? But in order to reach that, there's the need to overcome several obstructions. The wind church that still doesn't have a settled position is the closest problem right now. Whether we overcome it or not falls upon you, Haine-san. Please make it so that it is either untangling the heart of the wind god Quasar, or kill him. 149. A god's utmost limits. Defeat, me, Entropy. In this conversation that shakes the soul, Ikoramiya Haine and also the dark god Entropy continued speaking with the wind god Quasar incarnated as Teraito Shiva. Are you saying that's your objective? What are you saying? Are you stupid? You already defeated me 1,600 years ago. Entropy. You are saying something like that was a victory? Even if you can fool the idiots Nova and Coacervate, you can't fool my eyes. Quasar. Quasar paused for a bit, and said this as if emphasizing it. You lost on purpose. Quasar. In the Battle of Gods 1,600 years ago. You possess enough power to repel all 5 of us even if we were to gang up on you. No matter if the light goddess Inflation were there. If you got serious, you should be able to defeat her as well. Quasar. Why do you think that? Entropy. Because in the fight 1,600 years ago, the only one who seriously fought you was me. Quasar. Looking back on it, in the battle of gods that unfolded when this world had just been created, the scale defied all imagination. The sky split, the earth broke, even so, the gods didn't fight seriously at all. Obviously Mantle, who hates fighting, is one of them. Nova and Coacervate also thought that it should be fine to just leave it to Inflation that holds an advantage against me, so they were visibly slacking. Even the important Inflation was holding back her attacks because she actually didn't want it to be my enemy, so the fight itself was a mess. Within that, only this guy fought me seriously, and was seriously trying to win against me. Because all his wind attacks were blocked by my dark matter, it was hard to tell though. In the middle of that offensive and defensive battle, I feel like only the eyes of this guy were shining in seriousness. For an absolute power like you, the serious me, and Coacervate and the others who were slacking, it must have looked like it wasn't even worth your eyes. That's why you said you didn't remember me at all even when I fought seriously. Quasar. Entropy. What should I do? I can't say anything back at that. Could it be that I have hurt him severely without noticing? I don't care about humans at all. Whether we give them freedom or enslave them, I don't care. But the battle itself made my heart dance. The dark god Entropy that stands at the summit of gods, and is the very personification of the ultimate state of a god. By defeating and surpassing you, I thought I would be able to stand at that summit. Quasar. No, I don't really. Entropy. But you bastard didn't even fight properly, and fell on your own to our attacks. And then, falling prisoner to the seal, you ended up taking a 1,600-year sleep. Do you understand the dejection I felt that time? The ultimate ruler of gods showing such a pathetic sight. Quasar. It is true that I do have a way to defeat my natural enemy, the light goddess Inflation. The black hole. Black hole, which is my strongest attack, increases the gravity of my dark matter to its very limits. The gravity that has been brought to such limits can catch even light. Even if Inflation were to shoot light divine power at the black hole, before it reaches the ultra-compressed dark matter that serves as its core, the light would be crooked by the gravity, and be trapped eternally in the Schwarzschild radius. But in order to achieve that, a half-assed black hole is not enough. At the very least, it would need several times more mass than the black hole that erased Mantle, and if I were to create something like that, it would at the very least destroy the world partially. It is just as you say, in the fight 1,600 years ago, I had a way to win. But that path would at the same time lead to the destruction of the world. I, who chose to protect the humans, being the one who destroys the humans would be getting my priorities backwards, don't you think? Entropy. Weakling. Quasar. Quasar lashed with a single word. Weakling, weakling. That's called being a weakling. A god is the world's summit, and the summit of those gods is you. You are the one who stands on top of all things, and yet, why do you have to be considerate of the ones below you? The lower ones should be the ones doing things for the top. You who are the top of the top has broken this order, so this world got distorted. It became a world where trash like Nova and Coacervate treated it as if it were their own. Quasar. Quasar, you. Entropy. You were thinking in that way? I am also a god. I stand at the top of the world, and as a god that exists to rule the world, it is obvious that I would push through in that duty of mine. And whether it be lucky or unlucky, the most clearest objective to become the ultimate god has been prepared for me. It is you, dark god Entropy. Quasar. Miha. Entropy. 1,600 years ago, seeing how you showed such uncouth sight and was sealed, I swore this. You will one day come back, at that time, I will gain strength and I will defeat you with my own strength. I will become the ultimate god. Quasar. So that's why? Entropy. That's why you incarnated as a human? In order to obtain the power to defeat me? Entropy. The other thing that was unpleasant was that I was unable to undo the seal that imprisoned you. Quasar. It looks like he plans on ignoring my question. Even if it had been weakened by the passing of time, accomplishing a feat like undoing the seal on your own can only be done by the light goddess Inflation. If you are the king of gods, she herself is the queen of gods. I can't even match her. Quasar. I felt a jumpy glittery presence from afar. Did she get happy being called queen? I had no choice but to wait, for you to appear before me. And finally, that has become reality. Do you understand, Entropy? Just how long I have been waiting for this day. My devotion, my tenacity. The time has come to tie everything up into action. Quasar. Oi, Quasar. Entropy. But without listening to my words, Quasar's soul inside the human's body was highly excited. Fa ha 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 ha. Well then, let's resume our fight. But don't think of it as the probing just a while ago. The combination of the Wind God's divine tool, body techniques, and the ethereal research that the Wind God Quasar and the Wind Church have spent a millennium to form. That is what has led to the answer on how to defeat the ultimate Quasar. This has already surpassed the dimension of being a fight between Torito Shiva and Koramiya Haine in order to gauge skills. It became a fight where the Wind God Quasar and the Dark God Entropy would bet their all on it. The wind grows rampant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150 to 152 or Wrath of 100 Million Days. A wind of incredible vigor began swirling with Shiva and I at its center. Of course, it was something that he had made with his wind god power. Now that I have learned that you are Entropy, I can't go easy on you. I will be going all out to defeat you. Quasar. The wind encircling us was letting out a howling sound and was annoying my ears. But with this much noise, our voices are also erased, and it won't reach Karen-san and the others who are spectating on the outside. Wind God Quasar, it is true that I didn't properly understand you. Haine. You, who I thought had the weakest presence within the 4 base elements, held such tenacity. In that case, I as one of the 6 gods of creation will accept your challenge. Those 1,600 years you say you have accumulated, throw them at me. But my dark matter is not half-baked, you know? Haine. Dark matter gushes out from both of my arms. That was practically like black smoke, but in this ring where a storm is raging, it wasn't dispersing like smoke against the violent wind. It is because it is dark matter after all. A destructive matter that erases all 4 basic elements. It was natural for it to not be blown by the wind and still maintain together. I don't know how much effort you have put since the time you became human, but the affinities between divine powers is absolute. Especially the affinity between my darkness and you 4 base elements. Now, how will you be overturning that natural order of things? Haine. The wind god grinned with his human vessel. Wind twin guns, Fuma Kutaru. Shiva. That weapon again, huh? Shooting compressed air from the hole of its cylinder, it is a weapon that pierces the targeted enemy. But those bullets should have already proven that they can't stand against my dark matter barrier. One breath faster than the guns pointing at me, I wave both hands to the side and set a dark matter barrier. Now then, with this, you shouldn't be able to harm me, Quasar. Crumble, Shiva. I could tell that the trigger of the gun had been pulled. At the same time as this happened, my body was blown away. Guff? Haine. A dreadful impact as if I had been punched through my whole body. Both of my legs parted from the floor, and I was blown away with good momentum. What? What happened? Haine. I couldn't tell at all. The dark matter shield was covering everything with no gaps. There should have been no openings for even a needle to pass through. Are you saying he went through that and was able to hit me? It is exactly because you are strong that there are many things you overlook. Quasar. Quasar, Shiva was slowly walking towards me. What is it I rule over? Just what is the name of the church I govern? It looks like you have completely forgotten that. Shiva. What are you saying? You are the wind god, and the wind founder, right? And while at it, you are also the wind hero. Haine. True. But you haven't fully comprehended wind. It is because an absolute strong individual is able to do everything with just one power, that it only sees all things in one dimension. They don't try to learn about it deeper. That's the opening that the weak can use. Shiva. Are you greedy or modest? Settle on one, please. Wind is air. And air exists anywhere in the world. You simply can't see it. It exists right in front of us, and it is in constant touch with us. At your hands, legs, face, at all your body. Shiva. I can freely control that air with my divine power. You are already touching that air. That's equal to already being in contact with me. No matter what firm barrier you have with no gaps, it won't change. Shiva. In other words, that attack just now was? Haine. I explained it before, right? This weapon called gun, by detonating the air that has been compressed in the chambers of it, it is able to shoot them as bullets. But this is a wind god divine tool. By controlling the divine power, I am able to expand the gunpowder reaction towards the outside as well. Even the air that you are in contact with right now. Shiva. That means. Haine. My surroundings have completely turned into this thing called gunpowder, and by pulling the trigger, it explodes. That was the identity of the attack just now? Wind twin guns technique, dispersion of matter crumble. The one just now was just a simplified explanation though. It is actually quite the advanced technique. Shiva. Thanks for the kind explanation. But is it okay to be blabbering about your technique? Haine. If you know what brought you to your defeat, the sense of defeat will be more deeply edged. The way of thinking that the more information one has, the more the advantage they hold, is something that only the weakest among the weakest possess. Shiva. Is that something the founder of the secretive church is supposed to say? Haine. I rush towards Shiva. As long as he has that technique called crumble, it is in a state where he is always in contact with me via the air. He is able to deal attacks at point blank. All barriers are pointless, probably as long as I don't completely cut off the air between him and me. In that case, being far away will simply be disadvantageous for me. I will close the distance and force it into close combat. Is what you would think. Shiva. Shiva easily allowed my approach. A fierce exchange of punches and kicks began. Oh, quite the sharp moves you have there. Where did you learn that way of moving your body? Shiva. From my father, or should I say, the forest and my father? Haine. Ha, no wonder your moves are sharp, yet unpolished. Dark God Entropy, just a while ago, you asked why I incarnated as a human, but you as well, why is it that you incarnated as a human? Shiva. Both my hands and legs were already releasing dark matter, so just by grazing Shiva, it would stick onto his body, and would eat away on his divine power. Once that happens, he would be defenseless and won't be able to do anything. Once that happens, it will be my win. That's all I have to do, and yet. There's not even a need to ask. We are talking about you, a god that caused a battle of gods with the simple reason of loving humans. You probably just purely wanted to try being a human. Your views are already simplistic. Because you were an absolute power, it in turn also made you unable to see things deeply. That's why you didn't notice the possibilities of possessing a human body. Shiva. With his hand still holding his gun, Shiva grabbed my wrist and pulled me. I tried to resist, but for some mysterious reason, I couldn't bring out strength, and my balance crumbles. What pathetic moves. Your center of gravity is totally visible. Shiva. The other hand of Shiva strikes my chin at lightning speed with the gun barrel. A gun is a lump of metal. Using it as a blunt weapon gives decent amount of damage. Wind Twin Guns Technique, First Form. The many moves that can be made in close quarters combat is what makes the twin guns truly shine. Shiva. You, Quasar, you. Haine. I am being overwhelmed in close combat too. And what is deciding it is the level of technique. Quasar in that human body has polished the way of using his body in leaps and bounds better than I do. 6 internal organs, spread to 12 meridians, 15 collaterals, and reaches to the 660 openings, what passes through is ki blood. Different from the ki in the atmosphere, the one filling the body is ki blood. In other words, the total of 114 meridians in your body become the path for the wind to pass. Knowing that important point, and being able to freely control it, you can become wind itself. Quasar, I honestly just did some light research and everything was Chinese, so I might be wrong here. That is the essential point of our wind martial art that my wind church has taken centuries to polish. Dark God Entropy, it is true that defeating you purely with divine power would be impossible no matter how many 100 millions of days I pile up. That's why I endured the shame, and decided on gaining a different power. Even the human power, that you loved so much and went so far to protect that you even tainted the superiority of the strongest god. Quasar. 1,600 years. Are you telling me that he utilized all of that time to obtain a variety of powers? In order to defeat me? The one in front of me is already not a god. Even when he was already in ultimate existence like that of a god, he still tried to reach for a further extreme. Something that surpasses a god. 151, power that defeats gods. I am being pushed back. Pushed back overwhelmingly by the Shiva that holds the soul of the wind god Quasar. What's wrong? Are you not going to come at me? In that case, I will be continuing my offensive. Shiva. Shiva attacks mercilessly. Wind twin guns technique, sliding. Shiva. Wind twin guns technique, chaos beat. Shiva. Wind twin guns technique, crumble. Shiva. Goa. No good. All of his attacks hit me with pinpoint accuracy. Crumbling my balance, he exploits the openings it creates. Not only is there no way to fight back, even my defense can't keep up. With that human body of his, that god has accumulated experience and training, and it was in full display at this moment. An art that uses the body, an art that utilizes the weapon, an art that utilizes divine power, and by combining them all, it creates a natural mix of arts. They are not things that were built up in one day. It is something that they devoted to create in the time I indulged in sleep inside that seal. You. For the sake of building up this level of technique, you rejected all relations with the other gods? Haine. Contact with those rotted beings would not only be a waste of time, it would also taint myself. In order to draw near your level, a millennium would be lacking. I don't have the time to waste on trash. Shiva. This wind god has been a mystery for a long time, and within that veil of mystery, to think that something as terrifying as this was hidden. How is it, Entropy? It is true that the dark matter you control is the strongest. But right now, you are a human. You are simply a human that controls dark matter. In that case, there's divine power, divine tools, and your own body. The one who is able to master the most what they have available and manage to utilize it precisely, is the one that wins. Shiva. Even if I wanted to speak back, the pain and numbness was not letting me move my mouth. I who couldn't match your power as a god, had no choice but to gather power elsewhere in order to challenge you. You can laugh at how pathetic that is. But even so, since I am a god, I will defeat you, and show you that I can polish myself to become the summit of gods. Shiva. There's no way I would laugh at that. Haine. The sensation finally returned to my lips. Isn't that splendid, wind god Quasar? It is true that you got involved with humans far more than I did, and understand them more. In those 1,600 years I was simply sleeping, you pushed on your studies and improved on your techniques which have now crystallized. I can clearly tell that. Haine. What? Shiva. From the 5, I feel like I might have met the most decent one of the gods for the humans, but, too bad. That's exactly why it is a pity. Haine. Are you delirious already? What is it that is a pity? Shiva. Shiva prepares his wind twin guns. If I show a slight suspicious move, he must be intending to blow me away with that crumble that activates at point-blank range. I am saying it is a pity I can't allow myself to lose against you. I can't provide you with the blessing of victory for all the things that you have desperately tried to form. Because that would be the biggest of insults for you. Haine. And what's most important is that you can't defeat me. All possibilities aside from me losing on purpose are impossible. It is exactly as you said. I am indeed the absolute God. To cover that difference between us with just this much is truly not enough. Haine. Impudent talk. Then edge it in that body of yours. Wind twin guns technique dash? Shiva. He must have noticed already. From my feet, a mass of dark matter was overflowing. But it wasn't only my feet. From both my hands, and from the surface of my whole body, dark matter was being produced and covering my body. You bastard, doing strange stuff. It is pointless struggle. Wind twin guns technique, crumble. Shiva. The technique of Shiva activated, but by the time it blew up the air in my surroundings, the dark matter had already covered me completely. That's why I said it won't work. It is exactly because his target is in contact with air that his technique is able to activate at point-blank range no matter where they are, a terrifying technique. But right now, My body itself has been covered by dark matter without leaving a single opening, and it is not in contact with air. And dark matter is the strongest protective film that nullifies divine powers. Even when that dark matter had covered my whole body, it was still being produced in large amounts. You isolated yourself, huh? Dash? Wah? Shiva. He must have noticed too. The dark matter that continued increasing in amount was steadily flooding the place, covering the floor, and was spreading to all directions with me as its center. That domain of dark matter had finally reached the feet of Shiva. The ground had been dyed completely black, and that black was creeping up his legs. The dark matter is. Are you planning on swallowing me up as well? Shiva. Shiva tried to get away from it, but with his divine power disturbed, he couldn't fight back at all. Even if you try to struggle out of it, it is already too late. The dark matter crawled from Shiva's legs to the abdomen, chest, head, and after covering his whole body, it swallowed him. But even with that, the dark matter didn't stop propagating. From the spectator seat, Karen-san, Yorishiro and the others must be seeing it as something black thickly swelling, a strange spectacle. Being pressed down by the dark matter that can be described as darkness itself, the vision was obviously blocked, the sense of hearing and the sense of touch as well. It also erases divine power, so you can't detect those either. The only thing that can be felt is the gravity emitted by the dark matter, which allows you to understand that you are inside darkness. Welcome to the darkness domain. Entropy. I speak in the soul wave transmission again. In this place, there's not even air, so there's no way for the sound from the vibrations of air to reach him. You have been caught inside darkness. Inside the dark matter domain where not a single ray of light can pass through. In here, you are powerless. Entropy. Do you think you have won with this, entropy? Win twin guns technique. Quasar. It is pointless. Your technique, your power itself cannot be activated unless it makes contact with air. Now that we have been swallowed by darkness and all air has been cut off, it is basically as if both your hands and legs have been torn off. Even your specialized body arts are pointless inside this darkness. Dark matter not only covers your entire body, it even goes inside your body, and completely fills your lungs and stomach with darkness. There's no place darkness can invade, and there's nothing darkness can't swallow. Quasar. It is truly a shame. For that crystallization of things you have taken so much time to make, to be destroyed this easily. But even so, it looks like I had to prove that there's no way to overcome things that can't be overcome. The two poles and the four base elements, the heavy difference that divides the gods in two. Dark matter, set. Entropy. In an instant, the darkness disperses. The dark matter, that was inside and outside of Shiva, created a gravitational vibration the moment it disappeared. In other words, a gravity explosion. The microscopic dark matter had dispersed all at the same time, not only outside of him, but even inside, when they were glued onto him. Gaha-ah! Being crushed by the outburst of gravity, Shiva was tragically blown up. And ended up in tatters. 152, Wind of Destruction. Huff. Huff. Due to my order, the propagated dark matter had all scattered and disappeared. Going out of the scattered dark matter, I tried hard to fix my heavily disordered breathing. Covered completely in dark matter, there's no air to breathe, and inside the dark matter where it is filled to the brim with adjusted gravity, I can control time as well and am able to stop the passage of time in my body at a number that's very close to zero. With that ability, I left my body in a state where it doesn't breath, and with my god soul, I controlled the dark matter to crush Shiva. That I am unable to fix my disordered breathing even now is because the damage I received from Shiva was that much big. A fighting art that was created by several centuries of study. Each one of them was a deadly attack. I somehow managed to divert the attacks with my dark matter, or mitigate the damage with it. If not for that, it would have ended in one hit. It is exactly because I thought that I couldn't continue enduring that I had to resort to covering it all in dark matter. If possible, I didn't want to use it. It is dangerous after all. Oi. Haine. I dragged my pained body and head to the man that was even more in tatters than me and was sprawled on the floor. Shiva had received heavy damage from the outburst of gravity. Are you alive? Haine. There's no response. I don't want to think that he is dead. I didn't want to use the method of covering the whole place in dark matter. I may be repeating myself here, but it is because it is dangerous. It is not because the gravity attack is powerful or because you can't breathe. There's a representative trait of the dark matter that makes it the most dangerous part of it. The phenomenon that occurs when the divine power is erased. In the first place, divine power is a composition that was produced by us gods when we created the world. It fills the sky, earth, water, at all places in the world. Of course, even within the body of humans. Divine power is originally a spiritual-like energy that exists in order for living beings to stay alive. With the cooperation of the six gods, the humans created had all divine powers: earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness without fail. With that balance in place, the essence of life is born. If a human were to touch dark matter, their divine power inside of them would be erased thoroughly, and in the end, the incorporeal essence of life would dry up as well, and it would lead to death. Shiva had been swallowed up by dark matter and has been affected by it, so rather than the damage from the gravity outburst, that side of things should be more serious. Even if he is the incarnation of the wind god, he is without doubt a human right now. It is my win. Haine. I call Shiva once again. Have you had your fill with this? The challenge that you took 1,600 years to prepare, I have properly accepted it and responded to it. Though it doesn't mean I would just lose on purpose because of it. Haine. The fight that was made as an extension of the Five Founders Conference had escalated not by 2 times, but 3. There's still a lot of things I want to ask this guy as a god, and as a founder as well. I want to have Yorishiro help out in a variety of things. As a hero, I don't really have any noteworthy things to ask. The hero alliance of Karen-san and the others is terminated after all. At any rate, I want this guy to do a lot of things. It might end up overworking him, but it is also his fault for taking that many positions on his own. I will have him work properly by the amount of titles he has. The Wind Capital, Rudra's Metropolis. This is the city that you used in order to defeat me, huh, Haine? We just finished our fight, so I didn't feel like moving on with the matter at hand. For now, I tried doing harmless talk. In order to fight against me with something other than the power of a god, you obtained the knowledge of humans, and piled up the power of humans for several centuries, and this is the nation that came out of it, huh? The wish of a god has gathered people, and has become the base of their living. Haine. It is not something as exaggerated as that. Shiva. Shiva says this while still collapsed on the floor. The trigger of me raising the Rudra's Metropolis, the Wind Church, was because I wanted prayer energy. I was tempted by inflation. Shiva. The result of the underworld country, huh? Haine. It happened not long after the world was created. The first nation of humanity, the dark underworld country, was built up by the light goddess Inflation, who had incarnated into a human called as Queen Izanami. That underworld country was seen as the avarice of humans, and the ones who brought it to its destruction were the 4 base elements. The wind god Quasar is one of them. For me, that was a pain to go along with. If I hadn't cooperated, the Trash Nova and Coacervate would have made a ruckus, and it would obstruct my training, so I had no choice but to expend part of my divine power to create a calamity. And after that, the one who appeared was that woman. Shiva. Inflation, who had returned to her god appearance from that of Queen Izanami, huh? That woman showed a path to us where we could sip on the power of humans. That alone was something I couldn't ignore. That's because just by eating the prayers of humans, my power would increase by several times more after all. At that time, my hopes of defeating you had inflated. Shiva. But that was the trap of inflation for destroying the underworld country. At some point in time, the human prayers were steadily decreasing, and at the same time, I noticed that I couldn't maintain my power without the prayers. At that moment, I finally learned the scariness of that woman's grudge. Beating you was an ephemeral dream. Right now, it is even questionable if I would be able to maintain my very existence. Shiva. And that's when I appeared. Haine. That's right. Honestly speaking, I was trembling in happiness. It is because I could still maintain an acceptable level of power as a god. It was a critical moment. Putting it in another way, it also means this was my last chance. There will probably be no other moment where I will become stronger than now and be able to challenge you once again. Shiva. Shiva said this with a feeling of abandonment. That's why, I need nothing anymore. Shiva. What? Haine. The dangerous air of those words instantly made my guard come up. What do you mean by that? Haine. I couldn't realize the ambition I took more than 1,000 years aiming for. If I will just be decaying from now on until I disappear, I will just disappear right this instant. Let the world fall together with me. Entropy, now that I think about it, you wanted to know, right? The place where the mother monster I created was. Shiva. You are going to talk about that now? Moreover, along with those ominous words, they were always at a place where you could see them. That's how it has always been. The things that you want are right close by, and yet, you don't notice that and continue searching. A bunch that likes to do wasteful things. Shiva. Shiva's finger points at the sky. At that place, there's no sky. A black cloud was blocking the view. That black cloud, could it be? Haine. The wind barrier that was covering Rudra's metropolis at the very beginning, I thought it had gone somewhere after it dispersed, but it had become a black cloud and was covering the sky? Let me introduce you to it. That itself is what I have created as a god, the wind mother monster, Beelzebub. Now, devour this world that I have no need of anymore. Shiva. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153 to 154, Few Against Many. The black cloud swirled around as if it had its own will. It was high in the sky. From the center of that swirl, a part of the black cloud stretched thinly like that of a spider thread, and just like that, it stretches all the way down. Then, it lowers onto Shiva, who was standing up with his body covered in wounds. Let me introduce it to you. This is my mother monster, Beelzebub. Shiva. Wind mother monster? That black smoke? Haine. I couldn't describe it in any other way. From afar, it only looks like a black cloud. From up close, it looks like black smoke. It is not impossible, but it is a gaseous-like body that doesn't look like a living being at all. Even if they are classified as monsters, aren't they supposed to be connected to living beings somehow or another? At the same time as they can give birth to wind element monsters, I also had them take on the role of hiding and protecting Rudra's metropolis. In other words, that is the wind barrier. Even if there's travelers encountering the wind capital by coincidence, these guys won't allow them to enter unless allowed. Shiva. Making use of every goddamn thing. The humans, the city, the ethereal, and the monsters as well, you are utilizing them all as much as you want. Haine. I wonder about that. But that ends today. These guys will devour everything after all. Shiva. The black smoke rushes and waves towards me with the order of Shiva. My instincts were telling me that being bathed by that would definitely be bad news. Humph. I faced that thing straight on. I release dark matter, and with the same level of wave, I clash it with the black smoke. I don't know what that black smoke is, but it looks like it doesn't have the power to fight straight on against the dark matter. I can feel the divine power is being erased. Haine. That's true, but what about the others aside from you? Shiva. Something came to mind, and I faced the side. And then, what came to view were the heroes that were being attacked by the black smoke in the same way as me, and the founders as well. Damn it! Haine. I quickly ran towards them. I will be distancing myself from Shiva in this way, but now that things have turned like this, I have no choice. Kaya Karan. What Desu? What Desu? Saisi. At any rate, it is certain that touching that thing will be dangerous. Flame burst. Mirak. The large fire that Mirak released had burned the place where the black smoke is, and it hindered its advance. Thanks to that, the founders and heroes are currently okay. Everyone. Haine. I also ran towards the group and released dark matter at the surroundings. Mirak. It looks like my power and yours is effective against this black smoke. The two of us will take one side each and block them out completely. Haine. Got it. But this smoke, since the fire element is effective against it, could it be that it is something wind element related? Mirak. Based on the element affinities, fire is the one that's strong against wind. Fire will breathe in the air, increase in potency, and with that heat, it disturbs the flow of the wind. In our first encounter with Mirak, I remember her burning all the wind element monsters' python flies with one attack. And so, the same thing happening here serves as a strengthening statement towards this black smoke actually being the wind mother monster. We don't know what this smoke is. As long as we don't clarify the identity of it, don't touch it by no means. Celestus. You say identity, but how are we even going to identify it? From what I can see, aside from it moving as if it has a will of its own, it seriously just looks like smoke, you know? Mirak. The fastest way would be to ask Shiva himself, but that guy is still at the center of the ring, and was simply looking at us with a grin on his face. Mirak is releasing fire and I am releasing dark matter without pause, but the smoke is also coming down non-stop from the main body, the black cloud. As long as we don't burn it or erase it, we will be at a stalemate here. What is the wind founder doing? I don't know who said it, but that is a natural question. Only the wind founder Shiva was not doing anything and simply standing on the ring, but he is completely fine. It doesn't look like the black smoke is doing anything to him. But that doesn't mean we would get positive and think that we will be fine as well. Unless you are extremely dense, you would definitely notice that this abnormality has something to do with the wind founder. Haine-san, what is the wind founder trying to do? Just what in the world is this black smoke? Karan. And that question being directed at me who was fighting with the wind founder is also natural. We were talking for quite a bit after all. No, well, Haine. But as expected, I couldn't tell them the reality straight. There's no way I can tell them that the wind founder is the wind god himself, and he suddenly became despaired, and is now trying to suicide together with the world. While I was hurting myself on what to say. More importantly, Karan-san, Yorishiro. Yorishiro speaks in good timing. The light divine power is not simply a power that destroys enemies with light. If that were the case, it would be no different from the fire divine power. Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama? What is it, all of a sudden? Karan. Gather your light divine power to your eyelids and try to strain your eyes. The eyes are an instrument to catch the reflected light and grasp the surroundings. By increasing the accuracy of the information received by this reflected light with divine power, Yorishiro. Like this? Kaya Karan. Did she see something by doing what Yorishiro suggested? Karan-san lets out a scream fitting her age. What? Karan, what happened? Damn it, at times like this, to think I can't move from my place. Mirok. Don't get caught by your wicked desires and continue putting out a firewall, Lesboat Hero. So Karen Chi, what happened? Celestus. Karen-san answers Celestus with a trembling voice. This black smoke is. Karen. Yes? Celestus. Bugs. Karen. Eh? It looks like they are some sort of flies de Suwani. But they are incredibly small. They are even smaller than grains of sand. And there's several millions of flies swarming around. That's the true identity of this black smoke. Yorishiro. Wa? Haine. I unintentionally let out my voice at the words of Yorishiro. In other words, this black smoke is actually a gathering of incredibly small insects? Mirok. Hearing this, the strength of Mirok's fire increases even more. That's right. Shiva. At some point in time, Shiva had arrived at a place close to us. The Wind Mother monster, Beelzebub. Its identity is that of a swarm of super small fly-shaped monsters. They are a gathering of around 100 billion, but the monster itself is only one. It is a group, and yet, it is only one kind of monster. By dispersing to the surroundings, they lay eggs all around, and wind monsters are born from it. Shiva. This guy is saying such essential stuff in front of everyone. Riding the wind, they appear, swarming on rotten meat, they use that as a sacrifice to lay eggs, and change them to a new life. Life is born from filth. And the one that embodies this the most is the fly army, Beelzebub. By the hands of them, the world will meet its end today. Shiva. 154, Ball Cloud. What be the meaning of this Sane, Wind Founder? The very first one to voice out was the Earth Founder Obasan. A founder controlling a monster, I can only think of it as a bad joke. But if you say it be the mother monster we've been discussing about, that makes it the more doubting Sane. Hoof. Shiva. Shiva simply made a villainous smile. He doesn't answer. Is that supposed to be him scorning us? Don't just stay silent and answer. Azul. Even the water founder. As expected, he forgot his usual gentleness and lifted his voice. Founder. Founder. I request a response. From the ear of the water founder, I heard an unfamiliar voice. It came from the ethereal wireless communication device at his ear. Stream Marine General? What's wrong? Azul. So they had communication with the outside through the wireless device? The call was probably from the troops that were in standby outside Rudra's metropolis. It is an emergency. The cloud. The black cloud that was covering the sky has come down the ground, and I look at the sky. There, I saw that the line that was connecting the black cloud to the ground was not a single line anymore. Could it be? The soldiers at standby outside are also being attacked? Haine. The only thing that we have to understand what's happening outside is the voice that's telling us about it from the wireless device. Moreover, that voice was trembling with fear and confusion. The cloud turned into smoke, a black smoke, and is closing onto us. It was eerie, so we fought back, but against smoke, the expected effect is not showing, and a few of the people at the front line that touched the smoke have been covered completely by it, and Hi. We, who knew about the real identity of the smoke, let out screams. More than 10 have fallen victim to it. With their whole body covered by the smoke, they fell writhing in pain. Wait a moment, please. The smoke is backing off from the fallen people, and great. I don't know why, but it looks like the smoke has pulled back on its own. Are you okay? Medic. Just in case, check out the people that have been attacked by the smoke. Jiahak. Wah? What was that? A scream? What happened? Respond. Azul. For a while, only the sound of chaos reverberated from the wireless device. Founder. This is terrible. The people that were caught in the smoke and were now released from it have suddenly begun attacking us. There's no response even when we call out to them. The black smoke is also slowly approaching again. Orders, please. Ord Gugya. After that, no matter how many times the water founder called, the only thing that was returned from the wireless device were screams and bellows. Shiva. Haine. I also let out an angry roar at Shiva. With absolute certainty that he is the one who is responsible for this abnormal circumstances. What Beelzebub is aiming for is the insides of you humans. Shiva. He replied with a tone as if he were teaching pitiful lost lambs. Sticking onto the humans, they enter through places like the mouth, nose, ears, at every possible hole to invade the body. Entering the lungs, passing through the veins, and at the end, they arrive at the brain. A single one of Beelzebub is as big as 1/10 of a grain of sand. There's no problem in invading the body with that size. Then, once it arrives at the brain, it takes over their thoughts and Shiva. As if edging the shock even deeper, he stored it before saying it. It can freely control them. Shiva. Then, the reason why the soldiers suddenly attacked their comrades was Haine. Because they were already the puppets of the flies. But that's not all, you know? After all, the most important point of Beelzebub is that they are a mother monster. They have the function of laying eggs that give birth to wind element monsters. The brain of a human must be quite the nutritious place as a seedbed, don't you think so too? Shiva. You. Haine. Fighting in this place, have all the humans be parasitized by Beelzebub, and just like that, I will have them return to their homelands. By the time they arrive, all their bodies should be filled with eggs. In time, they will hatch, tear away the host, and grow. The very center of the settlements will be covered by several hundreds of wind element monsters. Moreover, by that time, the founders and heroes will have been turned into seedbeds as well and already be dead. Shiva. Disgusting Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan couldn't endure it and lets out a groan. That's how much the explanation of Shiva must have been displeasing in a physiological way. So for those things, we are all only egg-laying containers, huh? Not only will we be killed, they plan on parasitizing us as living corpses. Founder Sama. 1/10 of the troops stationed here have fallen to the control of the mysterious smoke. What should we do? Please give us orders. At times, there would be understandable voices coming from the communication device, voices that were at their wits' end. Even if they are being controlled, they are comrades. They probably can't attack them without hesitating. As they continue in that state, the situation progresses. Now that it has come to this. Haine. I resolve myself. But Shiva was a breath faster. Hoof. Shiva's body was obstructed by the black smoke, and just like that, he disappeared. He ran away? Haine. The most effective way of dealing with this swarm of flies is to defeat Shiva, who is the one controlling them. This black smoke that is made up of minuscule flies, each one of them may be small, but if the numbers are in the billions, the whole of them is close to being as big as the giant tree, Grandma would. After all, the black cloud, that can be said to be the parent body, is covering the sky as far as the eye can see, and even when it has poured quite the amount to the ground, its denseness hasn't changed at all. If we just continue as we are blocking them with Merek's fire and my dark matter, it is clear that it will turn into us exhausting ourselves. And worse than that, the casualties the soldiers outside are receiving is serious. Torito Shiva. Wind God Quasar. Are you seriously aiming to destroy the world using the mother monster? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155 to 156, The Way to Carry Out One's Duty. Ria Gokai, Boo. Surprise-free chapters because I felt like it, laughing face. Wind God Quasar. There's no god that prides in being a god as much as him, and is as enthusiastic as him. As he was a god, he aimed to become the ultimate god, and due to that, he challenged the currently strongest god that is me, Entropy. And then, he lost. The plans he took 1,600 years to have them take form, had all been turned to nothing. On the very limits of despair, he fell onto the reckless action of destroying all of humanity. Is he the kind of guy that just goes in a straight line when cornered? But, being forced into dying with him? No way. Why is the Wind Founder doing this? And the founders and heroes, who have no way of knowing of all this underlying circumstances, were drawing loops here. The Wind Founder and Wind Hero that should have been originally a human like them, moreover, one that is on the same standing as them, aiming for the same objective. And yet, he is now causing such violent conduct. This is not the time to be worrying about that. Yorishiro. The one who roared out was the Light Founder, Yorishiro. Right now, the priority is to overcome the tribulation in front of us. We can worry about the intentions of the wind once we have safely come out of this alive. Yorishiro. As expected of Yorishiro. Her current position as Light Founder, her being the incarnation of the Light Goddess, and being the queen of the strongest nation of the world, are not just for show. Her ability to cope with danger is not to be looked down at. What we have to deal with urgently is the people that have been controlled by Beelzebub, how we are going to save them. The only one who we know about is the Water Church that told us about the situation via the communication device, but the units of the other churches must be under the same situation. Yorishiro. That's true. Many people are in confusion because of the comrades that are suddenly attacking them due to being controlled by the flies. And this is making the opening for the flies to exploit even bigger. While we are here, they are all being turned into puppets. Haine-san. Yorishiro. Yes. Haine. With Haine-san's dark matter, do you think you can erase the flies that have invaded their body Disaka? Yorishiro. Without stopping the release of dark matter that is protecting us, I ponder. It is not possible. The prospect of erasing them is indeed possible, but, Haine. The fly army Beelzebub is the Wind Mother monster. Since they are monsters, their bodies are formed with only divine power, so I can completely erase them with dark matter. That's why I am able to stop them right now by making a barrier of dark matter, but, if that were to enter the body of a human, the circumstances change. Divine power is a life energy that is important for humans in order to maintain their bodily functions. If a living body were to touch dark matter, it will erase the divine power, no questions asked, and in the worst case, it might even kill the host due to a shortage of divine power. Haine. How about aiming directly only at the parts where the flies are parasitizing? Yorishiro. Even I am not omnipotent, you know. It is impossible to have the dark matter make such precise movements. In just that one point, even when dark matter is also minuscule, Beelzebub, which possesses decision-making as a pseudo-lifeform, is superior in that aspect. Haine. Even so, there's no other option but to pickle a large amount of dark matter to forcefully erase the monsters inside the body. But if I were to do that, I would also be erasing all the divine power of that person, and that would certainly lead to death. There's no doubt that the flies are hiding deep inside the body. It definitely won't be enough to just pour dark matter on the outside of the body like the time with Shiva. Then, as expected, Yorishiro. Yeah. The only way to make a breakthrough is to find Shiva. Haine. If it's Shiva who holds the soul of the wind god, he should be able to freely control the flies. That's exactly why it has fallen into this situation after all. We will find Shiva, and convince or beat him down, whichever the case, we will have him stop the flies. As I have said before, the flies are monsters. They are purely masses of divine power. Even if they were to die inside the body, they will die without leaving a trace behind, and should not leave any remaining effects in the body. Haine. But he did speak about laying eggs inside the whole body de. We should do something before that happens. Yoreshiro. It means that we don't have the leisure of time. In that case, we should find Shiva as soon as possible, but when I was about to run off, I noticed. If I were to leave here, who will protect everyone? These repulsive flies were raiding our very vision, and are tenaciously struggling even when blocked by my dark matter. If I leave this place to find Shiva, who will protect them? Karen-san, Mirak, Celestis, Seisichan, Yoreshiro, Dara, and the founders of every church, if even they were to fall victim to the flies. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. It was at that moment. At my back, an overwhelming fire divine power swirled, and was released to all directions. This swirling of fire that was mysteriously not affecting us humans was properly burning away the flies. This is Haine. I look back. What I saw there was the fire founder with his fist lifted up, wrapped in a divine tool band. It was the figure of Saruo Inu. As I thought, this firestorm came from him. I knew about his past history of being the general of the Ignis Militant Corps, but to think he would possess such powerful divine power. Its power is close to that of the hero Mirak. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. It is just as the fire founder says. Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro, even you have become able to understand what the fire founder says? We founders will leave Rudra's metropolis and return to where the troops are. Yoreshiro. We will bring back the information we obtained here, and we will fix the command order of our confused allies. With that, the outside should be able to hold on for quite a while more. Yoreshiro. Don't say such stupidness. This place was safe because there was my dark matter. If you were to go out, you guys will. Haine. We didn't become founders just to be decorations. Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro says this. Shouldering the church also means that we have to shoulder the thousands of lives that belong to it. Faced with that crisis right in front of us, if we were to run away because of fear of our lives, we would be failures as founders. Yoreshiro. Being told that by a youngster, there's already no running away for the elderly. Azul. Even the water founder steps forward. This one is a weakling, so this one is honestly scared witless, but even so, they have entrusted me with being the founder. This one has to answer that sincerity. Merchants have no courage, but this one has to show that this one at least has the guts. Azul. Also, if we can stand ground outside, we can buy time Sane. The Earth founder too. In that time, grab that wind idiot and give him a good beating. If you manage to have him do as you say, even if we all end up being controlled, we can still fix it Sane lad, I'd be relying on ya again. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. These people. They unexpectedly have plenty enough sense of duty to stand over others. Understood. I will find Shiva and beat him up. Everyone as well, be careful. Haine. 156, Black Dragon vs. Black Army. Haine-san, we will also go together with the founders. Karen. Karen-san speaks to me. Yoreshiro-sama and the others will need guarding until they leave Rudra's metropolis after all. And in order to save the troops that are currently in danger, the power of us heroes will be necessary. Karen. Understood. I leave that side to you, Karen-san. Haine. Sorry, Haine-san. This time again, I will be leaving Haine-san all alone with the important part. Karen. That's not true. It is because Karen-san and the others are protecting the back, that I am able to push forward all the time without the need of looking back. Haine. And then, I stop the release of the dark matter barrier that I had placed all this time, and at the same time, I create repulsion force at my feet to jump away. On top of that, I scatter dark matter in all directions, and erase several thousands of flies in one go. In actuality, it will most likely be the very definition of difficult to try finding Shiva, who has hidden himself. Even he himself knew that the fight would be decided if he were captured, so he disappeared from our sight. He must have hidden himself with the preparedness of saying, "No way, I will let you find me." If I were to blindly look for him, that in itself will be a waste of time, and by that time, our side might have fallen in control of the demonic flies. That's why there's the need to add an extra something in my way of searching. Gotta add something. Haine. I utilize the repulsion force of the dark matter and fly into the sky. High up. At that place, there's the black cloud that can be said to be the main body of Beelzebub. I jump inside it. And then, dark matter, set. Haine. The dark matter coming out from both of my hands gushed out like the violent rushing stream of a large river, and spreads to both sides. The black wave mixes with the black cloud, but without merging into one side devoured the other and continued spreading. Again, dark matter, set. Haine. I once again roused myself into releasing more dark matter. The dark matter is just small particles, but with several millions, it becomes a mass of incredible size, and undulates wildly in the sky. Jumping into Beelzebub, that sight of devouring everything looked as if a black dragon was swimming inside the black cloud. And the black cloud couldn't do anything but be devoured by this black dragon. The black cloud had soon lost 1/10 of its original numbers. You are still underestimating me, Quasar. Haine. No matter if it's a mother monster, if we were to fight face to face, I would win. Beelzebub can stop if we defeat Shiva, who serves as the control tower, but if we wipe out the several billions of flies, it will also stop. But well, there's nothing I can do about the ones that have already invaded the body though. That's why it would trouble me if Shiva doesn't come out. I have to make him come out to try and stop me from wiping out his cute mother monster. Don't look down on me, Quasar. I am the ultimate god that you used 1,600 years to train in order to defeat and still didn't manage to. The longer you hide, the easier it will be for me to erase the monster you created. Haine. Now, come out, Shiva. Get taunted. I once again increase the output of dark matter. The sky that was dyed with the color of the black cloud seemed as if it would be dyed away at any time soon. Quasar, you underestimated me. Even if you base elements were to do those 1,600 years 1,600 times more, you would still not be able to defeat me. Haine. Black was being repainted by black. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157 to 160 Sniper. Incredible. Ikoran Karen was shocked mindless while looking at the sky. Shocked by the craziness of what Haine-san was doing. I thought for certain that he would be running around looking for the wind founder Shiva-san at the Rudra's metropolis. But to think he would fly up. He must be trying to lure him out. Yorishiro. My founder and friend, Yorishiro-sama, was at my side looking at the sky. It was as if a black dragon was piercing through a black cloud. It was such an out-of-the-world sight that you would think there won't be a second time seeing something like this. Lure out, Karen. That mother monster must be important for Shiva as well. If it were to be on the verge of being wiped out, he might come out. It would be wrapped up faster than straightforwardly searching inside the wind capital. Yorishiro. You might say that's the faster way, but even if we were to search the whole world, I am pretty sure the only one who would be able to do something like this is Haine-san. And before all that, I think that the only one who can defeat that army of small-sized monsters is Haine-san. If I am not careful, my mind might go completely blank. But there's one other reason why Haine-san is going wild like that in the sky. Yorishiro. It is something simple. If he goes that wild at the main body of the flies and decreases their numbers, the flies that go down will also decrease equally in numbers. As proof, there's not that many around us, right? Yoreshiro. Now that she mentions it. Mirik-chan is still doing her best with her fire, but contrary to that, there's no presence of the black smoke in the surroundings. Haine-san is trying to reduce the encroachment of the flies towards the humans as much as possible, that's why he plunged in there. Now, let's not waste the consideration of Haine-san. Let's escape the city fast, and regroup with the light knights outside. Yoreshiro. The knights from the Aurora Knight Corps that had accompanied us should be under attack as well. The Ignis Militant Corps, the Stream Marine Corps, and the Scorched Earth Annihilation Corps too. We should return to where they are and fulfill our duties as heroes. Let's hurry, everyone. Wait. Karen. Just as I was hyped up, I noticed that everyone was acting strange. We have to hurry and return, and yet, no one was moving. What's wrong? Let's move, everyone. Every grain in the hourglass is precious, you know? Karen. Don't move. Celestus. I was suddenly shouted at by Celestus-chan. There's no need to raise your voice that much. I understand. Because you were entranced by your beloved prince, you didn't notice, right? Celestus. Beloved? Beloved, she said. Seishi-chi, lend me that for a moment. Celestus. On, ma snacks. Seishi. Celestus-chan sticks her hand in Seishi-chan's pocket without permission and takes it out. And from there, Celestus-chan was holding a snack bag that is widely sold in Apollon City. Celestus-chan throws that to the front. And when she did... bang. Bang bang, star. A sound that felt as if it could pierce my eardrums rang as the snack bag was torn asunder in midair. Jayasu. Ma snack. Seishi. Seishi-chan wails. After being torn to that many pieces, there's no way anyone can eat them anymore. It can't be helped. We can't show it with a person, right? Someone is aiming at us from somewhere. And it is trying to prevent us from leaving here. Celestus. Aiming? Preventing? Karen. You don't know why Mirik-chi is still spreading her fire, right? You really are just looking at the person you like. Oi, Mirik-chi, as expected, this girl doesn't even see you. Celestus. Stop it. I will get so sad that my support will weaken, damn it. Mirik-chan shouted in sadness. Could it be, the reason why Mirik-chan is releasing fire even when there's no flies is because... Karen. To conceal us. Against the sniper that we don't know where it is aiming at us from. Celestus. Sniper. The reason why the snacks of Seishi-chan were torn to pieces was because someone shot them from somewhere? Like the air bullets the Wind Founder and hero Shiva was using in the fight with Haine-sen not that long ago? Could it be Shiva-sen himself is attacking us? Karen. Who knows? If Haine-chi's words are correct, that thin man should have hidden himself to protect his win, so I don't think he would just so readily come out. And I also feel like this is slightly different from his style. Celestus. Style? Karen. That good-looking bastard used a projectile weapon, but he clashed from the front, and while mixing martial arts, he fought at close to middle range. But the person that is aiming at us from who knows where is probably sniping us at quite the long range. Celestus. I see. It is also possible that Shiva-san has changed his style, but the possibility is low. I try looking at the surroundings. In this training space, there's not much obstructions, moreover, there's a number of spires around. If someone were to be hidden in one of them and aiming at us. Mirik-chan is spreading her fire here and there because she is concealing us and using it as a shield. If what's being shot is air bullets, due to the affinities, the fire has an advantage. Karen. We finally have the chance to utilize the element advantage. But looking at the situation as a whole, things are still going pretty bad though. Celestis. Even if Mirak-chan is creating a firewall, if we were to take one step out, we will get sniped. If the other party's objective is to prevent us from regrouping with the people outside, no, to prevent us from escaping from here. Whichever it is, just who in the world has set this up? Karen. Well, there's only one thing that comes to mind, don't you think? Celestis. Celestis-chan makes a vulgar smile that she doesn't do in her times as an idol but frequently appears when she is in hero mode. This is the wind capital, Rudra's metropolis. It is the military force of the Wind Church, the Whirlwind Raid Corps. Celestis. 158, Children of Shiva. Whirlwind Raid Corps. The Wind Church's military power that is worthy of standing in the same position as the Light Church's Aurora Night Corps, and the Fire Church's Ignis Militant Corps. Only that name has been passed to the other churches, but in terms of the details about it, they are shrouded in mystery, just like their church. Since stepping into this Rudra's metropolis as a special case, we haven't seen almost anyone aside from Shiva. A notification was probably sent to all the city and they were hidden in a way that we wouldn't catch sight of them. Ah, now that I think about it, the people that had guided us, Karen. There were several other people aside from the founder that served as the guides or surveillance, but before I noticed, they were already gone. On the other hand, Celestis-chan was still throwing a number of snack bags, and was having the sniper who we still don't know where it is shoot them. What are you doing Desu-ka, Celestis-nichan? Please don't sacrifice more of my snack Desu. Seisi. Shat AP. Once we return alive, I will buy you twice as many. But, damn it. I wanted to locate the sniper's position with this, but I can't tell at all. Celestis. What's being shot is an air bullet, so there's no color and form after all. More importantly, let's prioritize a way to escape. Mirak-chan, Karen. What is it, Karen? Mirak. Mirak-chan continues protecting us with a wall of fire. It feels like she is incredibly happy that I called her name. Can you move while still forming the wall of fire? If possible, I want us to reach a cover where we can block the sniper. Karen. Easy peasy. If it's for you, I can go all the way to the horizon. Mirak. Aren't you getting a bit overexhilarated? Well, it is better than not having energy, so let's move slowly while being protected by Mirak-chan. It doesn't look like it will go so smoothly. Celestis. The surroundings be turning bad Desu. Seisi. It looks like Celestis-chan and Seisi-chan have noticed something. What? What happened? Karen. Being pointed out this, I look at the surroundings. We were already surrounded by several tens of people that looked pretty brawny. They all wore the same garments, and that's exactly why I could tell at a glance that they are a coordinated team. They don't have any metallic-like armor on their bodies, but from their head to the toes, they were covered completely in cloth, clothing that screams stealth. This is probably the Whirlwind Raid Corps. Beasts that had erased their presence, had now appeared with their fangs showing. This is bad. We are completely surrounded. The sniping until now must have been to buy time for this encirclement to be completed. Celestis. These numbers, it doesn't feel like they are trying to keep us in place, it feels as if they are going to try killing us just like that. I can only think that the Wind Church has finally gone crazy. Mirak. At our side, there's the founders and heroes, 4 of each if we count Daraha, there's 9 in total. On the other side, there's brawny people that can be called experienced fighters. Mirak-chan, at my signal, undo the wall of fire. Karen. Got it. Leave the vanguard to me. I have good affinity against them after all. Mirak. With us being encircled like this, melee combat is unavoidable, so there's no shit like Vanguard here. Even so, Seishi-chi, take care while fighting, got it? Wind is the natural enemy of Earth after all. Celestus. Gotcha desu. After the fight with Great Pillar Sama, I got trained by Sobo-chan. Now be the time to show damn results desu. It be my chance to raise a name for myself in Rudra's metropolis desu yo. Seishi. Could it be that the reason why the darkness of Seishi-chan has been thicker lately is because of the training with her Oba-san? Celestus-chan also said this, but, in this situation, melee combat is unavoidable. So there should be no worries about any sniping due to fear of friendly fire. Let's not get distracted with defeating the enemies, and just as we planned at first, let's aim to escape the wind capital. Doraha-san. Karen. Yes? Doraha. The dark-skinned girl here, Doraha-san. I want to request of you to be the bodyguard of the founders. We will be opening the way. Karen. Understood. Doraha. Haine-san is desperately fighting in the sky. We can't just stay dilly-dallying here. Let's go. Oh. Yes, ma'am. Desu-yo. Mirak-chan undid the wall of fire. Using that as the signal, we instantly go on the offensive. Even if the Whirlwind Raid Corps are the Wind Church's military power, there's no way normal soldiers would be able to defeat heroes. Sorry, but I will be pushing you away. Gwa! It was at that moment. That voice just now was Mirak-chan? Are you okay, Mirak-chi? Celestus. Yeah, I blocked it with fire divine power, but there's still sniping? Do they not fear hitting their allies? Mirak. The sniping doesn't stop? It was incorrect to change our strategy to match the melee combat. But the raid corps that were encircling us had come rushing at us as if it was a matter of course, and the melee combat begins just as we thought. This is also just as we thought, but the members of the raid corps are using wind divine power. Even so, they are not that strong. In our eyes, they are not troublesome opponents, but Haya-iya. Dangerous desu. Seishi. An air bullet scraped close to where Seishi-chan was standing. She was moving around, so it must have fortunately missed in the timing. The sniping is really not stopping. Even when we are in melee combat, they have the confidence of hitting us without hitting their allies? Moreover, the bullets that are being shot are scarily accurate, and there have been practically no misses until now. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Master? Are you okay? Mirak. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. I'm relieved. It hit the muscles in your chest, so you were okay, huh? Mirak. The only ones who are okay being hit are the fire hero, Mirak-chan, and the fire founder Sama. Those two that hold an elemental advantage against wind can simply clad a thin film of fire divine power and mitigate the air bullets. But the others don't stand in the same advantage. On the contrary, Seishi-chan and the earth founder Sama, that are weak against the wind element, can die instantly depending on where they are shot. Is what I thought when the earth founder Obaba-sama HNGH slapped away the air bullet with the cane in her hand? It be certainly a precise aim. But that's exactly why the line of the shot be way too honest. The amazingness of this person is at a place that has nothing to do with divine power. Celestus-chan. Karen. I stand back to back with her who is fighting around with her Mickey Moses. The longer we fight, the more of a disadvantage we will be in. We have to finish it in one go. Karen. Okay. We have grasped the situation plenty enough, right? From here on, we are going to be steaming through. Celestus. Celestus-chan and I spoke in sync. Mirage. Karen plus Celestus. 159, counterattack. From the spreading mist, several of us appear inside of it. Light and water's combined element mirage. Using the light to refract the small beads of water scattered in the air, mirror images are created, the power of illusions. The illusions created inside the mist were not only those of Celestis-chan and I, there were also several of Mirak-chan, Seisi-chan, the founder Samus as well. The people of the Wind Raid Corps didn't raise a single voice at all. It looks like even their silence and coordination between comrades was thorough. Do they have such strict laws? Because of their garments that were covering their whole face, I can't tell their expressions, but I can tell plenty enough that they are agitated. One of the Raid Corps swung its knife at us, but it was a miss. Too bad. That was a mirror image. The disturbance created by mirage is the most effective when in great numbers. Now that the attacks have stopped because of the confusion, this is our chance. Are you ready, Seisi? Thanks to Karen and the extra, we have obtained time to concentrate. Mirak. Yes, Desu. I'd be very sorry that I take more time to mix elements compared to the others, Desu. Seisi. Further at the back, there's Mirak-chan and Seisi-chan sticking to each other, mixing their fire and earth elements. With 4 heroes, we can support each other by using a combined element to assist a combined element. Magma Ocean. Desu. Mirak plus Seisi. The floor that the two were standing on began to shine red. It then melted and turned into a muddy liquid as it undulates. The lava attack that comes from the combined elements of fire and earth element magma. The material for this training space floor was probably brought from a mountain somewhere. By the time it turns liquid, it has already reached over the 1,000 degrees in temperature. A natural weapon of dangerous degree. The earth element loses against the wind element, but I wonder what would happen when it is combined with the fire element that the wind element loses against? Mirak. The element affinities be convenient, Desu. With this, we can negate the wind element, and a barrier with plenty heat and wideness be completed, Desu. Seisi. In the first place, the earth element that rules over the solids possesses defensive capabilities that surpasses that of the others. In this instance, it was rendered powerless because of the affinity problem, but by mixing with the fire element, it came back in a more fearsome state. Ha ha ha. Anyone that wants to be covered in lava from the head down, come get us. Mirak. Hi. Mirak Nichan. There be any need to turn in circles while holding Midesaka? Seisi. Mirak-chan had her arms around Seisi-chan's armpit, and with her left and right hands tightly held, she made big turns. Matching those movements, the lava was whirling and waving. No matter what she says, Mirak-chan really does love Seisi-chan. Karen. Are you saying small girls are her favorite treat? Celestis. Celestis-chan says that with an amazed face. I want to believe that the wide smile of Mirak-chan comes from her desire to protect Seisi-chan. That must be it. Anyways, the lava attack of Mirak-chan and Seisi-chan has turned the tides of this situation to our side. Because of the high temperature, the Whirlwind Raid Corps people can't even get close. And the founders are all surrounded at the inner part of the lava. With that, there's no way they will be facing any harm. The air bullets that are being shot from who knows where for a while now as well. Once it hits the wave of lava, it just turns to nothing. But, the most problematic one is still the sniper. Seriously, where is it shooting from? Celestis. It is true that we don't know from where it is being shot at, and on top of that, it is quite precise. If it weren't for the fact that we used the advantage of Mirak-chan to the fullest, there would have been the chance that we would have been wiped out with just the sniping alone. Even us who are outside of the lava bulwark have not been able to narrow down the location with Mirage after all. We are simply somehow okay. That problem has also been solved already though. Holy Light Blade. Karen. A line of light is shot from the Holy Sword, St. George. That traveled, further, and further away, and hits a space where there's nothing, and makes a PAM sound of an explosion. And then, it appears, a person wearing the stealth costume of the Whirlwind Raid Corps. Moreover, at its hand, it is holding a cylindrical instrument that seems to be similar to the one the founder Shiva-san held. What? A person came out of nowhere. Celestus. It is the same as our mirage, Celestus-chan. They probably poured wind divine power in the air and distorted the light in the place, in order to deceive us that there's nothing there. Karen. And so, they sniped at us while hidden, huh? I'm surprised you noticed, Karen-chi, Celestus. Even if I look like this, I am the light hero, you know? I can notice when a place has light that is unnaturally warped. Karen. Let's not say that I just found it by coincidence while we were channeling Mirage. But even so, the sniper was at quite the far-away place from us. In order to reach all the way there, it would take us as much as us counting to 10 while running at full speed. The air camouflage would have probably not worked unless it was from that far away. Even so, their precision from that far away was a threat. I see. That nasty sniping was done by this person, huh? What, this person is the guide that was accompanying us from the very beginning. Celestus. When the founder Shiva-san went mad, the other guides had also disappeared, but to think we would find one hiding here. Karen. Mirak. Hiaa. Mirak-chan? What is it so suddenly? You scared me. Karen. Mirak-chan was suddenly right at my back. No, well, you see, the bunch is suddenly surrendering. We can't just slaughter them all, so right now, Seisi is tying them up. Mirak. Why so suddenly? It is true that the fight would turn one-sided now, but aren't they surrendering way too fast? Well, isn't that fine? With this, you could say the situation has changed once more. If things go well, we might be able to bring it all the way to a win. Celestus. What do you mean by that, Celestus-chan? Karen. We can have these guys tell us where the founder hero is hidden in. In this fight, as long as we capture the founder Shiva, it will be our win. In the time Haine is doing his best in the sky, we will bring down the inner citadel. Celestus. Saying this, Celestus-chan grabs the collar of one of the Whirlwind Raid Corps and pulls it up. It is the person that used the distortion of wind to hide and snipe us. Because of the holy light blade, its eyes are going in circles. I held back, so there should be no injuries though. While there, I will be confiscating your weapon. Karen-chi, hold it. Celestus. Wah? Yes. Karen. Celestus-chan throws the metallic cylinder at me. They shot compressed air balls from here, but the one the wind founder Shiva-san used was the same type, yet the shape was quite different. This gun is pretty long all around. It is longer than the blade of my holy sword, and it feels like an iron rod. This person was using this gun to snipe from quite a distance away. By making the cylinder longer, it makes it easier to aim at long range? Well then, I will have you spill it. Where's your boss? Celestus. Celestus-chan was threatening her, but the sniper-san was not speaking a single word. These people have been silent from the very beginning after all. It feels as if just trying to make them part their lips would be difficult, and in this situation where time is of essence, it might be harsh. Oh, you think you can keep silent in the face of this water hero, Celestus-chan? You've got quite the positive outlook there. Well, we don't have much time, but let's have a nice talk, okay? Celestus. You Celestus-chan? Don't be too rough, Karen. First of all, let's talk properly while looking at each other's faces. Let's take off that mask and, Celestus. Celestus-chan places her hand on the mask of the person, and takes it off all at once. From inside the mask, long black hair flows down. Her bangs swung, and her thin eyebrows and long eyelashes were out in the open. Dot. The sniper was a beauty that left us with our eyes wide open. 160, Sylph. See cute. I, Celestis-chan, and Merrick-chan had our own reactions. After defeating the military power of the Wind Church, the Whirlwind Raid Corps, we tried taking off the mask of the most troublesome one in the group, the sniper, and what we saw was a girl, a pretty beautiful one. The bridge of her nose drew a delicate arc, and her contours were thin and smooth. Her black hair overlaps with that of Yorishiro-sama, but the one here has her hair tied up in a bundle and gives out a stoic impression. TCH. Celestis. Celestis-chan, why are you clicking your tongue? Karen. It is a trait of us idols. When we see a girl that is cuter than us, we end up wanting to click our tongues. Celestis. I don't think that's the case, you know? You and her have their different kind of beauties, but you two are beauties nonetheless. Karen. Celestis-chan is the shining type of beauty, and the person here is the refined type of beauty, maybe? Okay. Mirak. Let's not talk to Mirak-chan. I can tell that things would turn complicated. More importantly, I want to hear what this person has to say. Is it okay? There's a few things I want to ask about, Karen. Kill me. This woman spoke her first words to us. I don't have anything to say. Just kill me already. No, we won't kill you. We won't do something that disturbing, and there's something that we would want you to tell us. Karen. I want to hear about the hiding place of the Wind founder Shiva. We wanted to know no matter what. I finished tying em all up desuyo. I didn't think my skills of tying up straw hemps would be coming in handy here desadot. Seisi. Oh, Seisi-chan came back. It looks like she finished restraining the Whirlwind Raid Corps. And then, she saw our dispute with this woman and... Oya? What be going on? Torture desu ka? Want me to tear off her fingernails desu ka? Seisi. We won't be tearing anything off. Karen. Seisi-chan, return please. Humph. So you won't be letting me die that easily, huh? Fine. Give me any kind of tortures you wish. But I won't be saying anything unfavorable towards my brother. TL, she says Sesha, which is I in a samurai-like way. No. Please don't accept the situation so easily. Karen. We won't be doing any abuse here. Hey, this girl just now, Celestis. Yeah, she acts tough, but she is a careless one. Mirak. It looks like Celestis-chan and Mirak-chan are muttering something, but you two, please help me calm down this situation. I can't retort to all this on my own. Karen-san. Yorishiro. Wa? Yorishiro-sama? Karen. Now that I think about it, I totally left them outside my peripheric, but the founders are all okay. Mirak-chan and Seisi-chan were protecting them with lava after all. It looks like the Wind Believer here has something to say. Yorishiro. I noticed that there's one Raid Corp member walking to where we are while still tied up. In order to make it easier to speak to, that person also has his mask off, but it looks like this one is a normal man. I ask of you people. I will speak about what you want to know. That's why, please don't bring harm to this personage. You bastard, have you lost it? The woman bites heavily at the words of her comrade, but she can't change the situation. Please forgive me. If something were to happen to you, that in itself would be something that wouldn't allow me to face Shiva-sama. The Raid Corp man was obedient. In the time I was suffering with these comedy troupe here, how did Yorishiro-sama manage to make this man open up? Then, tell me this first. Celestis. Celestis-chan asks first. This girl that you are going so far to protect, just who is she? Celestis. The man, that had promised to say anything, left a space of silence before speaking. This personage is Torito Hayasama. She is founder Shiva-sama's little sister, and is a gunner that would compete for first and second place in the Kazama Shinobis. I see. So the brother meant exactly that, huh? Mirak. Looks like we have reeled a bigger fish than we expected. Celestus. This is bad. Celestus-chan is making a face that's unfitting of an idol. But Celestus-chan is not the only bad person here. If push comes to shove, let's use this girl as bait to lure out the Wind Founder-sama. Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama? Karen. Yorishiro-sama nonchalantly says things that everyone would have a hard time saying. I don't feel numb or admire that part of hers, okay? For emergency situations, there be the need for emergency measures desu na? Cool desu. Seisi. And Seisi-chan, don't go getting influenced by this person. It definitely won't be good for your education. Karen. This is not good. Everyone is going crazy here. My retorts won't be enough. Please return quickly, Haine-san. Please. And while we were making a racket, the woman in question, Hayo-san, let out a desperate voice. Please. Only a small amount of time is fine. Please don't get in the way of Anu-sama, brother. Please let him achieve his objective. Hayu. We felt bewilderment at the supplication of Hayo-san. What's with that way of saying it? It is as if we are being made the bad guys here. Celestus. The objective of the Wind Founder Shiva is to use the Mother Monster, control the envoys of the 5 churches, and bring calamity to the whole world. Do you think we would keep silent and let him achieve it? Mirak. I heard the sound of grinding teeth. It was a loud sound that would make me wonder if the teeth would break with that. You are wrong. Anu-sama doesn't intend to do that. He is actually an incredibly kind person. But that notice suddenly made Anu-sama strange the call for the conference. In order to have Anu-sama return to his former kind self, we have to defeat that man, and have Anu-sama achieve his objective. Hayu. That man? Karen. I wanted to hear in more detail, but when I tried to, someone interjected it was Yorishiro-sama. You really do love your brother dearly. Yorishiro. Hayo-san must have felt a ghastly sensation from the casual tone of Yorishiro-sama. She falls silent. In that case, can you please tell us? Who is the one that Shiva-san is trying to defeat? What is it that the Wind Mother Monster Mayhem is actually trying to achieve? Just what kind of human he truly is. Can you tell us? Yorishiro. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161 to 162, At the Summit. I continued cutting the black cloud that was covering the sky, and when the remaining left was less than a half, I Koramiya Haine lowered to the ground. Wind Capital's headquarters, the Wind Grand Workshop. At the roof that was the highest part of it. You have finally appeared. Haine. There's only one reason why I lowered myself from the sky. Because I found the objective I was searching for. The Wind Church's founder and hero, Torito Shiva, and also the incarnation of the wind god Quasar. I can take it as the hide and seek is over, right? Haine. The reason why he hid himself was because he himself is the control tower of the Wind Mother Monster, Beelzebub. If the very culprit that created the demonic flies were to order them to stop, they should. Knowing this, he disappeared from our sight in order to not be caught. And yet, the reason why he appeared in front of me is to think that you would be able to partially destroy my Beelzebub in less than half a day. Shiva. Shiva looks at the sky as he said this. I could tell a sense of abandonment from those words. But Beelzebub and the Kazama shinobis have done their job plenty well. They managed to stall the troops outside and the heroes that were the closest to you, and separated you from them. With this, we can truly have a 1 versus 1. Shiva. You, still want to fight? Haine. Of course. With just that superficial fight just now, don't think that you have seen the whole of my 1,600 years of studies. I haven't shown you everything yet. All the power of a god and a human. Shiva. Shiva takes a stance with his pair of guns. Releasing divine power as the wind god Quasar to a point that it would damage the flesh, I will smash you with all the abilities that this body has learned. The power of a god and the techniques of a human, at the time when it surpasses the limit, even I don't know what will occur. There's no opponent as fitting as you, Dark God Entropy, in smashing them with this. Shiva. That's why you went as far as using the mother monster to pull me away from the others? In order to have a true 1 versus 1 fight? Haine. Who knows? It is just that this fight between gods that will be occurring now, it would be a waste to show it to humans. Shiva. I wonder how serious are those words, not. It is true that a fight that will be utilizing the very depths of a god's power is something that can't be shown to humans. It would reveal our identities, and the effects it would have on the human society would not be normal. Also, if a human were to get close to a clash between gods, they would get dragged into it and won't leave a trace behind. Could it be that Shiva was? Now, take off that human body and come at me. A battle where the wind god Quasar bets his all. I will take you on, summit of gods. Shiva. And in response to the enthusiastic Shiva, I don't wanna. Haine. I give out an immediate answer. What? Shiva. I don't want to fight you. It is fine as long as you call off the flies that are clinging onto the humans. Haine. I knew you would say that. That's why I had Beelzebub take control of the humans beforehand. What it means is that, if you want to save them, you have to fight me and defeat me. Shiva. Shiva. Haine. I have prepared such a setup. If you pulverize this human body, Beelzebub will automatically fall, and the people who are controlled will be saved. The objective of you guys at first was to subjugate the mother monsters, right? Isn't that nice then? All your objectives have overlapped. Shiva. So he calculated that far when he had the mother monster rampage? All in order to have a serious fight with me? Even so, I don't want that. I can't fight you. Haine. You are still hesitating? Shiva. Because you have already won against me. Haine. What? Shiva. He has already won. Those words caught him by surprise. The proof of that is this city. Haine. From the roof we are standing on, I was able to take a look at the cityscape of Rudra's metropolis. I, who was high in the sky a while ago, was able to see it in a much bigger picture. Giant constructions, they were all systematically sorted in divisions. The people there have come out to see what the uproar is all about, but even so, they are not panicking around. It is proof of their utmost trust towards the rulers of this city, the Wind Church. You were the one that made this city, right? You gave birth to this city as a god, and raised this city as a founder. That's something I couldn't do in the 1,600 years I was sleeping. Haine. You love humans from the bottom of your heart after all. You love humans, and tried to guide them, but because of the seal, you couldn't do that. This Rudra's metropolis is exactly what you wanted to make. Shiva. So you get it. What you wanted to do but couldn't, I was able to. That's why it is my win, is that what you are saying? What about it? Shiva. Shiva said this with a face as if scoffing. I created this city in order to defeat you. In terms of pure God power, there's no one who can stand up against you. Resisting the shame, I try to devise a new power to defeat you. This city is my laboratory for experimentation. For several centuries, I have been polishing my power to defeat you. But I couldn't reach it. Shiva. That shouldn't be the only thing that you obtained from this city. Haine. The several centuries he lived at the Wind Church. Just how many humans were born and how many died? The wind god Quasar should have been living together with them all this time. Shiva, this is not the only time that you have incarnated as a human, right? Haine. The moment I died, I would soon incarnate into a baby in this city again. I have been living in this Wind Church practically without pause. I don't remember accurately how many times I have incarnated anymore. Shiva. No wonder the gods weren't able to catch your whereabouts. Haine. And what about it? How many times do I have to say it before you understand? For me, this place is only a laboratory to experiment ways to obtain the power to defeat you. The humans that live here are just assistants in my research, and are more like guinea pigs. Stop it with your naive way of thinking as if everything is a flower field. Shiva. I saw this city from the sky. The city is ordered methodically like a go board. It is a bit of a suffocating place, but that's just how you are. Even so, there's hospitals, schools, and facilities for recreation like parks. Haine. Wind founder Shiva. Wind god Quasar. If you really thought of the people here as guinea pigs, you wouldn't made such buildings. I can tell. The humans, you actually, Haine. And Usama, dot. The words I was about to continue had been interrupted by someone. When I turn around, someone shows up from the stairs to the roof. Probably a woman I have met for the first time. And there's also Karen-san following right behind. Haine-san. Karen. Karen? Why are you here by yourself? Haine. Karen-san runs to me. On the other hand, the woman I have seen for the first time runs towards Shiva. Haine-san. The founder Samas have all escaped Rudra's metropolis, and are heading towards the troops of their respective faction to regroup with them. Narek-chan, Celestus-chan, and Seisi-chan are together with them as bodyguards. Karen. Are you fine being here then, Karen-san? Yurishiro-sama is together with Doraha-san. They have headed to where the Aurora Night Corps are. Yurishiro-sama actually wanted to come here as well, but she said she can't abandon her comrades, Karen. I am relieved that her common sense as a founder is still working. And so, I have a message from Yurishiro-sama to Haine-san. Karen. Yes? Haine. The key to open the heart of the wind founder Shiva-sama is that person there, she said. Karen. I follow the gaze of Karen-san, and there's the mysterious woman that appeared suddenly. Is it my imagination that her appearance resembles that of Shiva? She is the little sister of the founder Shiva-san, Hayo-san. Karen. Little sister? Haine. Well, yeah, even if he is the incarnation of a god, that doesn't mean he was born from the ground. He has parents, so obviously, there's the possibility of having siblings. Even if they are siblings of an incarnator, the other side will be actual proper humans. They will have the soul of a human, and in a spiritual sense, they have no connections to a god at all. But humans don't connect with others simply spiritually. A blood connection is also a splendid connection between hearts. Haine-san, there's something I want you to hear. Karen. Yeah? Haine. This is something I heard from Hayo-san just a few moments ago, but Yurishiro-sama wanted me to tell Haine-san just how the current wind capital, Rudra's metropolis, was created and how they have continued existing until now. She said it was really important. Karen. The birth of the wind capital, and its development. That in itself is the personal history of the 1,600 years of the wind god Quasar. 162, Next Path of the Wind. This is the story that has been passed down in the wind scriptures, the story of the beginnings of the wind church. The person that was the founder of the wind church was said to be a person that had no place to call a homeland and lived a nomadic life, moving from one settlement to other. Leading a group of people that had no place as well, they had a long journey in search of a land where they can live peaceably. But they were not accepted anywhere, and their journey with no destination continued. By the time he was beginning to think that he would become a corpse on the roadside, a god appeared. The god introduced itself. I am the wind god Quasar. The god that governs over wind can't give them a land for them to live peacefully. But blowing a tailwind on them on their journey, it could protect the travelers. If you revere me as your god, I will blow wind that protects you wanderers. I will provide you with a place at the other side of the wind. And so, the founder of the wind accepted that proposal, and the nomads there had become the wind church. A miracle happened soon after. Right after they received the oracle, the wife of the founder that was unable to have a child for a long time had conceived a child, and a healthy boy was born. The treasured son of the founder was smart and wise since very young, and when he became an adult, he was the strongest and smartest in the church. He became an excelling leader. The wind church began to develop and grow to be the true wind church in essence when this man had become the founder. By that time, the earth, water, fire, and light churches had begun to take form as well. They pressed forward in seeking for new believers, and increased their influence followed by their military power. From within those, the wind church, which was the weakest and smallest of them, took advantage of not having a set base to appear and disappear, making sport of the churches that tried to oppose them. Even when time passed, the wind church continued having excellent founders, and in the state where the 5 churches competed with each other, they continued holding a peculiar spot for themselves. In time, ethereal was discovered, and with the decision of the founders at that time, the research began as soon as possible. Following the orders of the successive founders and utilizing the know-hows of the varied fields as time went on, they finally completed the moving city, Rudra's metropolis. At that time, the wind people finally obtained a land to live in. The wind had reached their goal. Apparently, Shiva-san is the first founder since the time this moving city was completed. Karen-san tells me the story just as she was told, probably from the girl called Haine. He took the initiative to lead the church that was completely new in all aspects, and kept in order the wind church that had stopped being nomadic, and yet, still continue being wanderers. For the people of Rudra's metropolis, Shiva-san is an incredibly popular founder-san, they say. Karen. On the other side, Shiva was being clung onto by her little sister Haine. Anu-sama. Please tell them the truth. Haine. The sudden appearance of his little sister had made Shiva silent. Lately, you have been gathering information from the Kazama shinobis that you have spread around various places, and I could tell that the more information you gathered, the grimmer your expression got. And then, when the call from the founder came this time around, it was as if you had been waiting for it. Haine. There was something that bothered me from what those two were talking about. Kazama? Haine. It is apparently the official name of the Wind Church's military power, the Whirlwind Raid Corps. Kazama means spies of the wind. They fight as well, but more than that, they infiltrate the other churches, and their main duty is to steal information. Thanks to that, we don't know anything about the Wind Church, and yet, the Wind Church knows a variety of things about us, it seems. Karen. They had such a system. In that case, could it be that the battles with the fire cow Phalaris, the Hydra serpent, and Grandma would have reached the ears of Shiva as well? If that really is true, if in that, he had information of a man that controlled a black substance. I don't understand why Anu-sama is so concerned with that man called Koramiya Haine. But Anu-sama has never said anything wrong until now. That's why this time as well, in order to create a 1 versus 1, we have taken the role of stalling the founders and heroes of the other churches. But Haine. Hayo's expression changes into one of pain. It was as if she had resolved herself as she continued her words. The people of the outside said this. The identity of the wind barrier is a fiendish monster. They said that Anu-sama is using it to destroy the world. I don't want to believe that. But. Hayu. Shiva. Shiva stopped his sister, who was trying to say more. The tone of voice that he followed with was as if saying that he wouldn't allow her to get in the way, and at the same time, it felt as if he was being considerate of not hurting the other party. I am trying to finish a duty of mine, not a duty that I have been continuing for a long time. Koramiya Haine, what you want to know is the way to stop Beelzebub, right? Shiva. Yeah. Haine. Since the words had changed direction towards me, I answer. Stopping it is easy. As long as I order them, they will obey. But with just that, the situation won't be resolved. Shiva. What? Haine. Beelzebub is an army of billions, and yet, it is one monster. It is not that each one of them has a will of its own. They possess a joint will shared through an element wave. They are an army, yet, the reason why they are able to obey my orders all at once is because of this. Shiva. And what of it? Don't beat around the bush. Haine. That joint will through elemental wave isn't perfect. When it separates from the swarm, and goes out of the effective range of the joint will, that individual will lose its will as Beelzebub. If they are caught in something and are cut off from the elemental wave, they will end up in that same state as well. Shiva. Wah? Then, could it be? Haine. The flies that have invaded the bodies of the humans and are currently the most pressing issue right now are. Just as you have concluded, the ones that have usurped the body of the humans, due to being inside the body, they have separated from the will of Beelzebub. And so, those ones will faithfully follow the last order they received. Shiva. The order of filling the usurped humans with eggs? Haine. That's right. The time they leave the body of the humans is when they have executed their order. In other words, when the eggs hatch, they will come out together with the monsters that eat their way out of the host. Shiva. Then there's no point. Most of the troops outside Rudra's metropolis must have been usurped by Beelzebub already. Are you saying that those people have no choice but to be the seedbed of the flies and die? There's only one way though. It is not to control Beelzebub, but to kill it. Shiva. Kill it? Is it possible? Haine. Beelzebub is one and many. Each one of the billions of flies have their own body, but they are just one. There's one individual that stands on top of all the flies. It can be considered the Lord of Flies. Shiva. As long as I defeat that, all of Beelzebub will die. Is that what you are saying? The humans outside that have been usurped by flies as well without exception? Then let's find that Lord of Flies and defeat it. As fast as possible. Haine. Karen-san, who was listening to the talk, also joined on the plan. Well then, the next problem is where this Lord of Flies is. There's no need to look for it. Shiva. Shiva says. The Lord of Flies is here. Inside of me, inside my heart. Shiva. Saying this, Shiva points at the left side of his chest. Koramiya Haine, if you want to get rid of Beelzebub and save the people outside, pierce my heart, and erase the Lord of Flies. With that, everything will end. Everything. Shiva. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163 to 164, an attack to end it all. Heart? Why is it in such a place? Haine. Didn't I say so? That's the kind of setup I prepared. Quasar. Words that are not voiced out, words that are transmitted through the soul waves. That Shiva, he is going to talk about something that he doesn't want Karen-san and Haya to hear. In order to have you fight me seriously, I made it so everything that resolves it will overlap with my death. That's why I left the Lord of Flies here. Quasar. Shiva once again taps on his left chest. No way. Then, in order to completely stop Beelzebub. Hayu. We have to hit Shiva-san's heart too? Karen. The conclusion it led to had made Karen-san and Hai tremble in fear. You can't. You definitely can't. There must be a way to. Hayu. The Lord of Flies is inside my heart. Earth, water, fire, wind, light, no matter what element is used, it is not possible to conveniently destroy only the Lord of Flies. Haine, that goes for your dark divine power too. Shiva. Shiva's gaze is directed straight at me. The waves of the soul once again undulate. This is my way of putting an end to things. Quasar. Shiva, the wind god Quasar said. The first time I felt that humans were a threat was soon after the history of humans began. The time when the dark underworld country fell. On the verge of destruction, the rage of a single human had begun eating away light, and was becoming bigger without limits. Quasar. The shadow hero, Dorahaha. Learning the technique to change the light divine power to shadow from the Queen Izanami, she was a combatant with no equal. But she went on a rampage because of the grief of her falling country, and ended up becoming the very embodiment of a shadow that devours all light. We four base elements couldn't do anything about that. If inflation hadn't appeared in a hurry to seal it, the world would have fallen at that point. At that moment, I felt the fearsomeness of humans. If I were to research that, I wondered if I could defeat you, Entropy. Quasar. That's why you made contact with the humans, is that what you are trying to say? At that time, I was also told about the power of prayers by inflation, and I got more and more into humans. I incarnated as a human on my own will, even imitated what inflation did, learned from humans, and sipped on the power the humans gave to me. It was all for the sake of winning against Entropy. But, Quasar. That guy's face, Shiva's face, smiled in self-derision. It is just as you say. I at some point in time ended up loving humans. Living together with them, fighting together with them, and the city that was raised through ups and downs. Not only did this become irreplaceable for the humans, it also became irreplaceable for me. Quasar. Wind capital, Rudra's metropolis. The city that the wind god and wind people created by supporting each other. But even so, I am a god. I can't do something as shameful as bending my original intention. The wind church that I raised in order to defeat you, this Rudra's metropolis that exists to defeat you, the moment I learned about your return, I couldn't not challenge you. And so, today I was splendidly defeated. Quasar. I felt that the image I had of him was slowly being changed. From the beginning, this guy didn't have any intentions in destroying the humans. Even if he had fallen into despair after being defeated by me, he had no intentions of dragging the humans down with him. That's not the reason why he had Beelzebub go on a rampage. You wanted me to kill you? Entropy. In order to corner me into having no options but to do that, you prepared Beelzebub? Entropy. If I can't surpass you in those 1,600 years I devoted myself, I wanted to at least fall by your hands. Quasar. This conversation is something I can't have Hayo and Karen-san hear no matter what. He thought that if he were to threaten me to destroy the humans, I who loves humans from the depths of my heart, would kill Shiva in order to stop that. Did you really think that? The Wind Church has already obtained their promised land that is Rudra's metropolis. There's already no need for me to stay. Humans would end up relying too much on gods. The last selfishness I have is dark god Entropy to be put to an end by the ultimate god. After killing this body, you can seal or erase or do whatever you want to my god self as well. Quasar. The sounds of the soul stopped. Now, if you are going to do it, you better be fast. The flies that have usurped the humans' bodies will finish laying all the eggs after a day. If that happens, even if you were to wipe out Beelzebub, it would be pointless. Shiva. Fine. Haine. A swirl of dark matter is released from both of my hands. Haine-san? Karen. What are you doing? Stop it. Hayu. Without giving any time for Karen and Haya to stop me, both of my hands hit the chest of Shiva. Dark matter, set, Haine. Shiva was blown away by the impact. He falls face up on the floor powerless. At the same time as this happened, an overwhelming change occurred in the sky. The black army of flies, those guys that still covered the sky even when I had erased close to half of them, began dying away as if in sync with Shiva. I could even hear the sound of each and every one of the flies vanishing. Several millions were occurring consecutively, so with only just that, it was enough to ring in my ears. But their destruction was occurring practically at the same time, so the sound soon stopped. The black lid disappeared, and the sky spread through our vision. Beelzebub has died. That means Karen. Anusama. Anusama. Hayu. Haya clings onto the body of Shiva. No, Anusama. Please don't die. No, no. Yuwa Aya. Hayu. The evil in Rudra's metropolis is gone now. The people that had their body usurped by the flies at the surroundings of the city must be regaining their consciousness right about now. The fight has finished. Haine-san. Karen. Karen-san looks at me as if biting at me. She didn't say anything, but her gaze was as if shouting, "Why did you kill him?" If I hadn't defeated Shiva, the Lord of Flies inside of him, the situation couldn't be salvaged. Because Karen-san knew this, she couldn't criticize me straight on. Even so, there's no way she would obediently accept it. That's why I simply accepted that glare. It was beginning to hurt me already, so I speak. How long are you planning on laying down there? Haine. 164, wind's direction. Someone got up while patting the head of the clinging Hayu. Seeing this, Karen-san makes a face as if she saw a zombie. Shiva-san is alive? What? Karen. Shiva, that should have been dead after being pierced in the heart, got up as if nothing had happened, and it looks like Karen-san is in big confusion right now. Haine. You. Shiva. Shiva himself seems to be bewildered. Looks like he himself doesn't know why he is alive. Well, that's understandable. The Lord of Flies, that served as the core of Beelzebub and was lodged inside the heart of Shiva, was supposed to be destroyed along with the outside after all. Let's explain it to him then. The second property of dark matter, gravity manipulation. Haine. By using that property, I released a gravity blade at a single direction. Should I call it a gravity laser? It was a laser that I adjusted its power in order to not destroy the body. That penetrated the flesh, and Shiva, your body was penetrated without harming it. Haine. And you used that to destroy the Lord of Flies, you say? But if it doesn't destroy the flesh, then it should be able to penetrate the Lord of Flies in the same way and not destroy it. Shiva. Shiva stands up staggering. Even if he is weakened, it looks like he still has the guts to give out questions that sound like complaints. That's right. That's why I released a gravity blade from 2 points, my right and left hand. Haine. I show both of my hands that are still smoldering. The gravity blade that came out from 2 points entered the body of Shiva, crossed over inside his body, and drew an X. At the intersection point, the Lord of Flies was there. If it's one blade, the gravity blade wouldn't be able to harm matter, but once two overlap, it can show power that surpasses that. At the place where 2 gravity blades overlap, the Lord of Flies was crushed and died. Without hurting any other parts. Koramiya Haine. You really are. Shiva. While being supported by Hayu, Shiva comes to where I am. Even if I held back, his body was hit with dark matter, so there's no way the damage would be zero. Toraido Shiva. Haine. Wind God Quasar. I will say it once more. You think you couldn't win against me. But in my perspective, I have already lost. You really got me right in your palms in a lot of cases. Haine. I grabbed his collar and forcefully brought him close to me. You saw the potential of humans, and in order to reach out to it, you got close to humans, and in the end, lived together with them. Opening way to a new civilization, leading a group, sharing joys and sorrows, you have lived together with humans all the way until now. Those are things I wanted to do. In the 1,600 years I was sealed, you have fulfilled that wish of mine more than I could have expected. This city, the people living in it. It is the very thing I wanted to make. You went and stole a march to make it, and yet, you say you lost? It is the contrary. I am filled with a sense of defeat right now. This land that you have made, the things you gave form to, are things that are leaps and bounds superior to that of a title like Ultimate God. Haine. It is splendid. Releasing Shiva's collar, he staggered back around 3 steps, and his back was once again supported by Hayu. I have lost. Shiva. Anusama? Hayu. Ignoring for now Hayu, who was making a dubious expression, Shiva mutters. As expected, I don't think I can possibly be able to compare to you. To think you would be able to make my defeat shine with so much worth. Rudra's metropolis. Shiva. At the top of the Wind Church's headquarters, we look down at the cityscape. A shining defeat, huh? Sounds like a joke. Shiva. Like I said, that's not it. Call it a victory. Haine. The 2 girls look at us in confusion, at the 2 of us that stand side by side. At any rate, with this, the incident at the Wind capital, Rudra's metropolis, has reached a conclusion. After the fight concluded, we were completely exhausted and didn't feel like moving. We were staying at the penthouse of a hotel at the Wind Church's multi-storied division. At a place a bit far away, Karen-san and Hayu were conversing. Blue sky. Hayu. What's the matter, Hayu-san? Karen. It is my first time seeing it. I have never left Rudra's metropolis once in my life, and Rudra's metropolis has been covered by the wind barrier since I can remember. Hayu. Seriously? That's not good. Hayu-san needs to learn about more things. Karen. Voices that were high and cheerful enough to melt the brain were ringing in our ears. Looks like there's still room for improvement in this metropolis. Shiva. Haine. But now that it is over and I properly look back at it, the very first objective we had, the subjugation of the mother monster, has been completed, so it should be a result worthy of celebration. Wind Mother Monster, Beelzebub. Several billions of flies created a swarm, and they were all one monster as a whole. It seems like they move at different locations to lay eggs that gave birth to wind element monsters, but now, that will stop. But why is it that you used a mother monster as a barrier? Could it be that you wanted to gain faith with it just like Mantle did? Haine. Don't joke around. For me, mother monsters are something I don't care about. It is simply something I created due to the relationship I have with the base elements, and because it would serve as a way to temper the members of the Wind Church. The reason why I used Beelzebub as a wind barrier was simply because I was giving use to what I had at hand. Shiva. I see. Haine. It is quite the dangerous talk here, but Karen-san and Hayu shouldn't be able to hear it with them concentrating on their own conversation, right? But no, Koramiya Haine, you are not thinking that you have defeated Beelzebub with this, right? Shiva. Is that not the case? Haine. It may have been the core and its lord, but a mother monster that would be wiped out just by crushing one fly would be way too brittle, don't you think? In case something like this happened, I properly created an insurance. Shiva. Yeah? And here I thought it would be over. Beelzebub has laid a special egg somewhere, and has it hidden. It is called the Green Emperor egg, you see. Once the Lord of Flies dies, it will automatically hatch, and a new lord will be born. Shiva. Then, as long as I don't destroy that one too, Haine. No matter how many times you defeat it, you will go right back where you started. Shiva. What's with that? I finally felt accomplished for a moment there, and yet, that has all gone out flying and was replaced by an exhaustion that was multiplied by several times. But it will take some time before the Green Emperor egg hatches out after the death of the Lord of Flies. If you crush the egg before that happens, Beelzebub will meet its true end. Let's do that immediately. Shiva. Is what Shiva says as he stands up swaying around. Is that fine? Crushing the mother monster. Haine. Did you not listen to what I said? I don't care about mother monsters. But as the Wind Founder, there's no benefit in me going against the consensus of the 5 churches. I will be having those flies take their leave in duty. Shiva. What a cool way of thinking as a founder. He has lived a long life as a human, so he must not feel it as pressing that the faith humans have of him as a god is lowering. In the first place, I feel like he has obtained a lot more religious faith from the humans compared to the other gods. From now on, if we deepen our friendship with the other churches, there will be no need for something like a wind barrier after all. Shiva. What did you say just now? Haine. Shiva said something under his breath, as if speaking to himself. At this very moment, the wind is trying to change its direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165 to 166, The Calamity Doesn't End. And so, where is that egg San? Haine. At the bottom of this Rudra's metropolis base. I made it so it wouldn't be possible to find it in normal circumstances, but I am an exception. They can't hide anything from me. Shiva. Well, you are the very god that created them after all. We continue talking about this situation that would normally be quite troublesome without the god himself guiding. But what should we do about the girls there? Bringing them with us is a bit, Haine. We can just make a random reason to move on our own. I am the Wind Founder, you know. I am in a position that can order people around. Shiva. That's true, but after rampaging as much as you wanted, it is a bit hard to swallow that you are actually a founder, you know. But even so, we will be going there to cut off the last line that Beelzebub left. The obvious questions that Karen-san and company would ask would be, what is that egg? How did you find it? Which are the obvious questions that will come, and trying to answer them would be a pain. Haine-san. Karen. Yes, this is Haine. Haine. Is what I was thinking when Karen-san spoke to me. What is that egg? Karen. From the mouth of Karen-san, the question that would be incredibly troublesome if asked had come out. Why now? I thought that she would ask of this when we have moved to a different place though. I turn at the strangeness of that question, and there really was an egg. It was floating in the air. I could tell at one glance that it was giving vibes different from that of a chicken egg. It had a more soft membrane-looking shell, an insect egg. And as if it had telekinetic powers, it was floating in the air. Its surface was completely green, like that of an emerald, and a transparency that felt as if it was breathed underwater. And so... could it be that's the Green Emperor egg? Haine. Why yeah. But why is it at a place like this? In order for the green emperor egg to not be caught in the eye of anyone, I hid it at the shadows of the base of Rudra's metropolis. The size as well. It is an egg to give birth to Beelzebub, you know? It should be as big as the tip of the pinky finger. Shiva. But we were able to notice the egg that is floating right now in front of our very eyes immediately, and I can even feel an ominousness that is overwhelming. This size is enough to hold a whole human inside. Koramiya Haine. Attack the green emperor egg. If it's your dark matter, you should be able to return anything to nothingness. Shiva. Why me? You can do it. You know everything about that thing, right? Haine. And I have judged that the best way is to use your dark matter. Or more like, I also don't understand this situation. Like hell I would be able to finish off that disgusting thing with my own hands. Shiva. This bastard spilled out his real feelings. Haine. In the time Shiva and I were making a ruckus, the situation progressed. Probably to the worst path. Who are you? That voice sent shivers down the spine of Shiva, Karen-san, Hayo, and I. That voice just now, Karen. It wasn't the voice of anyone here, right? Then, just now was. Haine. From that egg? Right back at you. Just what are you? As if by reflex, someone asked back. Who am I? The egg asks once more. But that question was not directed at anyone, it was a question directed at itself. I see, so mother died. That's why I will be born. I will move towards the fate that has been established for me. The egg that was covered in a dark green membrane began to flicker. Something was about to happen. I have been thinking for a long time. Why were we born? What? For all living beings, there should be a reason for their birth. There should be meaning in their life. I was thinking of that reason. As I thought of this, several thousands to millions of my brethren died. There was no point in us. The flickering sensation of the egg steadily became stronger. The light itself increased in potency. We were born pointlessly, and died pointlessly. I began to wonder, aren't we pointless from the very beginning? No. As if displaying the emotions of the owner of that voice, the light became stronger. Emotions? We are also alive. We are alive, so we have to do something. I have been thinking. I have been thinking all this time. As I continued my thinking, Mother gave birth to me. A cracking noise resounded. The sound of something breaking. At the same time as that happened, a single tear ran through the giant green egg. In order to find the answer, just thinking about it won't make the answer appear. I must take action. In order to take action, I need a body. A body that is the strongest and the mightiest. That is me. I who was given birth by my demonic mother. From the crack that ran at the middle of the egg, something was coming out from it. Wings? Butterfly wings? I was born for the sake of leading all of the demonic beings. I was born from a demonic mother in order to give meaning to the demonic beings that had pointless flesh and received pointless deaths. My demonic mother poured all of her life into me, and gave birth to me. The dark green eggshell broke in several small pieces, and what was inside was revealed. It was a child. A child that was small in height. He looked like a child that had nothing strange at all, but there was a single thing that was abnormal. From his back, he had butterfly wings of erratic design. And then, the child speaks. He continues the words he had been speaking of until now. After 100 years, we demons have obtained the ability to think and seek for meaning. I am the means for that end, the means for that step. In order to lead my brethrens that still hold no soul to what lies further beyond, I have been born to become their Lord. In other words, I am. He is. The Demon Lord. He continued. I am the Wind Demon Lord, Raphael. That is my name, my meaning, and what I have to do. Raphael. 166, Birth of a Demon. Wind Demon Lord, Raphael. This mysterious child that suddenly appeared certainly did introduce himself as so. His look is indeed small and frail, a child with a pure face you could find anywhere, but the butterfly wings that spread from his back were abnormal. Moreover, he came out from the egg that was called Green Emperor Egg. Originally, that egg should have given birth once again to the Wind Mother monster, Beelzebub, right? Are you a monster? Shiva. The one who asked this of the child the fastest was Shiva. Monster. That is how the humans call us. I, Raphael, if asked if I am a monster or not, I only have one answer, that's right. Raphael. At that answer, everyone here had their skin shiver. I am the one who was born to become the leader of the wind element monsters, Demon Lord Raphael. Raphael. Impossible. Shiva. Shiva shouts as if in madness. A monster has taken the form of a human and can speak? There's no way a monster with such intelligence exists. I have not ma. Shiva. Saying until that part, Shiva's mouth shuts. There's Karan-san and Haine close by. He must have felt that he needed to be careful with his words as the wind god Quasar. Foolish human. All things face vicissitudes. They don't stay at one state of being. From that change, they will look at higher heights and walk the path of evolution. Don't think that is a privilege of only you humans. That's nothing but arrogance. Raphael. The demon lord that calls himself Raphael says this as if spitting those words out. We monsters also evolve and walk forward. And the result is as you see before your eyes. The demon lord Raphael. My mother, Beelzebub, lived for close to 100 years, and after experiencing several thousands to millions to billions of experiences, she obtained the ability to think, she obtained sentience. And so, she began to question what we were, and for what reason we exist. Raphael. What did you say? Shiva. From the looks of Shiva's shock, I can tell that not even the god himself was expecting this. And so, the mother monster had reached a temporary conclusion, I can't reach the answer myself. That's why mother gave birth to me. The next generation in order to obtain the answer. The parents ask, and the child answers. That is the basis of evolution for living beings. Therefore, I will be the bearer of a new era for us monsters. I will fulfill that duty. Raphael. What are you planning on doing? Haine. This time, I ask Raphael. It was so sudden, moreover, a situation that was so unexpected, my thoughts had still not caught on yet. Even so, I have no choice but to understand it. I have to know what it is that will be occurring from now on. By the way, Karan-san and Haine were completely unable to follow and were staring blankly. You will become the one who guides monsters, you will create a new era for the monsters, I understand that. But what is it you are going to do exactly in order to reach that objective of yours? Do you have a plan? Haine. Of course. Raphael. The demon lord Raphael says. We exterminate you humans. Raphael. A shock ran through my body. From the mysterious and unknown existence, hostility was directed at us for the first time. In the first place, we monsters have been given that duty by some unknown being. Oppose humans, attack humans. I don't know from who this order is, but since the moment we were born, it has been edged deep down in ourself. We act with that as our base of action. That is. Shiva. Shiva wanted to say something, but Raphael ignored it and continued. In this surface world, there's no need for two supreme rulers. That's why, we will carry out the duty that is edged deeply inside ourselves for our own sake. We will eradicate the humans, and when the world has become ours completely, the meaning of our existence should be visible. Raphael. The butterfly wings at the back of Raphael spread. And then, they flap. With just that simple action, for tornadoes were created from all four sides of Raphael. Wah! Evade it, it is dangerous. Haine. Kaya ah. We were flustered by the rampaging tornadoes, but their target wasn't us. The tornadoes move as they undulated, and scatter to their respective directions. To begin with, let's destroy the city that is at my feet. Without leaving a single one alive, without leaving a single piece of rubble behind. Turning everything related to humans to ashes, we will use that as the foundation stone for the new era of us monsters. Raphael. Rudra's metropolis is. Haine. This is bad. All the tornadoes that Raphael released are calamity class. What it swallows, whether it is human or a building, it will mow it down. Is it exactly because he was born from the wind mother, and he himself is calling himself the wind demon lord that he is able to show power in such shape? But even so, being able to create 4 tornadoes of such power is abnormal. Managing such feat in one flutter is not possible for humans or monsters. His power is already stepping into the realm of gods? You bastard! Shiva. Shiva kicks the ground and faces Raphael, who is suspended in midair with his big wings. Unsheathing his wind twin guns, Fumakotaro, he fired air bullets, but they were stopped by an invisible wall. A wall of air? Don't underestimate me. Shiva. Being hit multiple times by the wind twin guns, the wall of air was destroyed, and Shiva closed onto Raphael. Stop it. Stop it right now. The ones who ordered you monsters to attack humans were the gods. But the gods didn't wish for humans to be eradicated. What you are trying to do is a deviation of duty. Shiva. Gods. The ones you humans call the 5 gods of creation? Idiotic. What about it? Raphael. Raphael's attitude was cold. No matter who was the one who ordered us, we were the ones who decided on destroying the humans. It was our will. Deciding on your own actions is a natural privilege of living beings. Even if your gods are our creators as well, they can't violate our privilege. Raphael. Gawa. Shiva. The squall that Raphael caused blew away Shiva. Right before Shiva hit the floor, I caught him. Are you okay? Haine. Now that it has come to this, there's no choice but for me to defeat that guy. Demon Lord, Raphael. He is a clear threat to humans. If we don't defeat him here, the harm he will create will spread far. Wait, Haine. Shiva. Shiva must have felt my killing intent, he stopped me. I will defeat him. As the one responsible for creating him, I will. Shiva. But. Haine. Shiva created the wind element monsters as the wind god Quasar, and it is true that as a result, the demon lord Raphael has been born. That's why, it is not as if I don't understand how you feel. But even so, right now you have incarnated as a human, and are in complete tatters because of our fight today. There's no way you would have the remaining strength to oppose Raphael, who is close to being comparable to a god. The tornadoes are beginning to spread. Shiva. Just as Shiva said, the 4 tornadoes that Raphael released have already destroyed the buildings of the Wind Church, and they are about to step into the urban area of Rudra's metropolis. Those things that have been created from the divine power of the Demon Lord will surely destroy Rudra's metropolis without losing any strength as it moves. Not only the buildings of the city, there are also many lives there. The only one who can stop those tornadoes is you, who controls dark matter. I will take care of things here. That's why I leave my people in your care. Shiva. Shiva. Haine. Please. Shiva. I try to keep my expression from crumbling as I jump away. First, from the closest tornado. Even if it's a natural disaster that is comparable to that of the wrath of a god, in front of me, they are not a problem at all. I will deal with this as soon as possible and return. I leave things to you until I return, guardian of the wind people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167 to 169, Unyielding. Haine-san has jumped away. I understand. I Corin Karen understand. The reason why Haine-san has left this place is to protect Rudra's metropolis from the tornadoes. The only one who I know that can do something about those natural disaster level attacks is Haine-san. But if Haine-san leaves this place, the ones left here would be. And you are not going to run away as well, humans? Raphael. The child that is floating in the sky with his butterfly wings, the demon Lord Raphael. From every quiet word of his, there's a pressure that would make you want to cry. No matter the case, it is pointless. All the humans here will be destroyed by this wind demon Lord Raphael today. Your cries of agony will become the first baby cries for the birth of the monster's new era. Raphael. Don't let it get to your head, Dot. The one who faced the demon lord face-on was the hero or the wind hero. You are a shitty brat that hasn't even experienced one day since being born. You are already getting your facts wrong. The reason why Haine has left here was because we are dividing the work. He will protect this city, and I will defeat you. Write it down. Shiva. You as well, your misunderstanding is laughable. Raphael. From the childish face of Raphael, a scorning smile surfaces. A mere human is going to defeat me? Keep that conceitedness in check. This demon Lord Raphael was given the very life essence of my mother in order to become the leader that will lead all monsters. There's no way a mere human can stand against it. Raphael. That's right. I can tell because I have fought many monsters as the light hero. That small boy, his power as a monster is out of the bounds of understanding. He is the strongest monster from all the monsters I have fought until now. Stronger than the fire cow Phalaris, great sea serpent, and Grandma Wood. The 4 tornadoes that Raphael released nonchalantly as if waving his hand, with just a single one of those, it possessed power that surpasses that of the high-heat flash of the fire cow and the tsunami of the great sea serpent. And more than that, he is simply floating in mid-air, and yet, the pressure it is releasing from his small body is overwhelming to the extreme. Because of this, I can't move my body and can't stand. It looks like Haya-san is in the same state as me. Since the moment Raphael appeared, we haven't spoken a single word, not because we are speechless, but because we can't speak. Even a hero like me felt as if I was a frog being blared by a snake. Light hero, you said your name is Karen, right? Shiva. And the one who was a hero just like me, and the wind founder at the same time, Shiva-san. From how it looks, it seems you won't be able to move for a while. It is okay to take your time. Place strength in your legs, and when it is time to run away, please do so bringing Haya together with you. Shiva. Even though he is a hero too, he chose escaping as if it was a given. Haine-san is the same, but why is it that this person can move normally within this pressure? Anyu-sama. Anyu-sama. Hayu. Don't let out such shameful voice, Hayu. You and all the people in Rudra's metropolis, I will protect them all. Shiva. At the same time as he said this, he takes out his wind twin guns. Wind twin gun technique, crumble. Shiva. That is the wind attack that explodes at an area with 0 time lag that he showed in the fight with Haine-san. The time it takes to reach the target once the technique is released is 0, so, in theory, it should be impossible to deal with it. However, Gwa-wa! The one who was blown away was Shiva-san? To think that you would confront the wind demon lord with wind divine power, the very definition of a fool. Raphael. Without even moving a single finger, the demon lord Raphael was overwhelming Shiva-san. Since the moment I appeared here, the air in the surroundings has been under my control. Trying to attack me with that air is laughable. Actually, let me tell you that the only reason why you are even breathing right now is because I am allowing it. Raphael. It was at that moment. It hurts. I open my mouth to try to suck in air, and yet, air is not entering my mouth. Gahoo. Gee. It looks like Shiva-san and Hayo-san are in the same state. Could it be that he is really controlling the air and has sealed our ability to breath? Brittle, weak. To think we were allowing these weak living beings to act freely as rulers. But the era will change. From now on, monsters will be the ones leading the world. Raphael. Don't joke around. Shiva. Shiva-san shouts. Unable to breathe, he had his body curled up, and yet, even with that, the fire in his eyes had not extinguished. With just 100 years, you call yourselves the world's standard bearers? How absurd. Humans have devoted themselves in their studies for 10 times longer than that. Don't think you will win so easily. Shiva. Shiva-san coiled around wind in the surroundings? Ah. Hayu. I can breathe. Karan. Shiva-san released wind divine power and stole the control rights of the air around. So you will entertain me a bit, huh? In that case, Raphael. For the first time, Raphael moved his body in order to attack us. Even so, he simply held his hand up towards Shiva-san. It was only that, and yet. Shiva. Shiva-san is being crushed by air, but. Like hell I will lose to something of this degree. Shiva. Shiva-san breaks free from the compressed air. Holding up both twin guns, he fought a battle for the rights of the air against the demon lord, while shooting bullet airs non-stop. But all of them disappear into nothingness before they even reach the body of Raphael. How stupid humans are. Ending up all battered up, and knowing that you will not be able to defeat me, why is it that you still try to face me? Obediently accepting defeat, even if it will lead to death all the same, the amount of pain would be less. Raphael. Sadly to say, I am already used to challenging fights I know I can't win. Shiva. Bang 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 bang. Several tens of air bullets were shot from the muzzle of the twin guns. Even if they are bullets made of air, shooting them so repeatedly like that in that amount would definitely affect the body in some way. Bang 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 bang. Cracks begin to appear in the gun barrel. Humans are quite the unsightly living beings. Self-interested, stubborn, greedy, and they don't listen to what others say. All of those things end up troubling many people. Shiva. Shiva-san? That's why, even if I end up being obedient in the end, it wouldn't be cool at all. Lord of Monsters, let me tell you this. Don't look down on humans. Shiva. Wah. This is? Raphael. From the body of Shiva-san, wind divine power that can't be compared to any time before was gushing out from him. It is several tens of times more than the time when he was fighting Haine-san. To think he had such an amount of divine power in him. But if he were to release this much divine power at once, the recoil it would create would also be impossible. A mere human possessing this amount of divine power. Raphael. Didn't I tell you not to look down on humans? Even when helplessly cornered, they will not choose the intelligent option. That is the stubbornness of humans. Shiva. This is not good. If he continues releasing that much divine power, Shiva's body won't hold on. The twin guns have already crumbled to pieces, and in time, Shiva's body will face the same fate. Even so, with this, it feels like Shiva-san's offensive that sacrifices his very body will finally open a path in this fight against Raphael. Raphael still has leeway. At this rate, the curtains will fall with Shiva-san's self-destruction. Shiva-san won't be able to defeat the Demon Lord on his own. On his own, that is. 168, Shining Wind. My feet won't move. Even though I am not injured. I know. The reason why my feet won't move is because of fear. Get a grip on yourself. You are a hero, right? Move, me. Karen. As I sweat cold sweat from all the pores in my body, I somehow manage to stand up. The place I am headed to is only one. Haine-san. Haine-san. Are you okay? Karen. Torito Haine-san. The sister of the wind founder Shiva-san, and she herself is an excelling user of wind divine power. The reason why Shiva-san opened up his heart in the end was because she was there with us. And right now, that girl has been hit by the pressure of the Demon Lord Raphael, and is unable to move her body freely. I glance at the other side. I don't know if to call it fortunate, but thanks to Shiva-san's desperate effort, Demon Lord Raphael's attention is concentrated on him, and he is not paying attention to us at all. It can also be said that he didn't consider us worthy of attention from the very beginning though. Anyways, I have to utilize this situation to its best. Sorry, Haine-san. Can you move? Can you stand up? Karen. I can't. It feels as if my body is not my own. At this rate, running away is impossible. Hayu. It was as expected, but Haine-san's heart has completely broken. This is not good. Haine-san, listen here. We are not running away. On the contrary, we are going to fight. Karen. We are going to defeat that butterfly child. But that's something that by no means I would be able to do on my own. That's why, Haine-san, I want you to lend me your power. Karen. The moment she was told this, Haine-san's complexion became lighter than paper. Unless you are someone that's being exposed to the pressure of the Demon Lord, you wouldn't be able to understand her feelings right now. Even so, I still say it. Please, Haine-san, lend me your strength. Let's defeat Raphael together. Karen. Impossible. There's no way we can do that. There's no way we can defeat such a monster. Hayu. Haine-san says this as if crying it out. In truth, I would like to concur with that opinion myself. Not even Anusama is able to lift a finger against him, and yet, what can I who's not even a hero do? I am not strong. What can I do that Anusama can't? Hayu. I am also not strong. There's a lot of other people stronger than me. Karen. Haine-san, Yorishiro-sama, Dorahasan, just by thinking about it for a bit, I was able to bring out these many names. As the light hero, this is pretty pathetic. But none of these people are here right now. The ones here right now are only you and me. That's why there's no choice but for us to do something about it. Karen. But. Hayu. I understand that it is scary. But if we don't do anything here and now, the efforts of your brother will end up being pointless. Karen. At those words, I felt like the eyes of Haine-san that were dyed completely in fear until now had begun showing something different for a moment there. Shiva-san, your brother is fighting Raphael with enough drive to exhaust his very life. But that's probably the most he can do. The body of Shiva-san will not be able to endure the divine power he himself is releasing, and will collapse. Karen. Shiva-san himself knows that this is what's going to happen and still decided to do it. What that person is aiming for is the very definition buying time. If the fight continues like this, Haine-san, who has gone to erase the 4 tornadoes, will return. And then, he is waiting for Haine-san to defeat Raphael. But by that time, Shiva-san would have already destroyed himself. That person is exchanging his very life for time. In order to avoid that, we have to move now. Karen. Different emotions were welling up from the eyes of Haine, and it was driving off the color of fear. What should I do? Hayu. Even if you say all that, I can't find a single way to stop that monster in my techniques. What should I do to save Anu-sama? Hayu. Accurately speaking, it is not the power of just Hayo-san and I. And in reality, Shiva-san is the one that is keeping Raphael in place right now. We have to defeat Raphael by utilizing that situation to the fullest. But how? Raphael nullified all the shots of the wind twin guns of Shiva-san, and there's not a single wound on him. There's a wind barrier around that child's surroundings, and it automatically protects him. Even if Hayo-san were to use the gun that has a long gun barrel, it would most likely be the same result. I think it would be hard to defeat him in one hit with my Light Divine Blade and Light Divine Line. And if we don't defeat him in one hit, it will definitely turn into something bad. That Raphael definitely has the power to wipe both of us out in the spare time he is fighting with Shiva-san after all. That's why, can you do this? Karen. Hayo-san and I will combine our powers. I will condense my light divine power to its very limits. I will create a super compressed light divine power that is stronger than the holy light line that works with the same principle. You are telling me to use that as a bullet and shoot it? Hayu. Can you do it? Karen. I think I can. This divine tool, the wind head gun, and Azuno is a gun that can shoot the formless divine power. If it's just changing wind divine power for light divine power, there's probably no problem. Hayu. Okay. I fought Hayo-san not that long ago. And at that fight, she showed incredible accuracy in her sniping, and even now, it still makes me shiver. The light divine power is slightly advantageous to all elements. If it's a super compressed bullet of that, it should be able to penetrate the air barrier that is protecting Raphael. And with the accuracy of Hayo-san, we will shoot the head of Raphael. With this, I can see hope in defeating him. But, if it were to miss, Hayu. What are you saying? When you fought us, you practically didn't miss at all, right? Karen. Honestly speaking, if Mirik-chan, who had an advantage in elements, wasn't there, we would have lost for sure. I believe in Hayo-san's sniping skill. I believe that you will hit for sure. If we don't believe, we won't get anywhere. Hesitating to believe is pointless. Karen. It might be strange to believe in someone I just met today. However, I will follow my instinct that has been honed in the many hardships I have faced. It is telling me that I can believe in this person. By throwing away the thought of whether to believe, the true way to believe is born. That's what you said too, right, Anu-sama? Hayu. Please lend me a shoulder. Hayu. Ah, like this? Karen. Hayo-san places the gun barrel at my shoulder and fixes it in place. It must be a technique to avoid the shaking in the moment of the shot and have the aim slip. It is the same as a sniper. If I don't throw away the wish of hitting the target, I won't be able to hit the target that is the Demon Lord. Resolve myself and leave it all to my body. Just as I have been training every day. Clean the mind. Forget your very breathing, and as if a snowflake is falling, pull the trigger. Hayu. I couldn't tell when it happened. It must have been because it was a way too natural of a movement. It should have been something incredible, and yet, even I felt as if the sound of the wind that rang was a natural one. By the time I noticed, the head of the Demon Lord Raphael had bursted to pieces. 169, at the place the wind leads. The sound of a asterisk bang. Asterisk resounded in the place. What was shot as a bullet was the light divine power I imbued for Hayo-san. The light divine power that holds a slight advantage on all elements pierced through the wind barrier of Raphael as we wanted, and slipped into the vital area that is the cranium, and blew up the head itself. Aside from the remaining parts of his head, he is still floating as he has been until now, but the overwhelming pressure, and the wind barrier has disappeared, and the compressed air that was attacking Shiva-san has disappeared as well. We did it? Did we do it? Karen. It took us a while for Haine-san and I to understand this. In time, the sense of accomplishment, or more like, the feeling of victory had permeated in our whole body. We did it. We defeated him. We did it. We did it. We did it. And now, I take out this flag, and plant it. Haine-san and I hugged each other as we celebrated, but Haine-san soon remembered that there's something she should be more worried about. Anu-sama. Are you okay? Haine-san runs to her brother Shiva-san. Shiva-san, who had no need of releasing a great deal of divine power anymore, had now lost strength and was simply staring blankly into space. You? Shiva. Anu-sama. Haine. As Haine-san ran towards him, Shiva-san falls without any strength to that direction. Haine-san hurriedly supported her brother, and I also hurriedly run there to help out. Shiva-san's whole body had dried out here and there, and it felt as if it might crumble at any moment. To think releasing more divine power than the body can handle would lead to this much damage to the body. In reality, to be able to release this much divine power without the assistance of an amplifier like a divine tool should be impossible in theory. Even in my memories, the only ones who can utilize enough divine power to be usable in battle without the need of an amplifier are Haine-san, Yorishiro-sama, and Doraha-san. Shiva-san is without doubt someone who has stepped into that realm. And that reality made the fearsomeness of Raphael, who pushed Shiva-san this far, even deeper. To think I would be saved by you girls. Looks like I am long overdue. Shiva. Anu-sama. It was thanks to this person. Thanks to this person supporting me, I was able to stabilize my heart and shoot. Haine-san faces my way. Humans supporting each other, Shiva. No, I didn't really do much. It was more like, the high accuracy of Haine-san made it all possible. Haine had already reached the perfection of her technique, but her heart was still brittle. In the important times, she would always think of unnecessary things, have her heart waver, have her fingers tremble, and would miss her target. However, at this time, it looks like you have managed to conquer that. Shiva. Anu-sama, Haine. Humans are always growing even in places I don't know of. They are writing their own story. That's why humans are interesting. Shiva. Shiva-san, who was snuggled up to Haine-san, was showing a gentleness that was completely different from previous instances, and it felt as the perfect picture of a founder. But this is probably the real wind founder, Teraito Shiva. That's as far as the farce goes, humans. I turned my back to the chill, and in that place, there was Raphael who still had no head floating in the air. He is dead, right? He doesn't have a head anymore. If it were a human, that would totally be fatal. If it were human. But that guy is not a human, he is a monster. That was a learning experience. Even if humans are insects unworthy of attention, if they are ignored, you won't know what they will pull. No matter what trash it is, I have to use this mighty power to eliminate them all. In order to build up the new era for us monsters. Raphael. Are you immortal, you bastard? Shiva. Looks like Shiva-san was shivering at the sight of Raphael that had his head blown up and was still alive. As we were thinking about how baffling this was, at the neck of Raphael, a black mist looked like it was released, and when that mist gathered, something was taking form? When it finished, the head of Raphael that was blown up had returned as if it never happened. It regenerated perfectly? You bastard. That power is Shiva. It is just as you guessed. It is one of the abilities I inherited from my mother. I am able to transform every single one of the cells that compose my body into insects. Even if all this body were to be blown up, I can transform the scattered cells into flies or whatever, and gather them to regenerate. Raphael. In other words, in order to truly kill you, we would have to destroy every single cell of yours? You damn monster. Shiva. No way. That is the same power as the mother monster, Beelzebub. No, it is a power that surpasses it. The snipe just now made several of my cells unusable though. However, that is your limit. You weak humans can injure me, but can't kill me. That is a difference that shows the absolute boundary you and me. Raphael. Raphael lifts a hand up. Right now, we are gathered up supporting Shiva-san, so he can crush us all at the same time. Thinking about the difference in power between us, that surprise attack just now was our one and only chance. There's already no way for us to defeat the Raphael that won't lower his guard anymore. For us, that is. But you don't understand one important thing. Karen. What? Raphael. I speak. You don't understand who is the one you should really be fearing. You are in a critical moment where you are hanging between living or dying. Without understanding that, you leisurely took your time in regenerating, looked down on us as much as you wanted, and provided us with important time. Your destiny was decided with that. Karen. I don't understand what you are trying to say. Raphael. I could feel that power was gathering in the hand of Raphael. He is most likely going to crush us with a space of compressed air. But the reason you don't understand is because you were born not that long ago and don't know anything. That's why, I will teach it to you. The fear of being crushed by absolute power. I will teach you that the people that pride on their power are all just weaklings that lose to the stronger ones and disappear. Wah! Dark matter, set. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Conflicting Sides. Dark matter, set. I shout out a counteroffensive in my return. A massive amount of dark matter hits the damn butterfly brat. Blah! Being showered by dark matter, even he had his face distort in pain. Aren't you the human that ran away? Why did you return now? Raphael. Is what the evil butterfly brat says as he glared at me. Koromiya Haine. So you thought that, huh? I literally ran everywhere to deal with the prank you pulled and finally came back, you know. Haine. What? Raphael. Raphael looks at the sides while his body was covered in dark matter. He is looking for something. Impossible. The 4 disaster swirls are gone? Not a single one remains? Raphael. He is probably referring to the 4 tornadoes he released. Every single one of them was calamity class. Every one of them had the power to turn into a wasteland the places it passes through, and it was about to destroy Rudra's metropolis, so I chased towards one after the other. Do you know how much of a pain it was to erase them with dark matter? Are you saying you were the one who erased them? There's no way a mere human can do something like that. The 4 disaster swirls that I placed all my might into. Raphael. Oh, so that was all your might? Then, you should be satisfied now after doing all you could, right? Disappear already then. Haine. Demon Lord Raphael. Your mistake was to underestimate humans to the very end. You must have thought I can kill them anytime I want. You must have thought that you could take your time and enjoy killing them. This folly has killed you. You should have escaped from here immediately. But because you got self-conceited, you failed to see the whole picture, met with unexpected difficulties and the desperate resistance of Karen-san, Hayo-san, and Shiva, and have ended up utilizing all the time you had remaining. The important time till your death god returned, that is. What? What is this power? I am being erased? My invincible divine power is being erased? Raphael. You really thought of yourself as invincible when you were only at this level. The very definition of a brat. Haine. The dark matter is covering Raphael more and more. The resistance the wind divine power is giving is still furious, but I will have you be crushed just like this in a clash of powers. Don't let your guard down, Haine. Shiva. Shiva's warning flies at me, but that guy has inherited the ability of Beelzebub. He can change his body into small insects and disperse in order to evade. If you let even one of them escape, it won't really be the end of him. Shiva. He had such an ability? I see. Then I will have to cover him with even more dark matter, making sure to not leave a single gap. While I was thinking that, I felt a divine power from a source that was not mine enveloping the surroundings. Shiva? Haine. To my surprise, Shiva had wrapped the area where Raphael is covered by dark matter with a layer of wind divine power. As if to not let a single drop of water leak, a double encirclement. But now that I take a closer look at the body of Shiva, I could tell that his body was even more battered than before, and I could tell that his limit has long been crossed. If you release more divine power with that body. This is my way of settling things. We four base elements were the ones who irresponsibly created monsters. If I were to let you alone get rid of the result of our idiocy, it would affect my pride as a god. Shiva. You. Haine. Don't let down your guard down no matter what. Thinking about the traits of his mother, Beelzebub, if we let even one piece of his meat remain, it won't be his end. He is also desperate right now. No matter what small of a gap it is, he will try to create a double through it and run, so we have to seal it perfectly. Shiva. Understood. Haine. The trait of the dark matter is to erase without leaving a single trace behind. By manifesting this trait to its very best, I will abide by request, and will proceed to literally erase Raphael from existence. What's with this black substance? Even I as a demon lord don't know of this. Are you telling me something like this actually exists? Raphael. Raphael still had practically all of his body covered in dark matter, and the only things that can be seen from the outside are his face and his struggling arms and legs, and the ends of his butterfly wings. He is trying to escape from the exposed areas, but he was blocked by the wind that Shiva has created at the outside of it, and it was impossible for him to escape. On the contrary, them becoming small flies made it easier for the dark matter to sink and erase them. Stop it. Stop it. Do you understand just how sinful of an action you are perpetrating here? Raphael. Raphael shouts while struggling. I am the Lord of all demons. The Demon Lord. As the leader that will be leading the monsters to a new era, I am absolutely necessary. Do you understand how much of a loss it is for me to be erased? Raphael. This bastard. Haine. Why can't you understand that the era of humans is over? The old ones should disappear obediently. You are the ones who should disappear, not us. From today on, we will be walking the path of glory. Raphael. Don't go saying things that only fit your convenience. Haine. The attack of the dark matter had covered the face and both arms of Raphael and is now completely covering him. The encirclement of compressed air from Shiva didn't let a single small fly escape and pushed them back to where the clump of dark matter is. The demon lord Raphael already had no path but death. The sensations that were being sent by the dark matter to me were notifying me that what's inside of it is being slowly crushed. The inside was steadily becoming smaller, lost human shape, became a small speck, but even so, they were still mercilessly erasing it. If we can't coexist, we have no choice but to fight until one side disappears. There's also cases when it ends up being your side that loses and disappears. Haine. The demon Lord Raphael has been erased, without leaving a single piece of flesh remaining. And so, the dark matter that has finished its duty, followed my will and disappears to nothingness. Everything disappears, and we stand on top of the floor that has lost everything in its surroundings. Shiva and I face each other. Karan-san and Haya were watching from afar though. I don't know who was the one who moved first, but in order to inform that everything is now over, Shiva and I lift our right hands, and just like that, we slapped them high in the air. TLN, I had conflicting feelings about how to release this chapter. In the end, I decided on doing it this way. As stated before, when I release a single chapter, many reasons are involved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171 to 172 God Conference. The Wind Founder, Torito Shiva, was under the control of a monster. What is this person suddenly saying? The Wind Mother monster, Beelzebub, entered the body of a human, and was able to freely control it. Many people have witnessed this ability it has. The Wind Founder Shiva was controlled at an early period and had the Beelzebub army act as the wind barrier of Rudra's metropolis to parasitize it. And then, matching this times 5 Founder Conference, they utilized you as a pawn in order to destroy humanity. No, Haine. The Wind Founder Shiva, being controlled by the monster, utilized the Wind Capital and had them attack without giving them an explanation, and then, Beelzebub would parasitize on all the 5 churches. However, at that moment, a ray of hope appeared. Yorishiro-san? Haine. Koramiya Haine-san, utilizing that rare power of his, he wiped out Beelzebub and managed to eliminate the special fly that was inside the body of the founder Shiva. Thanks to this, Shiva managed to regain his self and cooperated in the subjugation of Beelzebub. Like this, we were able to splendidly overcome this crisis. Yorishiro. So, how is it? Yorishiro. Even if you ask me how it is. One night has passed since the series of battles with that repulsive Beelzebub and the demon Lord Raphael, and we were still staying in the Wind Capital. And to put more detail in it, we are currently in the room of the founder Shiva. Due to yesterday's fight, his whole body was wounded, and so, he is now lying down on his bed to recover. His body had surpassed the limits of how much divine power it could release. It even came to a point that he was on the verge of dying, but thanks to the help of Yorishiro and I, we somehow managed to keep him among the living. The ones here right now are only Yorishiro, Shiva, and I. In a sense, it can be called a conference of gods. Shiva-san, from now on, we will have to line up the steps of the 5 churches and establish a cooperative structure. Yorishiro. This is what Yorishiro, the incarnation of the light goddess inflation, said. And yet, there was one church that didn't heed this and one-sidedly attacked us. With this, the whole world won't be able to make their next step. Even if you were to apologize and accept the blame, grudge would still remain. And above all, even if you were to be asked why you acted in that way, you wouldn't be able to tell them the truth, right? Yorishiro. That's true. There's way too many obstacles in him saying that everything was a preparation done by the wind god Quasar that took 1,600 years, all in order to have a rematch. It is fine to just throw all the blame to the monsters. By doing this, we widen the harmony between humans, and in a way, we would be giving those pseudo-lifeforms a reason for their existence. Yorishiro. It became hard for Shiva and I to completely agree with what Yorishiro said. We remembered that way too abnormal existence that had suddenly appeared. Wind Demon Lord, Raphael Haine. Calling himself the Lord of Monsters, he wanted to exterminate humans and change the ruling of the world to monsters. Shiva, what do you think about it? Haine. Why do you ask me? Shiva. You four base elements were the ones who created monsters, right? Don't you have your personal opinion regarding monsters? Haine. Maybe I poked a place that hurt. The wind founder and wind god Shiva went silent for a while, as if gathering his thoughts first before opening his mouth. Honestly speaking, I didn't even imagine this would happen. Shiva. The part about monsters gaining a will, deciding on an objective on their own, and acting on it? Yorishiro. Yorishiro, who didn't see Raphael for herself, seemed to still be half in doubt about it. Monsters are simply villains that the gods created in order to maintain the religious faith of humans towards us gods. No more, no less than that. That's why, them having a will and deviating from the frameworks the gods made shouldn't be possible for pseudo-lifeforms that hold no soul. And yet, that was Shiva. Things don't always work as planned. More so with a long span of time, like 100 years. Haine. The monsters were created by the four base elements 100 years ago. Just how many monsters were born in that time, and how many have been defeated by the heroes? How many thousands, how many millions? And in that time, the mother monsters that are the source of those monsters have been living as a single lifeform all the way till now. They could at least gain a will on their own in all that time. Now that I think about it, it is something quite natural. I forgot in which legend it was, but it stated that simple tools can have a soul reside in them after being continuously used for hundreds of years. In that case, even if the monsters who are still living beings would fit even more in that category. Haine. Good grief. You base elements always have shallow thinking. Yorishiro. Yorishiro says with a tiresome expression. Give me a break. Tell that to Nova or Coacervate. They are the guys that always act with shallow thinking. But, Shiva. His agitation must have made his wound hurt, Shiva's expression distorted, and he sinks his body deep into his bed. I am also to blame for giving tacit consent to their crime, huh? Will this end it? Shiva. That existence called the Demon Lord, will it end with just Raphael? We somehow managed to defeat that guy, but I don't think this will be the end of it at all. Shiva. Right. The Wind Demon Lord, Raphael, the child of Beelzebub. The Wind Mother monster obtained a will in the long time it lived, and with that will, it began to question the meaning of its existence, and he was the answer it arrived at. If there's also another mother monster that has arrived at the same stage as Beelzebub, Shiva. The Earth monster, Grandma Wood, has already been erased, but there's still the Fire and Water Mother monster. The world might be heading to a more severe situation than we expected. Yorishiro. The monsters that we thought were just a bother for the world have begun to evolve into having clear animosity towards humans. Our objective was already to eradicate the monsters, but with this new possibility, we have to put even more effort when tackling this. Then, Shiva-san, I will ask you this as the Light Founder. About the subjugation of mother monsters and possibly demon lords - will your Wind Church, Yorishiro? We will of course cooperate. Shiva. While still in bed, Shiva says this with confidence. More so if we are going to be using the excuse of me being controlled by the mother monster. I gotta make things right. We have defeated the Wind Mother monster and the Demon Lord, but there's many things that still need to be done. Shiva. Shiva gets up from his bed. For a wounded person, he really doesn't stay in place. Just like how monsters have changed, the human world is trying to change as well. It is also time for us Wind Church to cease the secrecy. Shiva. Era, does that mean you will be publicizing the many things that the Wind Church has concealed here and there? About things like the moving city and the wind twin guns. The ethereal technology of the wind is 1 to 2 generations ahead from the other churches after all. It would help us a lot that you will be sharing your knowledge. Yorishiro. I am not against it, but I will be having you pay the fitting price for it. The one who knows the worth of technology the most is us Wind Church. Shiva. Yufufufu dot. Yoreshiro. Wahahaha, Shiva. They are having a politic-like talk now. When it comes to this kind of topics, I naturally end up estranged. As expected, it really does make me jealous. I also wanted to get involved in the evolution of humanity and do things like making a human settlement. Shiva, what will you be doing? Yoreshiro. Me? Shiva. Understanding the meaning of the question, Shiva's expression gets darker. Due to the fight with the demon Lord Raphael, Shiva's body has broken to an irreparable point. Especially when he even utilized the god-divine power in order to pin Raphael. There's no way for the human body of Shiva to withstand it. This body is already useless. I did that with the intentions of trading my life there anyways, so it could be said that I profited big. Shiva. Why did you end up all worn out just by going all out? You could have done many things like aligning the body with the divine power or something like that. Yoreshiro. Shut up. Even if we are all incarnations here, the amount of things the four base elements can do is different compared to you two poles. Showing off the difference even in a place like this pisses me off. Shiva. The complex of Shiva that had been calming down had once again exploded. But for Shiva, who is the Wind founder and hero, this would be a big problem, since this would mean the Wind Church will face a heavy decrease in military power. Standing against monsters is the duty of heroes. If he is unable to perform that duty, I actually have a plan for that. Shiva. 172, New Style. Several days passed since then. A ceremony took place in the Wind capital. The ceremony to appoint a new hero. The new Wind hero, Torito Haine. Yes. Haine. Being called by name, Haine stands up. She walks towards Torito Shiva, who pushed himself to be here even when he is not in the best of conditions. From today on, you will become the Wind hero that will protect the Wind Church and Wind capital of Rudra's metropolis. Shiva. I humbly accept this duty. Haine. Shiva takes the long gun that Haine utilized in the battle and gives it to her. We have added the high purity amplifier mineral that we managed to recover from the pieces of the broken Wind twin guns, Fumakutaro, and have removed the limiters it had. It has become several times harder to utilize, but the current you should be able to master it. Shiva. The long gun passed from the brother to the little sister's hands. That wasn't the only thing that was passed to her. The talk about selecting his little sister Haine as the new Wind hero was something that was first mentioned in the God conference where Yoreshiro and I were. Shiva, who was completely battered by the fight against the demon Lord Raphael, has now ended up with a body that is difficult for him to participate in any fights personally. On top of that, the cooperation between the 5 churches will be growing active from now on, so he must have judged that it would be hard to act as a founder and hero. Conferring the title of hero to Haine, who earned great achievements in this battle, Shiva will concentrate on his duty as a founder. This announcement stirred up all the people living in Rudra's metropolis, and after a bit of unrest, they accepted it. That can also be said to be proof of how firmly the people trust the founder Shiva. In this ceremony, there were many people participating here who were hidden at the time of the 5 founder conference and didn't show their figure. And within that group of people, we members of other churches were given guest seats. The Wind Church that has been concealed in their secrecy, the Wind was trying to change its direction little by little. I am looking forward to working with you from now on. By the time the ceremony ended and we had moved to the banquet to celebrate Haine's appointment to hero, the hero herself came to us to give us her greetings. In this party filled with people related to the Wind Church, there's a group of outsiders, Karen-san, Mirak, Celestis, and Seisi-chan, 4 heroes together. No, with the addition of Haine, it would be 5 ha. All 5 heroes of their respective elements have now gathered. I was watching over that from a step back. Today, I have succeeded the title of hero. As fellow heroes, I would like guidance. Haine. It is fine not to be so formal, Haya-chan. From now on, we are fellow heroes and friends. Karen. As expected, the one who cut off the stiff mood and tried to have Haya-chan mix in was Karen-san. And the remaining 3 follow up. Here as well, I will be looking forward to working with you. But how to say this, with this, the 5 heroes are finally all gathered. Thinking about the time when it was just Karen and I, it is truly vexing. Mirak. In those days, I didn't think Mirak-chan would become this much of a woman lover though. Karen. Ya being a hero from today on must mean that ya are my junior, ain't it? If you don't understand something, don't hesitate to ask me desuyo. Seisi. And Seisi-chan, don't get conceited. Karen. The retorting skill of Karen-san has increased? No really, I seriously did wonder how things would turn out, you know. Being told that the wind hero was a man, my plans had been derailed, you know. But in the end, the black hair ninja type girl has joined, and I am going all bonsai here. Celestus. Celestus-chan? Karen. So, I want everyone to check something out. Celestus. Saying so, Celestus began to distribute something to the other heroes. A thin stack of papers. Are those pamphlets? What is this? Mirak. The documents for the plan of our live concert debuting the 5 heroes. Thinking about the affiliations of each of us, it will be impossible to have a live in only one city, so naturally, it will become a live tour. It will be a hard schedule, but you will be able to keep up with it, right? I have already thought of a choreography that will make a big number like 5 people all flourish on the stage, so make sure to give the documents a read. Also, there's the need to make the costumes, so I am looking forward to your submits regarding your 3 sizes. Don't go submitting false numbers just because it is embarrassing, okay? No one's looking forward to accidental exposure due to costumes that don't fit. Also, Karen. Ouch. Why are you throwing back the project papers? Ouch, don't hit me with those. Or more like, who is the one throwing them while adding rotation to it? It hit my forehead and makes it hurt unnecessarily more. Celestus. I did know about it already, but it really does remind me that this is a gathering of characteristic individuals. Leading these group as a team might actually be a pain in the neck. Well, the only saving I can think of is that Haya seems to be relatively normal in terms of common sense. And so, Hayu. For some reason, Hayu began to fidget. It has been decided that us Wind Church will be helping out in the subjugation of the mother monsters, and the Wind Church will be cooperating with the other churches. The secrecy policy we have had until now will be adjusted, and by deepening our relations, we believe that it will bring forth further development. Hayu. It does seem so. Celestus. I think it is quite the splendid thing. The world will get closer to peace. Karen. The secretive stance of the Wind Church was a part of the self-defense measures they took in the era where the churches were fighting each other. If they are planning on developing their relations with the churches, it is true that there's already no need for that policy. And in light of that, I am sorry for bringing it out so suddenly, but since this is a banquet, I would like you to have a taste of the cuisine of us Rudra's metropolis, and so, I tried preparing several of our specialties. My homemade cooking. Hayu. Homemade? That's incredible. Karen. Delicious food desu ka? I be salivatin already desu. Seisi. And now it has been revealed that she has domestic skills, a domestic character has joined us? That's nice. Our strike zone will widen. Celestus. The back figure of a girl cooking is nice. Mirak. The reactions of the heroes are all favorable. Haya's expression was shining like that of someone who had friends come to their house for the first time. I see. Then, let's go right to it and have you taste it. Hayu. Saying so, all sorts of food were being carried over to the table. Preserved grasshopper boiled in soy sauce. The larva of a burst king beetle fried in bean curd. Butterfly sauté. Marine worm pickled in royal jelly. Also marine worm, but this time cooked in rice. Salted nettle caterpillar. Bread. Insect cuisine. With the high-tension Haine showed at first, she begins explaining. In our wind church, we thrive in the medicinal food. Satisfying our hunger, we have also researched ways to increase the strength of our body with it. The result of much trial and error, the practice of eating insects which are high in nutrients was adopted. What I have made today are all dishes that are categorized as the best. Hayu. Karen-san and the heroes had a completely paled face and were sweating bullets at the explanation. What are we going to do about this? I underestimated the cultural exchange. The hurdle of values is higher than I ever imagined. Celestis. But we were the ones who brought out the talk about cooperation, so we can't refuse here. If at least one of us were to eat it. Karen. Good grief. Having this right after that fight with Beelzebub would make things even harder. I stopped spectating from afar and, first, take one grasshopper that was soaked in broth and throw it in my mouth. Haine-san? Karen. I chew and swallow. This is good. I thought it was only salty, but the sweetness also mixed in, and it had a more complex taste than I thought. The grasshopper itself was crunchy and gave it a nice feel when chewed. Haine. The soup that was used to boil this grasshopper, that in itself has more than 20 types of ingredients used exclusively for this dish, the best sauce of all. With just that, it is an extravagant dish, but by mixing the grasshopper with this soup, it brings out even more depth to it. It is the result of the hundreds of years of research of the Wind Church. Hayu. In the times I went to a mountain to do hunting and had run out of food, I had no choice but to catch and eat things like spiders and lizards, so I thought I would serve as sacrifice and eat it for them, but what is with this tastiness? Delish. Delish desu. Seisi. Even Seisi-chan? Karen. As expected of the country bumpkin Seisi-chan. She is stuffing her cheeks on a plate that has a mountain of king beetle larvas. Oba-chan be good at making insect dishes, but this be more delish by a lot desu. Seisi. I see. Burst king beetle is famous for being really good for your immune system, and by eating it, it is said that it will help you have high resistance against diseases. They are hard to raise, but today I wanted everyone to eat good, so I brought the freshest ones. The ones that are trained in the wild have a whole different level of taste after all. Hayu. When I chew on them, they be making a squishy poochu sound and it be delish desu. As expected, meat all be soft when they young desu na. Seisi. Seisi-chan was giving rave reviews. But in contrast to that, the expression of Karen-san and the others get more and more stiff. What should we do? Listening to that explanation, I can tell that it took quite a lot of time and money to make. Karen. There's a crazy amount of heart placed in TS. Looking at that beautiful smile, I can't bring myself to say that I can't eat it. Celestis. Karen-san and Celestis were cornered. While watching this, I bite on the bread that is in the menu. Or more like, is this bread the only thing that is normal? Haine. That bread has dried crushed maggots mixed in with the wheat flour when made. It is apparently incredibly high in proteins, but since maggots are maggots, there's the danger of food poisoning, so only maggots that were bred in special clean and supervised environments are utilized. It takes time and effort to make this bread. Hayu. Moreover, it is freshly baked. The heat of the stove still remains in the bread and it is delicious. By the way, Mirak can also eat them normally, huh? Haine. Who do you think I am? I am the fire hero, you know? Do you know how many female juniors admired me, made homemade cooking for me with their lacking cooking skills, and had to digest them all with this stomach of mine? Compared to that, this food just looks grotesque, but it is crazy delicious. Mirok. I see. Ah, I thought of something nice. Don't you think it would taste great to smear this bread with that bee honey there? Haine. I thought so as well. Okay, let's put it to practice at once. Mirok. A fun mealtime. On the other hand, Karen-san and Celestis were trembling all this time. For the sake of an amicable relationship between churches, for the sake of an amicable relationship between churches, for the sake of an amicable relationship between churches, for the sake of an amicable relationship between churches. Karen. If I just think of them as relatives of shrimps and lobsters, if I just think of them as relatives of shrimps and lobsters, if I just think of them as relatives of shrimps and lobsters, if I just think of them as relatives of shrimps and lobsters. Celestis. It looks like they are muttering things while holding their forks and knives, and were frozen in place. Well, because 3 of the 5 are enjoying it, Haine was incredibly happy, and the banquet proceeded harmoniously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Synchronicity. At the deep depths of the sea, a semi-transparent pillar was standing. It is the water mother monster, Strobi Laguna. Created by the water god Coacervate, it is a giant gelatin property mass that possesses the function of infinitely giving birth to water element monsters. The main body, that is as if it were a giant pillar, had several thousands of semi-transparent plates piled up. The plate that is at the very top was isolated from the rest, and by leaving itself to the sea current, it flows here and there, and in the time it is doing that, it steadily changes shape into a marine creature and becomes a water element monster. The length of this mother monster is as common of a mother monster classified as one of the biggest in the world, but by hiding inside the very depths of the sea that is far bigger than it, humans have not caught sight of it for the 100 years since it was born. After finishing its release of water element monster larvae to a certain extent, only the jellyfish-shaped core of the pillar remains, then, it itself will flow with the sea current and move to a different location for spawning. This process has continued for 100 years without humans knowing, the mother of disastrous floods. But it was about to reach its end. The Strobi Laguna, that only has the function of division, gave birth to an egg. That egg shone faintly like a pear as it drifted about in the sea current, and it soon hatched. What came out from inside the egg had the shape of a human. The surface of his body was transparent like that of a sea creature, but it still was a human-like body that had all extremities. Its eyes held intelligence. Transparent wings that looked like the fins of a fish spread from its back. On the other hand, the main body of the Strobi Laguna steadily withered even when in the sea, and in the end, its body dissolved and disappeared. The ultimate water element monster that was given birth with the sacrifice of its mother. Water demon lord, Gabriel, was born at this moment. At the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze, there's still the remains of what was once called Great Pillar Sama. Normally, monsters that die would disappear without leaving a corpse, but no one suspected anything about this exception. It must have stemmed from how out of standard Grandma Wood was. The upper part that was swallowed by the gravity of the black hole has already disappeared. Only the lower part, that was left there at that time in order to save the people that were assimilated by it, had been removed from the attack range. Right now, there's only a stump left and still remains in the center of Ishtar Blaze. Below that stump, at the underground part that is buried in earth, there's a round-shaped tuberous root surrounded by the roots that are freely running all the way down as if trying to protect it. It had an irregular spherical shape, making it look like it was molded by hand. But the size was that of a human. That tuberous root began to crack as if giving birth, and from inside, a human appeared. It looked like an old person with wrinkles all over its skin, but that wasn't the case. It was a human-shaped being that had all its body made of tree bark. When that human crept out of the earth, branches came out from his back, and leaves grew abundantly from it. The silhouette of those branches that grew thickly from both sides were like wings. The ultimate earth element monster that was birthed by the Earth Mother monster that was supposed to have died. Earth Demon Lord, Uriel. After he flew away, the stump of the giant tree, that was thought to remain there forever, had dried at incredible speed, returned to the earth, and disappeared. In the next morning, the people of Ishtar Blaze were surprised by its sudden disappearance. Each mother monster was at a faraway place, but as if their wills had converged, they all gave birth to demon lords with their lives in exchange. Whether this was a coincidence, a natural course of events, or maybe a twist of fate, no one knew. The demon lords that had been born used their divine power to fly and were heading to a certain location. And that location was the same for all the demon lords. The place where the demon lord Gabriel and the demon lord Uriel landed it was a place among the mountains that was far apart from human habitat. At that place, there was someone in the middle of its meal. So you have already come. What an impatient bunch. Even so, the man continued eating. What he was eating was the corpse of a bird. Piercing the neck of the bird with his teeth, he crunches it off. The corpse of the bird was covered in flames and was burning red. It looked like it would get someone severely burned just by touching it, and yet, he continued eating as if normal. Grabbing hold of his mother, Phoenix, he chews it up completely. The one having a meal was the very ultimate fire element monster that the Fire Mother monster, Phoenix, had given birth to. Fire Demon Lord, Michael. In order to give birth to him, his mother had given all of its life force. And its body was being eaten by the Fire Demon Lord. In time, the Demon Lord Michael had finished eating all including the bones and stands up. From his back, there were burning crimson fire wings just like those of his mother. Is this all of us? Michael. Michael looks at Gabriel and Uriel who had gathered below him. Looks like there's one more. Michael. Yeah, it is me. The fourth voice that could be heard with no figure in sight. It was the voice of the wind demon Lord Raphael. Different from you guys who were born peacefully, I ended up meeting a powerful enemy right in the moment I was born, you see. Practically all of my body was destroyed. Raphael. Changing each and every single cell that composes his body into insects, breaking them up, and combining them after, the demon Lord Raphael is able to appear again. Because of this ability, Haine and Shiva cooperated to imprison him without letting a single one of his cells escape, and erased him completely. However, Raphael's move for survival had already been made before all of that happened. When the light bullet shot by the combination of Karen and Haya connected, the head of Raphael had been blown to pieces and meat scattered about, and with his ability, it all turned to insects and returned to his body to safely regenerate. However, at that time, there were several small insects that didn't actually return. Due to how weak his enemies were, he was certain of his victory, so he didn't think there was any need to hurry and return, and a few of them were left loitering around. Before they all returned, Haine had arrived, and the main body of Raphael was destroyed. Raphael lost because of underestimating them, yet ironically, he survived due to underestimating them. It was a terrifying enemy. He was using a power that didn't fall into any of the categories earth, fire, wind, water, and light. He will definitely become the biggest obstacle in creating our desired monster paradise. Raphael. The voice of the bodiless Raphael. Right now, the several small flies are his very being, and due to them being so small, it was impossible to catch them with the naked eye. Stop with the lame excuses. What an unsightly fellow you are. Uriel. Right. Losing against a mere human, looks like the Wind Demon Lord was quite the failure. If trash like this was born in exchange of its own life, the Wind Mother was probably not that big of a deal either. Gabriel. The tone of Uriel and Gabriel towards Raphael was filled with contempt. Even if they are fellow demon lords, fellow monsters, they were seeds that were born from completely different creators. The only thing that is binding them is their prejudice towards humans. The four of them had the same objective of eradicating humans and bringing up their own race into supremacy. However, the other three aside from themselves were enemies that are fighting for that spot. They are by no means allies. And yet, what is the reason of them gathering in one place like this? We are comrades. Michael. Shaking its fire wings, the fire demon Lord Michael spoke. You all must have seen it too. You must have seen it the moment your own mother reached understanding, the moment the thing called self-consciousness was gained. That being's shining figure. Michael. Uriel and Gabriel fall silent. Raphael may be bodiless right now, but it could be felt that he had fallen silent as well. That being said, we are the ones who should become the next rulers of this surface world. Destroy the foolish and greedy humans. In order to grasp this world in your hands, you should work together. If you are going to go against that being, I will kill you. Michael. Michael's fist was pushed out. I understand. I don't have any intentions of going against that being. Uriel. We were born for that sake after all. Let's all get along. Gabriel. In order to challenge that man again, I need the help of you guys. Raphael. The fist that Michael pushed out was met with two other fists, and in the end, one small fly had landed on top of them. All for the sake of eradicating humans. Earth, water, fire, and wind, the heart of these four demon lords overlapped. First, let's gather strength. We have barely hatched out, so our strength is lacking. Our body is still not completed yet. Especially Raphael. Until you regain your body, you won't be able to do anything flashy. Michael. Just as Michael said, the demon lords that had just been born have taken the appearance of humans, and their appearance was that of children. Their height was small and their face was childish. Just like the Raphael before he was defeated by Haine. In other words, they will grow from now on. We will hide and wait for time to pass. In time, it will begin. Let's wait until the prelude of destruction. At that time, that being will most likely descend as well. That being that has only allowed us to hear its voice, will definitely let us see its figure once everything is over. Michael. Right. Uriel. I am looking forward to it. Gabriel. Before then, I will make sure to vindicate my honor. Raphael. The one who gathered all four demon lords and guided them. The demon lord among demon lords, the great demon lord, Lucifer Sama. Michael. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174 to 175, Feedback of Completion. Hearing a hyun sound of cutting the wind, the target was hit right in the middle. Fua, amazing, dot. And looking at this from the side where the safe zone is, there's Karen-san and Haine. On top of that, at the side of that target, there's already several targets that were pierced in the middle as well. This is all something that was achieved by one person. Truly the very definition of certain hit. Amazing, Hayo-chan. Your hit rate is a 100%. Karen-san, who was overcome with emotion, was calling to Hayo, who looked like a speck from where we were, but of course, the other side didn't react. Amazing. Hyue-chan. Karen-san, even if you increase the volume of your voice, it won't work. With that distance, it won't reach. Even so, the speck looks like she noticed we were trying to say something. She rode her flying machine and headed towards our location at several times the speed than when using one's feet. But even with that, it still took her plenty enough time to count to 30. What's wrong, Karandano? Was there any problem? That's not it. I said that Hayo-chan was amazing. Karen. The girl that had her glossy black hair tied up, Torito Hayu. The wind hero that had become our new comrade just a few days ago. The wind gun, and no Ozuno, is quite different from the other divine tools that the other churches possess. From its cylinder-shaped area, it shoots out compressed air, and it is able to shoot through targets that are far away. It seems like the wind gun that she uses is specialized in sniping far-away things, and even in the sniping training area that was prepared in the Light Church especially for her, we couldn't find out her true skill. After all, we have already seen it many times, but her accuracy rate is 100%. No, it helps me out. In the Wind Capital, due to the structure of the city, we can't create that big of a sniping field. I wanted to confirm the full power of this wind gun that had been adjusted for hero use. Haine. Full power, were you able to confirm it? You shot through all of them right at the center so easily, so it might have not been enough for Haine-chan, Karen. No way. I can't even begin to express how much gratitude I feel for Karen Dano and the Light Founder Dano. You approved of our change in the secrecy policy that we have been so adamant about for long, and you even accepted my abroad studies after I became a hero. Haine. That's right. Haine, who had recently become a hero, had her first job that is to visit all the other churches. The Wind Church were the type that would thoroughly hide everything about themselves. However, that was cut off as a relic of the past battles between the 5 churches, and they are beginning to work in creating a new path. The new wind hero, Haine, is the very symbol of the rebirth of the Wind Church. By appealing her existence, they are trying to strengthen the cultural exchange between the Wind Church and the other 4 churches, and she is currently in the middle of the visits. She is currently staying at the Light Church's base in the Light Capital, Apollon City. The Light Hero, Karen, was in high spirits at being the host. But Haine-san, as I thought, Haine-chan's sniping skills are incredible. There's no doubt that she is the one with the highest attack range from all heroes. Karen-san says towards me in excitement. She was praising Haine so much that the person herself was bright red in embarrassment. That's true. From the heroes of the 5 churches, first of all, there's Mirik-chan and Seisi-chan who are frontliners. Celestis is specialized in mid-distance battles, and if I had to put her in a category, it would be support type. Karen-san is an all-rounder that can enter any category though. There certainly hasn't been one who was such a specialized long-range type until now. Haine. There's finally going to be a supporting firepower that we can entrust with our backs in the Hero Alliance. It makes it even more perfect. Karen. In group battles, seeing the battle from a backed-away place will allow them to look at the situation as a whole, and if needed, that person can take the role of main leader, which makes a long-ranged attacker necessary. The ability of Haine is the last piece that fills up the hole that Karen-san, Mirik, Celestis, and Seisi-chan couldn't fill. It looks like the Hero Alliance will be formed in a more perfect shape than expected. No, wait please. I am still inexperienced. I am far from the previous wind hero, Anu-sama. Haine. I don't know if it was from humbleness or she really thinks that way, but Haine said something unreliable. This time, the hit rate was good because it is simply a training field. In this prearranged setting where I can snipe at my own pace, having a 100% hit rate is obvious. However, reality is a different story. Haine has a stiffness that the other girls until now didn't have. In real combat, there's no environment where you can snipe at your own pace. The situation is constantly changing, and there are accidents and obstructions made by the enemy. The sniping will in some way be pressured and will make the trigger finger slip. The true snipers can brush away all that pressure, and no matter what harsh winds they are faced with, they will shoot through the target with certainty. I am always aiming for that goal. Haine. I see. It is true that this situation where there's no noise in the way can only be found in a training field. Haine is clearly aware of that, is able to see the difference between real and training scenarios, and is trying to bring out the experience of her trainings in real combat. She is a diligent girl. A diligent girl that has not been present in the heroes until now. I got it. If that's the case, in the next training, let's try adding noise then. Karen. Karen-san is trying to bring out something crazy again. In the middle of your sniping, we will do something that will affect Hayo-chan's concentration. Let's test if you will be able to hit the target even with that. Karen. You do have a point. It definitely isn't a bad idea to understand the limits of my concentration before actual combat. Karen Dano, thanks for noticing that possibility. As I thought, there really is merit in sharing opinions with others. Hayu. Karen-san and Hayu exchange a firm handshake. And so, you say that you will be disrupting her concentration in the middle of her sniping, but what are you planning on doing? Haine. When I ask, Karen-san does a HM, as if pondering. Fondle her breasts? Karen. Oi. Why did that come out? I see. Not only are we going to deal with noise regarding the sense of touch, we will also be tackling the feeling of shame as well. Even if it is just training, it would be pointless if it is just some small noise. Rather, we should expose the body to big changes in order to not falter in any situation. Hayu. Hayu as well, don't go seriously analyzing it. She is so serious that no matter what kind of joke they throw at her, she would take it seriously, huh? Understood. Well then, who will be touching my breasts while sniping? Hayu. For some reason, the gaze of Haya met with mine. And knew. Haine-san fondling the breasts of Hayo-chan is a total no. Haine-san is a man, you know? Karen. And Karen-san loses her cool. But if we think about the objective being disrupting my concentration, it would be more effective if we were to ask that of a member of opposite gender. Hayu. That doesn't mean you can have anyone fondle your breasts for the sake of it. It would decrease your value as a woman. Hayo-chan, treasure yourself more. Karen. Isn't what Karen Dano saying contradicting itself? Hayu. Yes, that's exactly right, Haya-san. And so, as our reception with the wind hero was going well, the fire hero, Katak Mirik, suddenly arrived, and Karen, Haine, help me. Mirak said this. 175, problem emerged. The light capital Apollon City and the fire capital Muspelheim are pretty close in location, and it is to a point that they can even be called neighbors. Because of this, the fire hero Katak Mirik, who was based there, would regularly come to the light capital to deepen her friendship with Karen-san. But the visit in this day was different from the visits she normally does. Because the expression she was making was clearly a dire one. What's wrong, Mirik-chan? Were you cursed? Karen. It was to the point that the first thing Karen-san said when receiving her was that it was a truly agitated expression. If we were to talk about Mirik, what comes to mind would be that within the 5 heroes, she is the most manly one out of all. Her face is always filled with ambition, and yet, today, none of that was present. It was as if she were washed in despair. For now, we received Mirik in the tea party that we had opened for Hayo and had her take a seat. We served her tea, but she hasn't taken a single sip even when it was cooling already. It felt as if her mind wasn't here and was simply silently watching her own face reflected in the tea. Just what in the world happened to Mirik Dano? Even I who have not known her for long can tell that she is acting strange. Hayu. I also have no clue. Haine. I can tell that she is acting strangely, but I can't tell at all what is making her act this way. And then, while we were confused, Mirik finally let out some words. Karen, Haine, please help me. Mirak. A sudden request for rescue. Really, just what's going on? It is not only Karen Dano and Haine Dano here though, I am also present. Hayu. In this occasion, Hayu is fine as well. Please save me. Mirak. In this occasion? Is fine as well? Really a harsh outlook on the newcomers. Hayu. Haya-san, please hold back for now. At any rate, right now, I want to hear the details from Mirak. At this rate, the Hero Alliance might dissolve. Mirak. Yeah? The first one to instantly scream at that statement was Karen-san. Fire, water, earth, wind, and light heroes joining forces to fight monsters. Its name is the Hero Alliance. It serves as an effective way against the monsters, and it is also an important method to create an impetus to increase the cooperation between the 5 churches that have been fighting with each other until now. After welcoming the last member, the wind hero Haya, they have finally begun to mobilize, and yet, she is suddenly saying that it will fall? What does that mean, Mirak-chan? The founder of the Fire Church was incredibly in favor of it, wasn't he? Karen. Karen-san is practically the creator of the Hero Alliance, so that made the shock bigger. Now that the plan of subjugating the mother monsters is in progress in order to eradicate the monsters from the surface world, the Hero Alliance is even more important. If they were to say that it is now dissolved, it would confuse me as well, you know? Obviously. My master the Fire Founder commended the cooperation between heroes from the very beginning. That's why the ones against it inside the church were restrained, however, just that person was. Mirak. That person? It was at that moment. The door was kicked open, making a bam sound. Karen Chi. Haine Chi. Listen to this. Celestis. Celestis-chan? Karen. The representative of the Water Church, the water hero Celestis. But she suddenly jumped into the room while crying? Just like that, she hugged Karen-san. This is important. Emergency. Things have gotten hectic. Celestis. What's with this girl as well so suddenly? The parlor room is already a crucible of confusion. Oi! Don't suddenly go intruding, idle woman. I am currently having an important talk with Karen. Mirak. That can be left for later, Shemale. My business is a lot more important than yours after all. Celestis. Mirak and Celestis bickered with each other since the beginning. It looks like both sides are holding problems of their own, and they are both scattering sparks. My side is more important. Mirak. Mine is more of an emergency. Celestis. It might be impossible to make a hero alliance after all. Mirak plus Celestis. Yeah? Could it be that both of them are cornered with the same problem and came to our place because of that? Just what's going on, See Celestis, don't tell me, your place as well? Mirak. And Mirak Chi too? What is going on? Why did that person appear at this point in time? Celestis. It was the same for our place as well. I thought that was a person from the past already. That person, I had even forgotten about it already, and yet, it suddenly appeared today. Mirak. It was as if a dead person had crawled back from its grave. Just rest in peace already. Celestis. Seriously. Truly good grief. Mirak. I don't understand what's going on at all, but from the wording, I can tell that Mirak and Celestis are sympathizing with each other. The both of them were hugging and crying. These two that were getting so hyped over entering an alliance have become like this? Just what in the world, Haine? This doesn't look like a trifling matter. Really, what happened? I can't tell at all from what they are saying, and so, just as I was about to press them to explain it already, another change occurred. Moreover, it was the most violent of all that happened today. A wall of the room was destroyed with a dogon. Jaya. The wall was broken? Moreover, at 2 spots at the same time. What? Seriously, just what in the world is happening one after the other? A person appears from each of the 2 holes. In total, 2 people entered the room. Truly pathetic. Is this really the figure of the water hero that represents the Water Church Desu no? is what the right person said. Asking for the help of an enemy church hero, moreover, to hug and cry. Since when did the fire hero become such a wimp? Is what the left person said. Celestus-san. The right person says. My apprentice Mirik. The left person says. It looks like the standard of a hero was too heavy for you. Looks like I didn't wring out enough out of you to have you act as hero. The ones who appeared were two women. Their looks seemed to be from people on their first to half of their 20s, and from the pressure they are releasing, I can tell immediately that they are not regular people. Ah, those people are. Karen. You know them, Karen-san? Haine. I have seen them before. Those two are the heroes that came before Mirik-chan and Celestus-chan. Karen. Eh? In other words, the heroes of the previous generation. The previous fire hero, Abi-kyuka-san, the previous water hero, Are-sarasa-san. Karen. That means that in this light church headquarters, the new and old fire and water heroes have gathered? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176 to 177, Returning Leaders. In this world, the title of hero is incredibly specific. From the earth, water, fire, wind, and light church, each one of them choose their respective strongest divine power user, and they lead the other warriors to fight against the monsters. Fight monsters and protect the people. That's what heroes are, and that's the hero's duty. And so, it has been close to 100 years that the monsters have appeared, and has continued being that way. Of course, there's no way a single human would be able to continue on active duty for so long. In history, there have been many people who have received the title of hero from their predecessors and taken their place. And so, the current heroes are Karen-san, Mirik, Celestus, Seisi-chan, and Hayu. There's obviously going to be previous heroes that have fought just like them. If it's the previous generation, they probably hold the same amount of power compared to the present active heroes. And so, the ones that are currently in front of us are exactly that, the previous generation heroes. The previous fire hero, Abi-kyuka. As expected of the senior of Mirik. Her body is well formed and muscular, however, her gaze is a lot sharper than Mirik's, and it makes it even more likely to mistake for a man than Mirik. The water hero, Are-sarasa. It looks like she got along well with the current hero, Celestus, and has an air of elegance and charm. The gesture of hiding her mouth with a folding fan made it feel like she had the refinement of a noble. Those two speak. The Light Church's headquarters. This is the first time I have stepped in it, but, just as I thought, it stinks of mold. Kuka. Truly a church whose only trait is its age. No matter if mold grows or spider webs appear, do they think that it is fine to just be old? Sarasa. You were the ones who came raiding this place and you say that, To think that the fire hero would run into such a mold stinking hole like this, what is the meaning of this, Mirik? Kuka. You see. Mirik. Mirik has turned pale and is trembling? What's wrong? If you have something to say it without reservation. Kuka. Keikuka Anasan. The era is progressing and we can't always be fighting each other. Mirik. Don't spew out excuses. Kuka. Kuhu. Mirik. Unreasonable physical violence? Mirik was kicked and sent flying? Pathetic. This is pathetic, Mirik. You had quite the prospects even within my juniors, so I left you with being the successor, but it looks like I was completely mistaken. To think that you would forget about the duty of a hero and go into wagging your tail to others. Kuka. Wagging her tail. You have perpetrated the same offense, Celestus-san. Sarasa. This time it was the previous water hero that was reprimanding the current hero. From the beginning, There were voices of discontent in the church regarding you. They said that you dared to play being an idol, and that maybe you are neglecting your main job as hero. But you didn't stop at that. This time, you even tried holding hands with the enemy. How outrageous. Even the esteemed people of the church and I as well can't forgive this, you know? Sarasa. TCH, what a noisy gold digger. Celestus. Did you say something? Sarasa. No, nothing at all. Celestus. From the conversation they had, I began seeing the issue here little by little. Please wait. Karen. It looks like it was the same for Karen-san. She jumped into the conversation as if she couldn't endure it anymore. Could it be that you two are reprimanding Mirik-chan and Celestus-chan because of the Hero Alliance? Karen. That's right. Kuka. We came here to crush this so-called Hero Alliance. Sarasa. The Hero Alliance where the 5 heroes will join strengths to fight against monsters. This was something impossible to think of with the common sense we have had until now. Because the heroes originally didn't get along with each other. In the past, the 5 churches were stealing believers from each other, opposing each other, and there was even a time when they were at war. Because of the enemy of all humans, the monsters appearing, it naturally ended and became hazy in that sense, but even with that, the view of the churches towards each other is still that of looking down and antagonizing. We are the superior church, the other 4 are lower than us. The previous heroes must have had that kind of thinking deeply edged in themselves. A few days ago, a message came to me. This is what it was written. The current heroes have thrown away their pride and are trying to hold hands. Kuka. A similar thing happened at my place as well. I was surprised when I received the notice. The junior that I believed and entrusted with the job, to think that she would do something akin to stepping on my goodwill. Sarasa. The previous heroes said without hiding their anger. That stupid friendship, there's no way I can overlook it as a former hero. Kuka. I may have already retired, but I do feel a sense of duty and obligation towards my church. There's no way I can just not correct the mistake that my junior has made. Sarasa. So it really was about that, huh? The reason why Mirik and Celestus said that the Hero Alliance might not be possible to form, that's because the previous heroes had heard from somewhere about the Hero Alliance, and were trying to revoke that. Why? The Hero Alliance means that the heroes cooperate to fight against monsters. Rather than fighting alone, it is more efficient to fight by uniting all 5 of us, and that will allow us to protect the people from monsters better. What about that is a mistake? Karen. For Karen-san, the Hero Alliance was a task that she placed her all to accomplish. There's no way she can stay calm after being denied that. Of course it is a mistake. But the former heroes rejected that. First of all, you guys are mistaking what you should be prioritizing. What a hero should truly be protecting is the authority of the church. The fire church that Mirik and I are affiliated to is the most superior one in the world. The hero fights in order to prove that. Kuka. Didn't you mean to say the water church is the one that is the most superior in the world? Sarasa. Fierce sparks scatter even between Kuka and Sarasa. Even if the objective they came here for is the same, these two are in no way friendly with each other. In my opinion, the reason why you have to cooperate is because you are all weak. A true hero is strong. Because a hero is strong, they are able to protect the people even by themselves. Kuka. Right. Trying to hide your own weakness with fancy words like cooperation, that in itself makes you a failure as a hero. As I thought, I will have you relinquish your title as hero right here and now. Sarasa. Agitation ran through the current heroes as they heard those words. Mirik, relinquish your seat as hero. It looks like you weren't appropriate to be the hero. Kuka. You as well, Celestus-san. You should quickly return the title of hero, that is way too heavy for you, and just go and play idle without the need of worrying about anything else. Sarasa. The words of their seniors made the light in the eyes of Mirek and Celestis change. From the light of fear, it changed into hostility. However, this didn't apply only to those two. You say that, Abi Kyuka-san. What? Kuka. The previous fire hero looks at me. That's right, the previous. She is already a person of the past. From what I remember, the reason why you retired from your post of hero was because you lost against the fire cow Phalaris, right? Haine. Ugh. That is a story I heard when we went ourselves to subjugate that very fire cow Phalaris. The giant monster, Phalaris, that was exercising its authority in the vicinity of Muspelheim. Its power was mighty, and the Fire Church tried sending subjugation teams many times, but they all failed and were turned their tables on. That's true. I learned about my own powerlessness, so I relinquished my title as hero and left on a journey to strengthen myself. In order to one day defeat the fire cow and vindicate my honor. Kuka. Oh ho, what a pitiful weakling san. Sarasa. What did you say? Kuka. This is something that I knew already, but the previous heroes are really in incredibly bad terms. But right now, there's a more important thing. Don't you know? That fire cow Phalaris has been defeated. Haine. What? Kuka. The ones who defeated it were the ones there, Mirek and Karen-san. Haine. 177, Advocacy of the Young. The fire cow Phalaris. The biggest monster currently known that was properly confirmed by the 5 churches. Its strength was also top class, and the Fire Church sent subjugation teams several times, but they received a crushing defeat every time and escaped. But the threat of the fire cow is gone now. It has already been subjugated after all. Subjugated by the hands of the fire hero, Mirek, and the light hero, Karen-san. Haine. What stupid things are you saying? There's no way these 2 weaklings would be able to defeat that monster. Kuka. It is the truth. The fire hero and the light hero cooperated and defeated the fire cow Phalaris that you couldn't defeat. Haine. And so. Can you say it again? Who is stronger than who? Small Fry Hero-san that couldn't defeat the fire cow Phalaris and no, the former Small Fry Hero-san? Or maybe Hero Small Fry-san is better? Haine. Gunyo. I thought I might have said a bit too much there, but I didn't feel like loosening my hand here. This is the bond that Karen-san and the others have risked their life to create. And yet, people that are trapped in past conventions are trying to destroy this? There's only one option, fighting back with all we have. Kyuko Anison. Mirek. I was about to give my next attack, but Mirek interjected. It is true that we were the ones who defeated the fire cow Phalaris. There's definitely no way I would have been able to defeat it on my own. It is thanks to the cooperation of Karen and Haine there that we were able to defeat it. Mirek. You are still saying such bullshit? Kuka. And with that in mind, I want to say something. Times have changed. The heroes can't move only thinking about their own church anymore. Those kind of heroes are the ones that are a failure as heroes. Mirek. As expected of the current hero. When she is not only trembling, she does have a sharp tongue. And that is obviously not something that only applies to Mirek. Celestis also stands up trembling. Fashionable resident of Hydraville, Sarasa-san. You also know as well, right? The incident with the Great Sea Dragon that occurred recently. You married into a famous and noble mercantile family, so there's no way you would be estranged from information, right? Celestis. What about it? Sarasa. She is talking about the giant water element monster that intruded on the life of Celestis, the Great Sea Dragon, Hydra Serpent. That monster, that attacked because of the water god Coacervate, had created a giant tsunami and was about to destroy the whole water capital, but the ones who managed to save it in the nick of time were the light, fire, and water heroes. Has a monster stronger than that great sea dragon appeared in your active days? From what I remember, there's none. That great sea dragon as well, without the help of Karenchi and Mirachi, it wouldn't have been possible to defeat it. Are you saying you would be able to defeat that? On your own? Celestus. You. If 3 heroes were not in that place at that time, Hydraville would have been destroyed by now. You and the house of your husband would have been swimming in the sea at this moment. I will be saying this as well. The times have changed. Celestus. The feelings of the new era that the old ones wouldn't understand. It looks like there's no need for me to say anything more. Karen-san seems to be calming down as well. Fire Cow Phalaris and the Great Sea Dragon, and also the 4 mother monsters. Since the time we were made heroes, for some reason, there have been monster calamities of the highest class. In order to deal with those and reduce the casualties of the people, the work of each hero on their own is by no means going to be enough. Karen. But before Karen-san fought the Fire Cow Phalaris and the Great Sea Dragon, there haven't been similar others of those class before. In other words, Kyuka and Sarasa finished their active days by only defeating the infinitely produced monsters of the mother monsters. We are in no way holding hands to deceive our own weakness. It is in order to overcome the difficulties that we wouldn't be able to overcome otherwise. But that doesn't mean we are holding hands against our will. We, the current generation heroes, respect each other and love each other. Karen. Ku. Woo. The speech of Karen-san that couldn't be more straightforward than that was not letting Kyuka and Sarasa find any words to refute it. There was someone who came to my back and whispered to me. I was wondering what would happen for a moment there, but it looks like it will go well. As expected of Karen. She could say all that even against Kyuko Anison. Mirak. The one who blew the horn to counterattack was Haine though. These couple are seriously strong and invincible with their mouth and their fist. Celestus. I am a complete newbie, and couldn't say anything at all, Hayu. Mirak, Celestus, and Hayu, you girls should also be showing sharpness here. They somehow managed to oppose them slightly by riding on the opportunity we created though. But you know, there's no more awkward existence for a hero than their predecessor. We have to show respect to them, and in essence, they are our superiors. Celestus. For me, on top of that, I am also her pupil. Since the time I joined, she has looked after me, and she thoroughly knows my weaknesses. I don't feel like I can win. It is truly a blessing that Karen and the others are here. Mirak. For them, their predecessors are really a natural enemy, huh? But in the end, that applies only when in the same church. Karen-san is steadily cornering the outside former heroes. If you have no other opinions, please take your leave. Leave the problems of the present world to the currently active heroes. Karen. Looks like the match is over. When Mirak and Celestus came over crying, I was trembling in fear wondering what was the matter, but I am glad it ended up as a small problem. Is what I thought. I can't leave it to you, you girls that just glance at illusory dreams. A new voice resounded in the parlor room. A voice I don't know at all, and a person I have seen for the first time. Why you are? Karen. Karen-san was stiffened at the arrival of this new person, as if she had met her nemesis. Long time no see, Karen-san. I am originally not in a standing that would have me step into the light grand church anymore, but due to the amount of uneasiness you as the successor give to me, I had no choice but to return. The new person that appeared is a blonde shortcut-haired woman. Her age seems to be similar to that of Kyuka and Sarasa, moreover, her atmosphere feels somewhat similar to that of Karen-san. Depending on the way of seeing it, you could even say that their atmospheres are the complete opposite. Could it be that this woman is The previous light hero, Sunny Soul Atesh-sama? Karen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178 to 179, Dark Light Woman. TLN, December. A month filled with celebration. But that is exactly why it is one of the most busiest month, if not the busiest one. Because of this, the chapter releases might get a bit erratic in this month and the beginnings of January. I will still try to keep the release schedule as 3 to 4 days, but keep in mind that sometimes it might take slightly longer. Anyways, enjoy the chapter, DDDDD. She vaguely resembles Karen-san. Even so, she isn't like Karen-san at all. She is truly a strange woman that applies to both of these statements. There's parts that resemble each other, but there's even more parts that are completely opposite. If I had to put it in words, it would be a black Karen-san. However, the clothes she is wearing, the accessories, her hair, and the color of her eyes don't have a single black component, and yet, I got that impression from her. What's with that black Karen? Mirak. Or more like, dark Karen-chi? Celestas. Mirak and Celestas seem to have gotten the same impression. The arrival of this mysterious woman, in what way will it affect this situation? The previous light hero, Sunny Soul Atesh-sama? Karen. Karen-san mutters this as if faltering. Is that the name of that pseudo-Karen that has a black presence coming out of her? Moreover, another previous hero? What's with today? Is this a festival of previous heroes? Long time no see, Karen-san. Since the time I retired, right? I was unable to attend your hero ceremony after all. Atesh. Why, are you here? Karen. The attitude of Karen-san in the face of this Atesh that looks to be in her 20s was something I haven't seen before. How to say it, it is as if a small kitten had encountered an adult female cat. If Karen-san had a tail in her rear, there's no doubt that all of its hairs would be standing up. My junior was so disappointing, I had to come here to put an end to it. Atesh. Karen. Karen-san shouts in surprise. Could it be that you two came here to talk about the Hero Alliance? Karen. Then it would be the same as Kyuka and Sarasa over there. What in the world is going on? Reacting to the current heroes joining hands, all the past heroes have begun to move all at once, Lately, there have been many voices speaking out to me, you know? Atesh. Is what the previous hero says as she mixes sarcasm in it. They said that current hero is way too arbitrary in her actions and it is too much to deal with, and that you are trying to destroy the old conventions. There have been so many complaints coming to me that I can't overlook it anymore, so I decided to stand up to it. Atesh. There's no need to do that. A new voice resounds in the parlor room. For a while now, there has been a radical increase in the amount of people here. Yurishiro-sama? Karen. The Light Founder. Mirak. It is Yurishiro-chi. Celestas. Several people call the name of the new person that appeared, the Light Founder, Yurishiro. She can be said to be the leader of the Light Church, and even without that, she is a person that possesses prudence, foresight, and beauty. There's no person that can remain calm when encountering her. And yet, Yurishiro-sama, it has been long. Atesh. Atesh-san doesn't look like she is getting agitated at all. She is a former light hero, so she should at least be acquainted with Yurishiro. There's no way she doesn't know about how fearsome that woman is. I have heard that you have been doing a lot lately, so that popularity reaches my ears every day even when I have already retired. Atesh. What you want to say is bad reputation, right? Atesh-san, when you relinquished your title as the hero, you promised you wouldn't be stepping into this light grand church ever again. I won't let you say that you forgot. Yurishiro. Of course, founder. The affection that I received from you, this sunny soul Atesh hasn't forgotten about it for a single day. Atesh. In that case, depart from this place at once. If you continue being so disobedient, I can order to have you thrown out not only from the Light Grand Church but also from Apollon City. Yoreshiro. An incredible amount of sparks suddenly began scattering. The sparks were flying so violently that all the other people watching were scared and stepped back. Even I have already retreated to the wall. Karen-san, Karen-san. Haine. I silently circumvented towards Karen-san. Just who in the world is she? That Atesh person, why is there such an explosive mood here? Haine. When I asked this, Karen-san answered with a pained expression. Sunny soul Atesh-sama. Just as I said before, she is the one who was in the position of hero before me. She is an incredibly excelling person, and in her active days, she defeated several hundreds of monsters alone. Everyone said that her name would remain in the history of the Light Church. Karen. But Karen-san continues. Atesh-sama suddenly stopped being a hero and left the Light Church just as suddenly. The one who was appointed as the Light Hero after her was me. I have practically not heard anything about her even in my days as an apprentice hero and have had no interactions with her before. Karen. She is more and more of an ominous hero now. Especially while looking at her figure that is straightforwardly facing Yoreshiro head-on. Founder Yoreshiro-sama, I have not forgotten my gratitude towards you. That's why, I can't just silently look at the distress that the Light Church is currently in. Atesh. Distress, you say? Yoreshiro. Right now, the Light Church is on the verge of falling by the hands of a part of people that want to rewrite the past conventions. Atesh. That is of course referring to us. She is most likely talking about the Hero Alliance that Karen-san is trying to make reality. For the Light Church, the Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind Churches are enemies just like the monsters. And yet, joining hands with them and getting along with them? That's an action that goes against the Church's ideals. That Karen-san there is taking the initiative of doing that even though she is in the position of being a hero, and not only has Yoreshiro-sama not reprimanded her, I heard that you are actually endorsing it. Atesh. Go on. Yoreshiro. The people inside the church that think of its well-being have all unanimously come to me to express their displeasure. If the current hero and the founder have both stepped in the wrong path, they had no other person to rely on but me. And so, I had no choice but to appear before you like this. Atesh. Those two as well? Yoreshiro. The gaze of Yoreshiro was directed at the other former heroes, Kyuka and Sarasa. The two are trembling just like the time when the current heroes first met Yoreshiro. We are talking about you here, so you must have thought that the more pawns the better and had them involved in this as well. Yoreshiro. Wah? In that case, could it be that the notice telling us about the Hero Alliance was your doing, Atesh? Kyuka. Kyuka roars as she asks, but Atesh didn't falter one bit. I don't know what you are talking about. Atesh. She simply smiled. How wicked. Well, you were more useless than I expected, and it proved that the heroes of the trash churches are, as I thought, trash as well. Atesh. Atesh-sama. Karen. Karen-san speaks out boldly. As I said before, by having the heroes cooperate, we can manage to oppose the monsters in a more effective way. That way we can protect even more people. Karen. Karen-san, that very thinking of yours is incorrect. Atesh. Atesh says cold-heartedly. What the heroes protect is the church's authority. Atesh. Ugh. By having the people be saved by the hero, they will respect and light up their religious belief towards the church that the hero is affiliated to. The hero fights for that sake. What you say is the very definition of mistaking the method and objective. Atesh. But Karen. A group is often a brittle thing. There are times when it would easily crumble by losing their old conventions, their authority. Karen-san, what you are trying to do holds the danger of ending the light church. Do you properly understand that? Atesh. Being gazed straight by Atesh, Karen-san was unable to say anything back. As I thought, even for Karen-san, the former hero is also a natural enemy. The people that you say must be protected, they are able to live in peace thanks to the church. Is creating chaos in society with your narrow perspective also a duty of a hero? It looks like you have absolutely no self-consciousness that you are hero. Isn't that right, Yorishiro-sama? Atesh. Being directed a disgusting gaze, Yorishiro speaks indifferently. Atesh-san and the others, I understand now that you are displeased with the measures of the current churches. It is obvious that change invites opposition. The previous heroes being the ones taking the forefront in the old convention's side might, in a way, be inevitable. Yorishiro. Meaning that the old conventions are chanted by the past people, huh? Then this should be the best opportunity. Whether it is a person or an organization, it is impossible to continue concentrating forever in one thing. The time will come when the old ones that don't fit the requirements of the era must be replaced for the new. This is the moment for that. Yorishiro. Are you saying this is the best opportunity to prove that? Atesh. That's right. Yorishiro. And how will you be proving that? Atesh. As if they already knew what the both of them would be saying from the very beginning, the conversation continued smoothly, and Yorishiro spoke the conclusion. Obviously, by fighting. Yorishiro. 179, Beginning of Battle. Dividing the teams into current heroes and previous heroes, we will be having a match. How about the one who wins will have their opinion pass? Yorishiro. Ihi? Iya? The current hero and previous hero teams were shocked by it. The only one who was calm about it was Atesh. That's unexpected. Yorishiro-sama, who would always make careful preparations in order to achieve her objective, has decided on such an impulsive match like this. Atesh. The ones who win at the end are not the ones who don't neglect preparation, but the ones who can adapt to the flow. Yorishiro. Whatever. But why did you make it a team fight? If we are to put an end to all this in a match, shouldn't it be enough with a one-on-one fight with Karen-san and me? Atesh. Saying this, Karen-san, who was standing at my side, had her shoulders quiver. Don't misunderstand. The Hero Alliance has the approval of all the 5 current founders of the churches. If you want to cancel the Hero Alliance, you will have to convince them all. Yorishiro. And I am saying that's being domesticated though. Kyuka-san, Sarasa-san, that's how things are. What are you going to do? Atesh. Eek? Being suddenly called, the previous fire and water heroes get surprised. If you don't want to, I don't really mind, you know. I can easily wring the neck of these greenhorns by myself after all. If you two are scared of fighting with your already dulled arms, you can go to the spectator's seat and tremble there obediently. Atesh. Don't get conceited, wicked hero. Leaving aside the other half-assed bunch, my pupil Mirik is not one to so easily fall. If I don't take the stage, you wouldn't be able to do jack shit. If it's a battle, I will be rampaging. Kuka. I have to accept the challenges that are being sold to me, or I would be a disgrace of a Hydraville merchant. This is a good chance to confirm if Celesta-san has dulled with all that playing around as an idol. Sarasa. Mirik and Celesta stiffened their faces and went "Yua" at that. But those former fire and water heroes, aren't they being controlled skillfully by that wicked light hero? Well then, now that the talk has been wrapped up, I will have you let me stay here for today. Whichever the case, there's the need for time and preparation in order to make that fight an official one. Isn't that right, Yorishiro-sama? Atesh. Fine. We will be telling you the time and place when it is done. Yorishiro. Once again sparks flew around, and the face-off of Yorishiro and Atesh finished. Before leaving the room, Atesh stops her steps in front of Karen. Karen-san, that's how things have ended up as. Let's fight with all we have in the designated date. Atesh. You Karen. I think that you are not worthy of being the light hero. I plan on proving that in this fight. Atesh. Saying this, Atesh left the room this time for sure. Kyuka and Sarasa followed fit. Be prepared, Mirak. That lukewarm tenacity of yours, I will be beating it down at that day until it turns into shape. Kuka. I will also be taking my leave here, Celesta-san. In order to, at the very least, not make it an embarrassing defeat, cancel all your idle plans and concentrate on training. Sarasa. Is what they said as they left. Seeing them off, the current heroes Mirak and Celestus reacted by saying, Sis was oozing the aura of a small fry. Mirak. They were poured the pressure of Yorishiro-sama and the former light hero after all. Are you saying that the previous heroes were so whipped when dealing with the light church? Celestus. Even so, I think that Mirak and Celestus are also being smoothly dealt with by Karen-san, in the good sense of the way, or at least that's what I want to believe is how it is. And so? The storm passed and we are now in the parlor room of the Light Grand Church. Now that the previous heroes have left, the amount of people has finally lowered. The weakling smell has gotten thinner and it is finally easier to breathe. Celestus. The sudden jump in the average age of this place has finally stabilized to normal numbers. Mirak. Mirak and Celestus go floaty high as they laugh. Was the pressure and stress from their senpais really that much? But it looks like even the outsider also felt it. The wind hero Haine, who was trying to join the conversation, said, Wow, that was tensing. I couldn't keep up with the conversation and, in the middle of it, I turned into air. Haine. Truly a wind hero. Mirak. Truly a wind hero. Celestus. Truly a wind hero. But what are we going to do about this? Isn't a match a bit too much all of a sudden? Haine. While I was cleaning up the wreckage that was left when the former heroes destroyed the wall, I reprimand Yorishiro regarding the duel. That Yorishiro was nonchalantly drinking tea. This is an event that I predicted. Yorishiro. The 5 churches have been at their throats for a long time. At the time when the churches were established, they stole many worshippers from each other in order to offer as much prayers as possible to their gods, and there was even a period when churches were at war. Since the appearance of monsters and ethereal, the fighting had drawn back in the surface, but even with that, there hasn't been a single moment where the churches have gotten along with each other. Yorishiro. But that is about to change, right? Haine. That's right. Thanks to the effort of these young heroes here, the relationship between the churches is rapidly increasing favorably. It is also due to the fact that we have mutual enemies that are the mother monsters and the demon lords, but all churches uniting as one has not occurred even once in all of history. Yorishiro. But that's exactly why. There will always be people who will go against something that has no precedent. The heroes are the face of the church. It is hard to ignore that influence even for the people that have already retired. Knowing that the ones that have caused this change were the current heroes, they have no choice but to have the former heroes shoulder the responsibility of stopping it. Yorishiro. That means there's someone pulling the strings in the shadows? In other words, this is not simply a fight to see who is in the right but Haine. A pure political conflict. Yorishiro. And in reality, even if we were to only look at the Light Church, there's the Cardinal, Archbishop, and the Aurora Knights General and also several other high-ranked knights. Due to them being born in a good family, they have obtained high positions. If the 5 churches cooperate and the fight against the monsters seriously begins, just by requiring them to show their abilities in a situation that needs them to, it would trouble them heavily. If we change to a new system, the dissatisfactions of the people that have gotten used to the old system would be many. We have begun a fight to eradicate monsters. For the sake of that, we will be joining hands with the heroes that have been enemies until now, and that will better the situation between churches. By doing something we have not been able to accomplish before, we have made a big step. Yorishiro. Okay? Even so, the future prospects are bleak. The existence that has been born from the mother monster, the demon lord. To identify the identity of that, we have gathered the strength of all churches, but there have been no tangible results yet. In the middle of that, a problem appeared, not in the monster-related side but in the human side. Yorishiro. Thanks for explaining the situation. I want to use this opportunity to bring out to light all the ones who are against this change. Yorishiro. Ah, could it be that was why Yorishiro-sama challenged the former heroes to a match? Celestus. Yorishiro nods at the question of Celestus. That's right. The puppeteers in this occasion will use many means in order to have the previous heroes win. The ones who move are enemies. They are the insects that are squirming inside us. Everyone, Yorishiro. Why yes. Daisu. The current heroes tremble in unison. Understand that this is a fight we can't avoid. By winning this, proof that you are in the right. I will find every single enemy that is lurking in the shadows. By overcoming this difficulty, we will do one more step towards peace. Yorishiro. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180 to 181 Inquiry about the previous generation. Fua, Yorishiro-sama be in fire Daisu. Her political conflict spirit be showing its full color Daisu. Is what the Earth hero, Gonbi Seisi-chan says as she directs a gaze of admiration towards Yorishiro, HM? Why is Seisi-chan here? She wasn't here until a moment ago? Haine. What you saying, Haine Niken? I arrived together with Doraha-san and Yorishiro-sama desu yo. Seisi. Yes, Haine-sama. Doraha. Now that I look properly, even Doraha was standing at her side. Leaving aside Doraha, who has completely become an attendant of Yorishiro, why is Seisi-chan also together with Yorishiro? I will explain it, Haine-sama. Doraha. It looks like Doraha will be taking that job. At the previous incident in Rudra's metropolis, there was apparently something that meshed well between Yorishiro-sama and Seisi-san regarding the treatment of the captured people, and are now hitting it off. Doraha. I have found something shining deep inside of Seisi-san, is what Yorishiro-sama said, and decided that she will be inheriting her scheming abilities. We were about to open a study session with Seisi-chan. At that moment, we heard that the hero Atesh had appeared. Doraha. Wait a second there. Seisi-chan is already being taught by the grandma that is said to be the strongest Earth hero in history. And you are telling me that, on top of that, Yorishiro will be teaching her scheming? Are you planning on creating a brutal and demonic superhuman? And at that moment, Yorishiro and Seisi-chan had begun talking. Seisi-chan, let's do a review of today. What is the motto of the Light Church? Yorishiro. Forget about inconvenient things Daisu. Seisi. No good. She is already beginning to get infected into the demonic Seisi-chan. Well, let's leave that problem for later. Right now, we have to concentrate on a more direct matter. By the way, Seisi-chan, can you please help repairing the wall that the previous heroes destroyed? Haine. That be super easy Daisu. Using the rubble, fill in the holes and combine. Just like new Daisu. Sasad. How convenient. Then, let's talk about the important thing. About the current and previous heroes having a match. Haine. Yes? Yorishiro. Can they win? Haine. Honestly speaking, in this kind of matches, there's the need to have the confidence of saying that in 10 matches, you can win 10 times. The one who wins will be in the right, so if Atesh and the other previous heroes win, the hero alliance will dissolve and the reconciliation of the 5 churches would also go back to square one. On the other hand, if the current heroes were to win, it would mean that the talk about the hero alliance will continue to stand. All founders have accepted it, so it means that by fighting, more acceptance will be gained. Putting it bluntly, there's little profit and big risk. The previous heroes are already retired people, right? In that case, their peak time should have passed already, and the current heroes should be the stronger ones, right? Haine. Heroes are the face of the church. Yorishiro. Yes, I have heard that many times. As the representative of the church, they help in creating a better image, and the heroes must be strong and elegant no matter the time. Because of that, all heroes are beautiful girls and are chosen to be around their teens. Yorishiro. I look around the place. Karen-san, Mirak, Celestis, Seisi-chan, Hayu, the average age should be around 14. That's also because Seisi-chan is bringing down the average by herself though. But there will be a time when looks and fighting power decay. The church has the tendency of having someone take over when the hero has surpassed their growth peak before she messes up. So, the heroes normally retire when they are 20 to 22 years old. At latest, it would be 25. The heroes that have come here today were around that age too. Yorishiro. It is true that Atesh, Kyuka, and Sarasa said that they were the previous generation heroes, but in terms of age, they simply had that adult charm in them and were still oozing with youth. There's actually more heroes that have gotten stronger after retiring than the contrary. Those 3 surely fall in that category. Even by just having a glance at them, I could tell that the aura they had was not that of someone who had forgotten about battle. Yorishiro. Oh. At worst, doesn't that mean that they might be stronger than the current heroes? Teenagers versus adults, thinking about it normally, the adults win in body build and the amount of experience gained. There's the need for more time before we are able to add decay in the victory factors. In general, that's how it would go. Now, the problem will be with the individuals though, Yorishiro. My sis, Abi Kyuka, Mirak. As if cutting into the words of Yorishiro, Mirak begins speaking. Is said to be the strongest disciple of my master Inu. Mirak. The current leader of the fire church, Inu-san, who was famous for his let there be hot-bloodedness, was a general in the Ignis Militant Corps. In his days when he led the Ignis Militant Corps, he also guided several fighters and raised them to be strong or even more than that. The Mirak that is standing before us is also a disciple of his. That's why she calls the previous fire hero as Sis. Sis Kyuka was someone who had excelling talent. Master also acknowledged that talent and placed more effort in his teachings with her. Master, who has now become the current founder, is thoroughly holding back the ones against the Hero Alliance, but the reason he is unable to do that with Sis Kyuka is due to the circumstances I previously stated. Mirak. You are saying that he can't do anything against his cute disciple? Haine. What's with that? Isn't that favoritism? Celestis. The disruption that Celestis mixed in ended with no reaction. But Mirak-chan was also chosen as the fire hero, so you shouldn't lose in talent, Karen. Did you forget already, Karen? I didn't have talent from the very beginning. That's why I had no choice but to cover for it with effort. Straining effort that even made me forget my friendship with you. Mirak. She probably remembered a bitter past. Mirak made a self-deprecating smile. The reason I was able to become a hero was because Sis Kyuka lost to the fire cow Phalaris and retired. I was simply the only one who fit the bill for successor, that's all there is to it. Moreover, there's no doubt that Sis Kyuka has trained harshly in order to vindicate for her defeat against the Fire Cow. There's no way she is weaker than in those days. Mirok. She has talent and puts in effort as well, huh? But the most serious matter is that Mirok has a complex regarding her senior Kyuka. Kyuka and Mirok are disciples of the same master. In a way, a senior might be an existence that has mixes of respect, fear, deep affection, and hatred that surpass that of their master. The previous water hero, Sarasa, is a nasty woman. Celestis. Celestis speaks next. She is a by-the-book water hero, and it is exactly because I am doing something unconventional that she sees me as an enemy. Celestis. It would actually be as if Celestis herself was screaming, "Let me be your enemy." It has been an unwritten rule that the water hero should marry into a big merchant family that has influence and assets when she retires. It is a political marriage in order to tie the church with the financial world. Sarasa said as well, she married a prominent foreign trader in Hydraville and is enjoying a celebrity life. That's probably why she is looking down on me even more. Celestis, oh, so Celestis called her a gold digger, not a widow, got it. Fixed. Is it my imagination that I saw a faint stiffening in her expression when she was speaking? At any rate, next it would be about the previous light hero, Sunny Soul Atesh. Let me explain about her. Yoreshiro. 181, Ominous Remains of Light. The motto of the Light Church is forget about inconvenient things. Well, that was half joking, but if there's a person that embodies this statement, there's no doubt it would be Atesh-san. Yoreshiro. Is what Yoreshiro said as if it was a joke, but it didn't sound like much of a joke. On the other hand, the current light hero, Karen-san, was simply staying silent and listening. There's probably people who have heard rumors already, but I obtained this position of light founder by kicking down the previous light founder, my father. My father, in his time as a founder, tainted his hands with dishonest actions, and in order to have him take responsibility, I had him retire. Yoreshiro. I feel like I have heard about that before. I will be omitting what dishonest actions he did, as it would be a scandal for the Light Church, but those dishonest acts had the hero at that time, Atesh-san, involved. In the time I took the place of my father, I had her make a decision. Yoreshiro. Decision? Haine. Step back by her own volition, or have someone else take her title. She chose retirement without a single moment of hesitation. She wouldn't be a hero anymore, but with this, there will be no more sins added, and on top of that, she will still receive the many compensations that retired heroes receive. She had calculated this. Yoreshiro. Meaning that, the hero Atesh is that kind of woman? Haine. That's right. She is a woman that doesn't act unless she has calculated it minutely. In that sense, it can be said that she is the complete contrary of Karen-san, who has moved purely with her natural virtue. Yoreshiro. Ah, that's Mirok. I understand it completely, Celestis. The description of Karen-san that Yoreshiro gave out had Mirok and Celestis not immediately. In the time she retired, she must have had a path to make a big turnabout by facing me, and yet, Atesh-san didn't take that risk. When the winning chance is low, she obediently accepts defeat, and lived a life of obscurity until now. Yoreshiro. Then, the reason why she moved now was because, Haine. She judged that this is the time to do a counterattack? I wonder. But we have to be careful about her. This very situation of several former heroes taking action might be the picture she was trying to draw. Yoreshiro. Have the old convention's preservation faction of the churches as her allies, put them together, and use them as her own fighting force. Is she trying to defeat the current political powers and make herself take that place by using that fighting force? If that is the truth, Atesh is utilizing the situation in a frighteningly skillful way. Atesh-san herself has, in a sense, a clear head for politics after all. The title of hero was simply a step in order to obtain political power. She is a woman that would do anything in order to obtain political power as long as it doesn't endanger herself. Yorishiro. I don't want to lose. The one who shouted as if ringing out her voice was Karen-san. Those eyes of hers were burning with the light of resistance. I don't want to lose to someone like that. A person that only uses the title of hero for her own sake. I definitely don't want to lose. Karen. But there's no need to get so worked up about it, don't you think? Celestis. Maybe because she was overawed by Karen-san, who was burning in anger to unexpected levels, Celestis made a dry laugh. It has been decided that it will be a fight of the current heroes versus the previous heroes. The ones that came from the previous generation today were only the light, fire, and water heroes, but in this side, we have the earth, water, fire, wind, and light heroes. All 5 heroes are gathered. Just by going at it normally, we would be winning by numbers. Celestis. Now that she puts it that way, she does have a point. It is still unknown how this match will be done, but there's no way higher numbers will become a disadvantage. Of course Desu. If it be a war, it of course be gone be Seisi. I'll be doing my best Desu. Seisi. I will cover your backs. Hayu. Seisi-chan and Haya seem to have plenty enough motivation. In a team battle, the highest bottleneck would be the quality of the teamwork, but in that point, there's nothing to worry about with these girls. The bond that these girls have tempered through many battles will become their strongest weapon. In that case, the strength in numbers will only be an advantage for us. What about me? Haine. I tried raising my hand. You are not an official hero, so you are an outsider this time around, right? Just step back. Celestis. That's right. Relying on you all the time would affect us as heroes. I will show you that I can defeat my senior with my own hands. Mirok. And I was bluntly rejected. It looks like this fight will be purely of heroes against heroes. But even so, the direness in the face of Yorishiro was not falling off. But, will it really go so smoothly? We are talking about Atesh-san here. There's the possibility that she has already made a move with the Earth and Wind Church, Yorishiro. Is she implying that the previous Earth and Wind heroes will also be appearing? The previous Earth hero, you say? I don't think I would be able to defeat that Oba-san no, Celestis. Is what Celestis says as she trembles. She must be talking about the Oba-san of Seisi-chan that is now the Earth founder. That Oba-san was called the Taker by the Roots in her young days and is considered a legendary class hero. Bachan be the hero 7 generations back Desuyo. The previous Earth hero be my cousin, Unico-nichan Desu. Seisi. Heh, what kind of person is she? This is just in case, but is she good at fighting? Haine. She married last year and retired Desu. I be selected as her replacement Desu. But if I remember correctly, Unico-nichan be expecting her 3rd child to be born soon, so I don't think she can swing around a weapon Desu. Seisi. Wait a moment. You said that she married last year, and yet, she is expecting a 3rd baby? The math doesn't match here though? Haine. That be the production capability of Ishtar Blaze, be what Bachan said Desu. Seisi. Does that also fall in the category of production? Well, there's also the possibility that it is simply Seisi-chan's misunderstanding. That chance is a lot higher than any others, so let's just leave it aside for now. Hayu, what about your place? But well, we all already know who the previous Wind hero was The Wind founder, Toraito Shibadano. Haine. That's right. The Wind Church not that long ago had Shiva be the Wind founder as well as the Wind hero. But because of the fight with the Wind demon Lord Raphael, Shiva received damage in his whole body that was impossible to recover from and had to retire, and so, his little sister Haya became the new hero. Shiva, who is now concentrating fully on being a founder, is not in a state where he can fight anymore, and most of all, he wouldn't take the side opposing the hero alliance. Looking at it in this way, there should be no worries about the wind hero at all, but no, it might come, that person. Haine. Haine seemed to be muttering something with a scary mood. In that case, it will be a fight to determine the superior Ha. Just what I wanted. Haine began to caress her wind gun as she laughed cuckoo. What's with that? It is scary. At any rate, it might be a stupid fight, but that's exactly why we can't lose. Using this as a chance, we will wipe out the unrestful elements in the human side, and next, it will connect to the fight with the mother monsters. Yorishiro. Yees. Everyone raised their fists at the speech of Yorishiro. After half a month, the details of the match between the new and old heroes, that has been approved by all the 5 churches, had been announced. The participants in the previous hero team are the previous light hero, Sunny Solatish, the previous fire hero, Abi Kyuka, previous water hero, Aresaresa, the previous earth hero Leg Hunter Iman Yaniko, and the wind hero that was discharged while still active, Brastor Juo. And so, in the case that the previous heroes win, what they want to achieve is the dissolution of the hero alliance and to retract the reconciliation of the 5 churches. Moreover, the resignation of all the current heroes and founders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182 to 185, High Risk. Oi, what the hell is this? Haine. At the appointed day of the match. After checking out the details of the current heroes versus previous heroes that was announced, I raised my voice. It was a shout that was close to a scream. If the previous heroes win, all the current heroes and founders will resign. It is just as it is written. Yorishiro. The light founder, Yorishiro, speaks back with a carefree face. Well, in a sense, it was expected. The people that are utilizing the previous heroes are planning on stopping the young ones of the 5 churches. It is a matter of course that they would take action towards the current heroes and the founders that are pressing forward in their endeavor. Yorishiro. Don't say that as if it's nothing. Even you won't be able to stay as a founder anymore, you know? Haine. That's only if Karen-san and the others lose though. The match that is supposed to take place today between the current heroes team and previous heroes team, it is something that originated due to the hero alliance that Karen-san was thinking of forming. A hero alliance that has the objective of having the heroes that have been against each other until now to cooperate with each other in order to defeat the monsters. That plan surpassed what the creator of that very idea Karen-san expected, and was about to develop into the main reason for the churches itself to reconcile. However, when you want to change something that has existed for a long time, there will definitely be people who will oppose it. The measure that those people took was utilize the previous heroes. As they are the past heroes, their heads still have the confrontational ideologies of the past. On top of that, the current heroes are in a senior-junior relationship with them, which is a hard-to-explain factor. Meaning that, they are the worst kind of opponents. And so, it has been decided that the match will be taking place between the current heroes, the pro-reconciliation side, and the previous heroes, the contra-reconciliation side. That's today. The side that wins will shut up the side that loses. That's the kind of match it should have been. However, what was announced after the half a month of preparation was that the reward of the winner would be, to put it in other words, the penalty of the defeated was so harsh it surpassed by a lot what I expected. In the case the previous heroes win, the current heroes and founders will all resign. Haine. Karen-san, Mirik, Celestis, Seisi-chan, and Haya won't be able to stay as heroes. And Yorishiro will also be expelled from her position as founder. The rules in this match were decided in a meeting with all the churches, and were settled with deliberation, apparently. Of course, the ones who came out with the crazy rule of everyone will resign were no doubt the contra-reconciliation side. They proposed it and managed to push it through. Doesn't this mean that the contra-reconciliation side one-upped Yorishiro? Calm down, Haine. Shiva.
Saying so, the wind founder and wind god, Teraito Shiva, pacifies me.
Do you think this woman is so cute as to get defeated right at the get-go?
Make them think they have won, and then have them walk the path of destruction. That's the most basic method of schemers.
Shiva.
This time, our political objective is to sniff out all the contra forces that are in the church without leaving a single one. In order to do that, there's the need to provide a delicious bait, so that even the last one hiding will want to come out from the shadows.
Shiva. The explanation of Shiva made Yorishiro go fufufu. So that's how it was? But the people that were raising a ruckus in the meeting were simply small fries.
There's the need to drag the people that control those small fries and the previous heroes out from the shadows.
In order to do that, I am willing to place my neck as the price. Yorishiro. I was totally dragged into it though. Shiva.
Shiva clicked his tongue with an expression speaking 1,000 complaints, but Yorishiro simply smiled.
That isn't the case, right?
This time's plan benefits all the 5 churches. People that try to pull the leg of the ones that are going to create ambitious feats can be found anywhere after all.
Yorishiro.
Our wind church is different from you guys' places, it is already united.
Even in the reconciliation, there was not a single one who was against it. Shiva.
It is completely beside the point, but Shiva still snaps at the weirdest of places.
Now, don't be like that, wind founder.
And another person speaks, the earth founder Obasan. Yes, see, in my place, everyone prostrated and implored me to become the founder.
In that way, you could say that they all be a monolith. As a countryside, we really be enclosed, you see.
Even if we be told to suddenly get along with outside people, I would want there to be one more push in order to convince them, you know.
Oba-san. And you are saying this time's match will be the push that's needed? Shiva. For that sake, I dragged out Unico by force after all. Oba-san.
The reason why the Earth hero, that wasn't supposed to participate, is participating now is because of this person, huh?
The water founder joins.
It is embarrassing to say, but our place is in the same state as the light, a complete mess. Especially the household that Sarasa-san married into. It is an influential force in the financial world and are in a standing that makes it possible for them to aim for the standing of water founder.
This one can't help but smell a conspiracy here. Azul. Let there be hot-bloodedness.
The fire founder is apologizing for the arbitrary actions of his disciple.
Must be talking about the previous fire hero, Kyuka.
In the end, a second founders conference is taking place today. Well, their own heads are at stake here, so it is a given. I already felt listless, so I turned on my heels.
Era, where are you going, Haine-san?
Yorishiro. I will check out on how Karen-san and the others are doing before the match.
Haine.
While I was in the middle of heading to the waiting room of Karen-san and the others, I met a familiar face.
The Light Church's Aurora Knight Corps General, Zebrfon Davi. He shows clear hostility every time we meet. You poisonous insect nesting in our church. It looks like today will be your death inauguration. I remember the words of Yorishiro just a few moments ago. The people making a ruckus are all small fries, huh? Today, the Light Church will return to its pure and glorious state.
The founder and hero that disturbs order like crazy will be gone, and the poisonous insect that is you will be eliminated.
And then, the Light Church will regain its original form. Did you finish the reformation plan that Yorishiro asked you to make? Haine. Wah? As something like that doesn't matter.
The very person that ordered it will soon be kicked out from her position as founder after all.
He still hasn't done it yet? How much time do you think has passed since then? He truly is incompetent.
The Contra sighed. Without even trying to, I was able to actually feel its existence, and this time, I will be heading to the place where the people who will be fighting against them are. 183 Waiting Room Current Heroes. How are the current heroes doing now that there's only 1 hour till the match begins? With the intentions of also encouraging them, I decided on checking out how they were doing in the waiting room where they were in standby at. It was in a funeral state. What's with that? If we lose, the heroes are fired? Mirok. Is this a variety show or something? Don't go deciding so easily on the course of a hero. Celestus. This be the moment that one more anecdote will be added to my legend Desu. And yet, I didn't hear at all that Unico-Nichan would be taking part 2 Desu yo. Seisi. If these heroes lose, they are fired. It looks like that reality had hit them harder than expected. Mirok, Celestus, and Seisi-chan were in an oars position on the floor and were not moving from there at all. What's with you girls? It hasn't been decided yet that you will be fired, right? It is fine if you just win. Haine. You say it as if it's easy, but it isn't. Mirok. Mirok raged. This is no boasting, but I haven't won a single time against Sis Kyuka before. And that shame of having my panties torn off every time I lost. If she were to do that in the eyes of the public. Mirok. The heart of the fire hero was completely broken. A sister-disciple relationship is truly troublesome, At any rate, we have no choice but to fight. Karen. Karen-san alone stout-heartedly cheered up everyone. Just like Yorishiro-sama said, this fight is an unavoidable fight that we must win in order to achieve our biggest objective. For the sake of eradicating monsters and leading the world into peace. Also, in order for our union to not be pointless, we can't run away. We have no choice but to win. Karen. Ooh. Oh. Deso. There's no strength in the response. I am getting even more preoccupied? I am sorry, Karen-san. I would like to be of help here somehow, but, Haine. And in reality, there's nothing I can do in this fight. As the incarnation of the Dark God, I have done my best to make the world a better place, but when it comes to official problems like this, I end up being powerless. But Karen-san is always positive. It is all right. This is fight that we heroes have to take ourselves. That's why we have to overcome it ourselves. Ate-san and the other previous heroes are basically the old conventions taking form to attack us. If we don't break through them, we won't be able to create a new system and era. Karen. Karen-san was determined. That is the very form of the person that pulls the hero alliance. Haine-chi, if you want us to win no matter what, you can promise I will kiss you if you win and Karen-chi's overall parameters will go up by 3 times more, you know? Celestus. Celestus, who was prostrated on the floor in despair, said this. Celestus-chan, stop it. Haine-san, I am looking forward to it. Karen. Which is it, Karen-san? But if this will only boost the motivation of Karen-san, the other 4 will still have their despairing state. Mirok-chi, I have discovered something incredible. Celestus. What? Mirok. When lying down on the floor like this, we can peek at Karen-chi's panties as much as we want. Celestus. What? Seriously? Mirok. Mirok, who was lying down depressed, was told this by Celestus, who was lying face up on the floor, and it made Mirok's mood slightly better. Stop it. Karen. Karen-san is wearing a skirt today. Also, we are planning on moving a lot today, so I wore a shorts underneath my skirt. Don't go lying, Celestus-chan. Karen. You don't understand, Karen-chi, whether it is shorts or pantyless, it doesn't matter. There's romance in looking at the hidden domain that is the inside of a skirt. Celestus. At any rate, it was already a mess. If there's another person we can rely on, it would have to be
the wind hero, Haine. But where is she? I haven't felt her presence for a while now though. I tried looking around, and I found her standing still at a corner of the room. It looks like she is cleaning her gun, and no Ozuno, and laughing kukuku. How scary. What's the matter with Haine? Why does she have such a horrifying atmosphere? Haine. I don't know. She has been like this all this time since the names of our opponents were announced. Karen. Names of the opponents? Now that I think about it, there was an unfamiliar name in the previous Wind Hero line that I thought would be vacant. To think I would have the chance to kick the ass of that person in this kind of place. Haine. Haine? What's wrong, Haine-san? You are scary. Everyone. Haine. Haine-san stands up proudly. This is a battle that will decide the rise or fall of the Hero Alliance. In order to show our justice, let's do our best and slaughter all the annoying past heroes. Haine. We can't kill them, okay? But the unexpected roar of Haine had everyone retort. Right. Staying here in low spirits won't help at all. Mirok. This is already our era. Let's teach that to Oba-san and the others. Celestus. Defeat them before we get defeated Desu. That be the survival of the fittest, that be the ironclad rule to survive in this world Desu. Seisi. The three that were prostrated on the floor stand up with strength gathered in their limbs. Let's do it, everyone. Let's show the previous heroes our strength. Karen. Karen-san chimed last, and all five shouted in determination. Ohoo! DASU. No matter what's said, they all have overcome many life or death situations together. Their teamwork is excellent. Worrying more than this would be unnecessary. Thinking this, I left just like that and decided on leaving it to them. This time, I really might end up simply watching. Those girls are strong. They should be able to overcome their own difficulties. Let's obediently return to where the founders are, is what I thought, but I thought this, and yet, my legs were directed at a different direction. At the direction where the waiting room of the enemy of Karen-san and the others are, the previous heroes team. 184, waiting room previous heroes. Why did I come here? I think this as I stand in front of the door of the waiting room. Of course, even if I say waiting room, it isn't the waiting room of the current heroes team where I had visited Karen-san and the others just a few moments ago. It is the waiting room of the previous heroes that are the opponents in this match. Will this turn into an inspection of the enemy's movements? There's nothing I can gain from doing that, but as expected, I can't hold down the feeling that I want to do something for them. I breath deeply once, and knock on the door. A satisfying knock, knock, knock sound rang. Yes, you can enter. I heard the voice of someone on the other side saying it is okay to enter, so I opened the door. Sorry for the intrusion. Haine. What welcomed me the moment I entered the room was a fully exposed breast. What? Haine. There was a woman that had a breast exposed in the waiting room. It is a person I have seen for the first time, and should be around her mid-20s. It can be said to be the standard age of a previous hero, but why does she have a breast exposed? Wait, there's a baby nibbling on that breast. I see, she is breastfeeding. Sorry for being occupied. But babies don't care about the matters of adults, you see. When they hungry, they will make a ruckus, and I gotta bring out my breast. And who are you? Haine. Era, excuse my rudeness. I be late in my introductions. I be the previous Earth hero, I'm a Yaniko. Yaniko. This person is the Earth hero that came before Seisi-chan. Her whole body is well-rounded, and even though she is in her mid-20s, she already has the atmosphere of a mother. She is always showing a happy-looking smile, and she actually looks more like Mother Earth than Mantle herself. Sorry. I intruded while you were in the middle of something. Haine. It's fine, it's fine. You're Haine-san, right? Sobo-chan told me that you be the savior of Ishtar Blaze, and I can't neglect my respect. Don't mind something like this. This little one be simply eatin' his meal. Yaniko. The spirit of a mother. Alright. This is the meal of the baby, so the very thought of thinking about it in a perverted way is rude. No, it was surprising that you would be participating in this occasion. I heard that you wouldn't be participating after all. Haine. Well, when the notice of Sobo-chan came, it be just the time when this little one had been born, you see. I lost all reason to refuse. Yaniko. The baby must have filled himself up. He lets go of his mouth. Yaniko-san covers her breast with practiced hand, and makes the baby let out a burb. If I remember correctly, she is the cousin of Seisi-chan. In that case, the Sobo-chan she is talking about must be the same as Seisi-chan, the current Earth Founder taker by the roots. A woman that possesses the same blood of the strongest hero. Based on the information of Seisi-chan, she was apparently unable to participate because she was pregnant, but it looks like she had already given birth. So that's why she ended up participating, huh? It is just before a battle, and yet, it is so noisy it is annoying. Kuka. The people of the Earth Church are truly lacking grace and are noisy. Sarasa. From the deep part of the room, I heard the complaining voices of the previous fire hero Kuka and the previous water hero Sarasa. I completely didn't notice them because of the shocking Mother Earth level breasts, but these people were also here, huh? What weird people. It be obvious that children are noisy. If you complain on things like that all the time, you can't become proper mothers, you know? Yaniko. What did you say? Kuka. Are you picking a fight? Sarasa. The fire and water were seething in anger, but the earth was also releasing pressure that didn't lose to theirs. I simply said what's obvious, you know. In the first place, the fact that you haven't gotten pregnant a single time even though you already be older than 20 is something impossible to think of in my countryside. You would need to be quite the ugly ones. Yaniko. Earthwoman, whose only trait is to give birth like a rabbit, do you have enough strength as a hero to compensate for that big mouth of yours? Kuka. Right. I am beginning to feel like it would be best to shut you up first before dealing with the conceited juniors. Sarasa. Kuka and Sarasa take a battle stance. On the other hand, Yaniko-san looks like she is also fully intending to confront them. They are on really bad terms. As I thought, the previous heroes don't get along at all. Stop. At that moment, a hoarse voice was hurled out. The sharpness of that tone stopped the bloodthirst of the previous heroes. Sobo-chan? Yaniko. The one who appeared was the Earth Founder Oba-san. This very person is someone who trampled in a past that is even farther away than the women here. Due to the presence of their great senior, not only her granddaughter Yaniko-san, even Sarasa and Kuka stiffened. Yaniko, the reason why I called you here was not to have you fight in a place like this. Understand your own role. Oba-san. I know, Sobo-chan. Yaniko. Her words may sound obedient, but she is puckering her lips a hell lot. You too as well, you must have your own circumstances, but today, you be members that will be fighting together today SNE. Can't you get together a bit? Oba-chan. Get together, you say? Don't joke around. Kuka. Kuka roars as she stands. Don't misunderstand, Earth Founder. My objective is to beat into shape my weakling of a junior. The team battle was something that was decided on their own convenience. I don't have a single shred of an intention to get along with this bunch. Kuka. I have no intentions of getting along with the enemy. Being a team battle is just in form, we will be doing our own thing. Sarasa. In the first place, I don't know if this is a waiting room or whatever, but why do I have to be placed in the same room as these people? Just breathing the same air as these people is displeasing. Kuka. The light and wind ones were not here from the very beginning, and yet, I feel like an idiot for faithfully staying here. I will be relaxing in a different room right now. Sarasa. Saying this, Kuka and Sarasa left the room angered. I be relieved that they are gone now. If I be close to such widows, it would be bad for the education of this child. Yaniko. No, well, at the very least, Sarasa-san seems to be married though. Can't even be described as not getting along. Oba-san. The Earth founder Oba-san says with a troubled tone. But that be the original shape of the 5 churches SANE. For several centuries, we've been fighting each other and stealing each other's profits. It'd be the same in my active days. Will this turn into a passing disorder, or will a new standard arise? The answer to that will be decided by this match. Oba-san. Saying this, the Oba-san took the baby that Yaniko-san was carrying. Now, you go prepare as well. I be watching over this child. That's why I came here after all. Oba-san. Good grief. Soboshan is so pushy and arbitrary. But it'd be really okay to seriously aim to crush Seisi-chan? Yaniko. Yeah. If she gets crushed there, it just means she only amounted to that much. SANE don't be going easy on them, Yaniko. This fight be showing the whole world the true worth of those girls after all. Oba-chan. Is it like the beasts that push their children to the depths of a valley? As always, the things that the Earth Church do are scary. So, in the end, I practically didn't say anything since the moment I came to this room. 185, match begins. At any rate, the bad relationship between the previous heroes was clear. They think of themselves as being way too strong, can't acknowledge each other, and can't even stay in the same room. That's why they can't forgive the relationship of the current heroes, and are trying to crush them. As a result, what came out was the match between the current heroes versus the previous heroes. With the match about to begin, the stadium was already filled with more than thousands of spectators. To think that they would be fighting in front of such a big audience. Haine. The founders were sitting in the noble area in order to spectate, and I was also mixed in that group. I was plainly surprised by the amount of people. If we don't put things to an end in the eyes of the public, it won't serve as proof after all. The Contra side also agreed to this. Disuwa. Yorishiro. Is what Yorishiro says as she smiles. Even though the founders will be made to resign if they lose. Is this a display that she has confidence they certainly won't lose? But the reason of this big prosperity of people is not only because it is a clash between the old and new heroes. It is also because of the location of the stadium. This is the Wind capital, Rudra's metropolis. The Wind nation that had been clouded in mystery for many years has, for the first time, opened their gates to the public. The audience seats are filled with people from the earth, water, fire, and light nations that were burning with curiosity. I am grateful for the Wind founder Sama's sponsorship in this. Disuwa. Yorishiro. Yorishiro looks at the Wind founder Shiva that is sitting at her side and says this. The Wind Church has changed their policy of secrecy, so we will be having a lot of information exchanges, and you will be profiting plenty by selling the license fees of the ethereal technology knowledge that you have gathered up until now. Will today's fight be your first big step in publicity? Yorishiro. Hope this won't be my last day as a founder though. Shiva. Shiva deftly evades the probing of Yorishiro. This economic treat is also an important factor that the Contra reconciliation side want to get their hands on in this old and new heroes match. They are pulling strings here and there. It looks like the fight is about to begin. A young woman, that seems to be the announcer, makes an entrance at the center of the stage. I'm glad to see you all gathered here today. A battle that will be carving its mark in history is about to take place right here.
The heroes of the 5 grand churches, their current and previous heroes are divided in enemies and allies, and are going to be clashing. The announcer explained the details of the sequence of events that led to this match. About the pro and contra reconciliation sides confrontation, and the current and previous heroes representing them in this match. If the current heroes win, a new era will begin. If the previous heroes win, the era will be maintained the same. This is truly the turning point of history. Everyone, watch over this fight today, and become the witnesses of history. The audience responds with a thunderous "Oh." I feel as if it has been a festive mood this whole time. Is it my imagination? Well then, before the fight begins, let's have a special guest liven up the place. A special guest. In the past, this demon intimidated the fire capital, Muspelheim, but now, it is a mascot that's loved by everyone. The fire cow Phalaris has come here to play with us in this wind capital, Rudra's metropolis. For some reason, a familiar cow had run onto the stage and was running here and there doing its greetings. The audience reacted greatly to that. Many were cries of happiness, and there were places that went kya. How cut ee. And some that cheered. In response, the fire cow Phalaris lifted up its front legs high up and sends out one more greeting. What in the world is he doing? Haine. The natural question that came out from me was answered by Yorishiro sitting beside me. I asked the fire church to bring him here. The fire cow Phalaris that the previous hero lost against it and the current hero who won against it, he is the most clearest representation of the superiority between the old and the new. By displaying it before the fight, it will stir up the enemy side even more. Suwa. Yorishiro. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. No, even if that's the case. Why the hell is he fawning like crazy without any hesitation? And as expected, even the incarnation of the wind god Quasar, Shiva, noticed it too. Wah, that cow, could it be Shiva? Don't know. Must be your imagination, Suwa. But, those soul waves, I feel like I have felt them before. Shiva. Don't mind it. There are things that have no point in minding, Suwa. That's right. I won't mind it. I won't mind that he is a mere shadow of the former fire god Nova that tried to burn the surface world in the past. The performance finished, and this time for sure, the match was about to begin. The announcer lady once again explains the format of the match. The match will be a fight of 5 against 5. It is a fight where the 10 old and new heroes will be jumbled up at the same time. Under certain conditions, it will be judged whether they are unable to continue the fight, and the one who wipes out the other side first will be the winner. Immediately after the explanation, several entrance gates open around the stage. 5 entrance gates in total are arranged at the outer edge of the stage, and if we were to connect the 5 entrances with lines, you would be able to draw a perfect pentagon. An impartial raffle took place with the old and new heroes, and with that, it was decided from which entrance they would be coming out from. But there were 5 entrance gates opened in the stage. The current heroes have 5 and the previous heroes have 5, so there's a total of 10. Aren't the numbers lacking completely? From each entrance gate, there will be 1 old hero and 1 new hero. In other words, 2 heroes will be coming from 1 entrance gate at the same time. Once they have entered, the match will begin. Words of I see were let out at the seats in the area after that explanation. This is a plan to hype up the match by adding a random factor to it. Disawani. Yorishiro. What do you mean by that? Haine. Earth, water, fire, wind, and light. In this fight where these 5 elements will be jumbled together, the usage of the elemental affinities will become the key to victory. Yorishiro. Elements have their forte and weakness. Fire wins against wind, water wins against fire, earth wins against water, wind wins against earth, and light has slight advantage against all 4 elements. That rule has affected the battles we have had until now a lot of times. Especially so in this fight. Avoiding the element that is disadvantageous for themselves, they have to attack the element they are advantageous against.
The ones who manage to do that are the ones who will control the battle. Yorishiro. True. Haine. Those entrance gates will be the highest denominator in this fight of elemental affinities.
If it's just like the announcer explained, and the heroes that come out from the doors were decided completely randomly, Yorishiro.
2 people will come out from one entrance. Moreover, the 2 will be of opposing sides.
In that case, the ones who come out together will no doubt end up fighting with each other right from the beginning.
Whether that opponent is an advantageous elemental affinity or a disadvantageous one will be decided by luck. Of course, this is a team match, so even if they come out together with an opponent whose element they are weak against, they can group up with their comrades, and if it's the contrary, they can pin down the opponent they are in an advantage against and defeat them. So we would be able to enjoy those kinds of strategic moves. I now understand the objective of this setup. I wonder which will be the sets that will be coming out from those entrances. What? Haine. First entrance gate, current fire hero Mirak and the previous water hero Sarasa. Second entrance gate, current water hero Celestis and the previous earth hero Yaniko. Third entrance gate, current wind hero Hayo and the previous fire hero Kyuka. Fourth entrance gate, current earth hero Seisi-chan and, what's with that unkempt hair woman?
No, what's more important is that, excluding the fifth entrance gate where Karen-san and Atesh came out from, all the current heroes have gotten into a pairing that is overwhelmingly disadvantageous.
Well then, match begin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 186 to 187 Trap. What the hell is this?
Before the team match, the positions of the participants were decided at random as a sideshow, but aren't they all paired up in a way that would make it a disadvantage for all the current heroes? Mirak's fire is going against the previous water hero Sarasa that extinguishes it, Celestis water is going against the previous earth hero Yaniko that absorbs it, Haya's wind is going against the previous fire hero that disturbs it, and Seisi-chan's earth is going against the wind that dries it. Who is that? At any rate, with this, aside from the light heroes that have no weaknesses to mention, every current hero has been pitted against all the elements they are weak against.
Everyone was spread on the stage facing their respective random opponents.
It is incredibly unlikely something like this could happen, but there's still the chance.
Yorishiro. What are you being so easygoing about this? It is clearly the doing of someone. Haine.
The highest possibility is the contra-reconciliation side that wants to bring down the current heroes and founders. They are doing whatever means possible to become the new political power,
without minding that what they are doing is underhanded and cowardly.
But there's no way I would forgive that.
I will find them this instant and choke them.
I was going to stand up, but Yorishiro grabbed my hand.
Take your seat. Yorishiro.
Her tone gave no room for a no.
You are not the one fighting, it is those girls. Look at the expression of those girls. Even if they have been cheated on, do you think those are expressions of people that have given up right from the beginning?
Yorishiro. Being prompted by Yorishiro, I strain my eyes towards the battle stage. Karen-san, Mirak, Celestis, Seisi-chan, and Haya had stiffened faces because of the disadvantageous situation, but there's no sign of them having given up. I groan in their place, for those girls that can't even voice out their complaints in the battlefield.
Everyone. Converge. Celestis.
Seeing the situation, the first one to shout was Celestis.
Fighting in a 1 versus 1 just like this is a definite no. We will gather at once and make it a melee fight. In terms of teamwork, we are the ones in the advantage. Celestis.
Yeah.
Oh. Understood. Daesu.
The role of decision-making in an emergency situation is taken by the most weakest builded one out of all the 5 heroes, Celestis. This time's command was precise, but it is exactly because the command was precise that the enemy would get in the way.
I won't let you do it.
The one who blocked Celestis when she was trying to run to the center of the battle stage was the previous Earth hero, Yaniko. Her plump body that would make you think that she is Mother Earth had become a wall standing in the way of Celestis.
This is the first time we meet.
I will at least introduce myself. I was the Earth hero, name's Yaniko. In my active days, I was called Leg Hunter.
Yaniko.
Saying so, Yaniko-san takes out what seems to be a personal divine tool of hers, a scythe. Compared to the Earth scythe of Seisi-chan, this one is pretty small, and it was as if it was a normal sickle. But for a normal scythe, it was quite thick and the length of its blade was big.
Its fearsomeness was prominent.
Earth scythe, Magdala. But too bad, to think I will be taking the legs of such a loving girl.
Yaniko. To think that I would have to hunt them.
Yaniko. Yaniko-san lowered her body as if crawling on the ground, and attacked Celestis with a posture as if she were a cat.
Hi wa 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 wa. What's this?
Celestis. If the one being attacked wasn't Celestis, it would have most likely ended with that one attack. The scythe's blade that was basically licking the ground with super low altitude headed directly at the legs of Celestis as if trying to reap them off, but she jumped by a hair's breadth and managed to evade it.
You. Water rage.
Celestis. At the same time as she dodged, she countered with a water bullet. However, Yaniko-san received it with her scythe as she turned around and easily broke the water bullet into small droplets.
This is the elemental affinity.
Yaniko.
That's right.
This fight is paired up in a way where our side is practically all in an overwhelming disadvantage.
Even in the other fights.
Right fire fist, Fernando. Left fire fist, Polarius. Both fists make up the twin fire fists.
Kuka.
Previous fire hero, Abi Kuka. Both of her hands were equipped with divine tool knuckles. These steel knuckles, that would originally cover the fists with their toughness and would pulverize the punched enemy, had become a divine tool that controls fire in the hands of the fire hero. Moreover, the current hero Mirak only has one fire fist equipped in her left hand, and yet, the previous hero Kyuka has them in both hands? These two fire dragons that are released from these two fire fists. If you consider them the same as that pale comparison of Mirak, you will get instantly burned to death. Better resist frantically, person from the wind.
Kuka. The one confronting Kyuka is the wind hero Hayu.
She was shooting air bullets without rest from her wind gun, and no Ozuno, but they all hit the swirling fire tornado that has Kyuka at its center. Wind's affinity against fire is originally terrible. Even so, with the sniping level of Hayu, it should be possible for her to shoot through the slight openings that the fire dragons have and snipe Kyuka. But even in the time it takes to travel through those small openings, the air bullets were rendered powerless by the fire divine power that was filling the air.
That is the elemental affinity. Moreover, how noisy.
The idiots of the fire are all noisy to a tiring extent.
What about you?
Sarasa. Mirak versus the previous water hero, Sarasa. The affinity goes without saying.
Cool. Well, if it's screaming, please go ahead and raise it even if it is noisy.
Scream by the hands of the water dance of my divine tool, water folding fan, Dahu.
Sarasa. The folding fan that is unfolded right in front of Sarasa's face, that was her divine tool? This folding fan is made from the same material as the Mickey Moses of Celestis-san.
Well, that girl utilizes her weapon as it is without any sort of improvement, but me, by properly fixating the end part of it, I can do something like this.
Sarasa.
Sarasa swings her folding fan horizontally, and from there, a line-shaped thing flew out.
Mirak reacted to it by crouching. Mirak.
Good. If you weren't able to properly avoid it, you would be split in two by now.
This is what's released from the water folding fan, Dahu, the water blade. A high water pressure cutter. Such a sharp water pressure can't be made by a fluttery cloth like the Mickey Moses. Sarasa. Due to the problem of affinity, the firewall was easily cut in two by the water blade. The only method left for Mirak was to avoid. They are steadily being cornered. 187, Ghost. Everyone is managing to immediately utilize properly the divine tools that were bestowed once again to them. Should I say, as expected? Yorishiro. The words that Yorishiro spoke out bothered me. Originally, no matter how good humans are at controlling their divine power, they themselves are unable to make divine power attacks without assistance. The reason they are able to is thanks to the divine tools. Yorishiro. I have heard about that much before. The divine tools are made from minerals that are particular to their respective church, and to describe it in short words are divine power amplifiers. They resonate with the divine power that the wielder releases and amplifies it several times over before shooting it out, so humans are able to use divine power in battle. By the way, the minerals that resonate with each element are already settled, and only the elements designated are able to resonate with them. That's why, for example, the Light Church has the Holy Sword St. George that only resonates with light divine power, and the Aurora Knight Core use light swords which are only provided to people that have the aptitude for light element. The hero and the combatants that work under that church are obligated to return their own divine tools to the church when they retire. It would be troublesome if they were to act violently with their divine power even when they have retired from the church after all. But the previous heroes were temporarily lent the divine tools they used in their active days for this occasion. Yorishiro. And those are the divine tools that Yuniko-san, Hyuka, and Sarasa are currently using. Every generation, the divine tools of each hero are order-made, but this might be the first time that the old and new divine tools and heroes clash. Disuwani. I can't begin to imagine what will happen. Yorishiro. It is certain that they are being steadily cornered. Celestis, Hayu, and Mirak are being cornered into an overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation. The Earth hero, Gonbi Seisi. Her opponent is someone that I have never seen before. I truly don't have an inkling as to who it is. But I can say something for certain. She is scary and eerie. I can tell that she is a woman, but her unkempt hair extends to around her waist and is completely hiding her face, and that's scary. Her posture is also hunchback, and that's scary. She is wearing a one-piece that looks like a pajama a person wouldn't wear in public at all. And that's scary. At any rate, it is scary. What's with that scary woman? Hi. Scary Desu. This person be scary by simply standin' there Desuyo. Seisi. Seisi-chan is also obviously scared like crazy. The audience was also gulping their breath at the scary mood that's coming from that one person in the battle stage. At that moment. Seisidano. Be careful. That person is dangerous. Hayu. It was the wind hero Hayu. Even though she herself is having a hard time, she desperately gave advice to her comrade. Hayu Nichan. Ta call me with honorifics as well, you really be kind Desu. Seisi. That woman is Braztor-ji. A wind hero that had her title revoked. Hayu. So she is the remaining mysterious one. She is actually the greatest researcher in the Wind Church. She is skilled at both divine power and ethereal matters, and she even gave birth to a new theory. Due to this, she reached the spot of Wind Hero, but she didn't try to do her duty properly and was always shut in her research room, and in the end, her hero title was revoked. She has quite the history. Hayu. What the hell be that? I never heard of a shut-in hero Desu. Seisi. Really, what's with that person? But her skills are the real deal. To think that she would come to the outside, Yua. Hayu. Hayu is also being attacked by the previous fire hero she has the worst affinity against, and is by no means in an easy situation.
Seisi-chan and the wind hero proxy, Juo, glare at each other.
Scary Desu.
Only this side be horrific Desu.
Seisi.
I feel like Juo had smiled behind that unkempt hair of hers. And at the same time as that happened, a number of falling sounds on the floor were heard. When I noticed, there were several black ball-looking things at the feet of Juo.
What be those balls, Desu? Eggs, Desu? Seisi. Are you saying Juo gave birth to them?
The black balls seem to be of metallic property, and there's around 12 in total.
Those balls suddenly cracked open at its center.
And then, what came out were propellers that looks like those of bamboo copters and began rotating. Several tens of balls began to fly into the sky at once.
I don't understand anything at all for a while now, Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan had fallen into confusion.
An explanation came flying from Haine once again. There's 2 schools in the wind gun techniques.
The first school is twin-style gun that specializes in mid-range marksmanship and close-quarters combat.
The other school is the one I do, the wind-long gun techniques that specialize in sniping faraway targets. But that woman, Juo, has created a third school that doesn't fall into any of the 2 techniques, that is, the gun rebellion technique.
Haine. Several tens of black balls fly in the air, and from the newly cracked openings, something that seems to be muzzles come out from it?
Wind gun rebellion, Kome, go!
Juo. For the first time, I hear the fragile voice of Juo.
But the attacks were not fragile at all, they were a raging gale. Several tens of black balls surround Seisi-chan in the air, and shoot at her from all directions.
Awawawawawa. Abu. She plannin' on making me a beehive de Sakayo? Seisi.
Wind gun rebellion, Kome. That is the wind divine tool name of those black balls, ha. Equipped with a set of propellers for propulsion and pistols for offensive, the user Juo can send divine power through the air and make it so that she can freely control them even when far away from them. A way of utilization that can only be possible because she is a wind divine power user.
But to think that she would be able to make them do such elaborate movements when she is utilizing the air as intermediary.
Just like what Haine warned, she is not simply a scary woman.
Damn it.
It be taking my all just to avoid, I can't get close Desuyo.
Seisi. As expected.
Because of the elemental affinities, even the earth divine power, that prides on its toughness, is unable to block the wind bullets that are being shot, and she is forced to evade. Since those things are using wind bullets, she can't expect them to run out of bullets.
Isn't this a situation that will gradually become worse for Seisi-chan?
It is not only Seisi-chan, Celestis, Mirik, and Haine are in the same state. Rather than the factor of being seniors and juniors, they are being pushed back by the disadvantage of elemental affinities, and they have been cornered to the edge of the stage already.
Do you get it, Karen-san? This is the limit of you people. And so, the last pairing.
Karen-san and Atesh, the one-on-one fight between the old and new light heroes. It is the only place where it is free from the elemental disadvantage, and yet, due to the difference in experience, Atesh was in a defensive stance and tiring out Karen-san by deflecting all her attacks.
Coward! Just defending all this time, don't you have any intentions of fighting? Karen!
If I wait like this, the others will defeat your comrades.
We can just gang up on you after that.
That is the most efficient way of winning.
Atesh.
Today, Atesh was wearing battle clothes that fits her body perfectly, and in her hand, she wielded a spear. The light spear, Haine.
As I thought, you really fit in my hand.
Oh, I won't let you go to where your comrades are.
Atesh.
Karen-san tried to run past Atesh's side, but she was obstructed. I will have you stay here having a staring contest with me for a while longer.
Until your comrades are wiped out, that is. Atesh. Karen-san was grinding her teeth.
The silk wadding that was coiled around her neck was slowly tightening. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188 to 190 Dial. Karen-san makes the holy sword shine.
Kawa. Karen.
She was desperately trying to somehow break through the defense of Atesh and run to help her comrades. But no matter how much light she releases from her holy sword, it doesn't shake the perfect defense of Atesh.
How unsightly, Karen-san.
Making your holy sword sparkle so much is boundlessly vulgar.
Do you want to save that much the heroes of the other churches that are your enemies? Atesh. They are not enemies.
They are comrades that have overcome dangers together.
Karen.
She once again makes the holy sword St. George shine intensely.
However, that sword slash was easily deflected by the tip of Atesh's spear.
She makes the holy sword shine again.
How stubborn. Atesh. On the other hand, the other four were more and more cornered at a critical point. Yuga. Haiya. Kook. Daesu.
At some point in time, Mirik, Celestis, Hayo, and Seisi-chan had been cornered at the center of the stage and had become one cluster of people.
And the previous heroes are encircling them.
It was as if the four inside and the four outside were drawing a circle. In other words, the current heroes have been surrounded by the previous heroes and had nowhere to run.
This is as far as you go. It was so one-sided that it was boring. Kuka.
Truly. I didn't know our juniors were such letdowns.
Sarasa.
If it be going to be like this, I didn't even need to participate.
Yaniko. Hi.
Juo.
What are they saying?
They utilized the elemental affinities to one-sidedly attack them.
Do you understand now, Mirik?
This is how your naive thinking of cooperation will end up like. Relying on others all the time, you are now paying for not training yourself.
Kuka. Sis. Mirik.
The big sister is one-sidedly blaming the little sister disciple. What's required from heroes is strength. The strength to wipe out hundreds of monsters on your own. It looks like you, who were playing around as an idol, didn't even reach that point though.
Sarasa. Celestis.
The gazes between the new and old water heroes were also dangerous. The encirclement was also slowly closing. I'll tell you little chicks. The meaning of the strength that heroes should possess.
There be strength that you absolutely can't obtain by depending on others.
Yaniko.
Dot.
Juo. Mirik and the others of the current heroes team had their back against each other and were facing the previous heroes that were approaching them from all sides. That formation when seen from above was like the inside circle is made up of the current heroes and the outside circle was made up of the previous heroes.
Thanks for the sermon. Celestis said. But there's nothing as saddening as listening to the sermon of idiots.
Celestis.
What did you say?
Sarasa. Being told such a bold thing, the closing feet of Sarasa stop.
Totally agree, Celestis.
People that don't even know where they are standing at and still speak their opinion to others can't be described as anything but idiots.
Mirik, you bastard.
Kuka also stops her feet at the sharp abusive words of her junior. This must be what they mean by you can't dress up your teeth, huh? I am not that good with words, so I will stay silent.
Hayu. I pass 2 Daesu. Seisi. The four haven't given up. Even when they are cornered in a totally disadvantageous situation. No wait, is this situation really as bad as it seems? Listen well, grannies.
The reason why you were able to do as you wished until now was because your elemental affinities were fitting more than perfectly.
For your side, that is.
Celestis. As long as we fought individually, we wouldn't have been able to overturn that disadvantage. However, now it is different.
Mirok.
Because we four have gathered now after all.
Hayu. Desu. Seisi.
That's right, it is exactly because the four were dispersed that they were being suppressed by the bad compatibility of their opponent. But now that they have been driven to the center and the four are in a cluster, there's no need to force themselves to fight against the disadvantageous opponent.
You haven't noticed yet?
Normally, the moment we ended up in a cluster, you should notice that your turn has already finished.
Being drunk in your advantage, you couldn't even see the battle formation. You are more muscleheads than I thought. Mirok. Enduring has ended. From here on, it is time for the counterattack. Celestus. The circle of the current heroes made a 180 degrees turn.
At that moment, my brain created an image of a safe dial that has been turned in the memory area, and the safe opening. What was drawn in the two sides of the previous heroes and the current heroes was that by doing that rotation to the dial, the opponents of each one had changed. Mirok's opponent was the proxy wind hero, Brastor Juo. Celestus' opponent was the previous fire hero, Kyuka. Seisichan's opponent was the previous water hero, Sarasa. Hayo's opponent was the previous earth hero, Yaniko-san. By simply doing a half rotation, the elemental advantages had cleanly turned.
This is bad. Quickly. Too slow. Celestus. The current heroes attacked their new opponents at once.
It was a complete turnaround.
Damn it.
Dual Fire Fist, Flame Burst.
Kuka. Not enough, not enough? If you want to break my water blade, you will need to grow at least 10 more arms. Celestus.
Celestus versus the previous fire hero Kyuka. The surge that the Mickey Moses created had swallowed the fire whirl along with Kyuka.
At the same time, in a different battle. How impudent. With the water blade of my water folding fan, Dahyu, I will. Sarasa. Soboshan and Yurishiro-sama said the exact same thing. Desu.
When doing something, do it thoroughly.
Seisi.
Seisi-chan versus the previous water hero, Sarasa. The swung earth side easily sliced apart the high water pressure blade and approached Sarasa.
Eek.
The other sides were similar to this, and that clear turnaround had been witnessed by the other pair that was watching from afar, Karen-san and Atesh.
Those idiots.
I told them that much, that they should finish the battle while they were still isolated, and yet.
Atesh.
As I thought, it really was you people who did something.
Karen. Karen-san calmly approaches Atesh. Who knows? Don't know what you are talking about.
I am just saying that they are an incompetent bunch of trash that can't utilize a chance to its best.
Atesh. I wonder about that. Do you really think that Mirok-chan and the others coincidentally gathered in the middle? What if they feigned as if they were cornered and skillfully led them? Karen. If it's just gathering them in the middle, it wouldn't be complicated at all.
However, Mirok and the others moved in such a smooth and coordinated manner to their advantageous elemental affinity sides. There's no way they could have led and gathered them without having planned it.
Impossible. In order to do that, they all have to be same in mind. Moreover, there's the need for someone to be giving the orders from outside. Atesh. Atesh makes an expression as if she noticed something. Karen-san. Could it be that the reason why you were making your holy sword St. George sparkle for a while now was? Atesh. That was something we all agreed on beforehand. So that we can quickly coordinate even if we were to be divided. Karen. In other words, with the instructions send out the light from the holy sword of Karen-san, they made an act of being cornered, and were able to deftly gather. This is teamwork. You will be falling by the very thing that you people look down upon so much. Karen. 189, no breaks.
A shrill voice filled with agitation reverberated.
Now that it has come to this, it is time for melee. Get so close and personal that elemental affinities won't matter. Kuka. Hearing what Kyuka said, I was clear of something. We have one. Haine. Yeah. Yorishiro. It looks like Yorishiro at my side had the same belief. Bring it to a melee and push without caring about the elemental affinities. Hearing this, the other previous heroes also gathered and took a close formation. Our current heroes team didn't stop them and they themselves take a close formation as well. Fools. With this, your chance of winning have disappeared. Kuka. Why do you think that, sis? Mirak. Mirak calmly asks the reason behind the boastful tone of Kyuka. There's no need to even think about it. As expected, in here, we who hold the seniority are stronger. We should have clashed straight on from the very beginning without thinking about boring stuff like elemental affinities. Kuka. So she says. What should we do, everyone? Celestus. Celestus glances at Mirak, Seisi-chan, and Celestus, and they all nod. We accept the challenge. Daesu. The current heroes and the previous heroes, this time, they really are going to be clashing as a team. I, the inexperienced Ganbi Seisi, will be the first one stepping to the front. Daesu. Rest in peace. Seisi. The first one to spearhead was Seisi-chan. Brandishing a giant scythe that's bigger than her body, she charges towards the enemy lines. Too naive, Seisi-chan. Yaniko. The one who obstructed her way from the very front was an Earth hero just like her, Yaniko-san. With a scythe that is smaller than that of the Earth scythe, she properly stops Seisi-chan. With such shabby bloodlust like that, even when you are an adult, you won't be overcoming me, you know? It will disappoint Sobo-san. Yaniko. Right now I'd be fine with that. Daesu. A different person will be overcoming Yaniko-nichan. Daesu. Seisi. The next instant, a transparent something clashed onto Yaniko-san and sends her flying. Ouch. What was that? Yaniko. It was the air bullet that the wind hero, Haine, had shot at long range. Since this is a match, she must have restrained the power. Because if she hadn't, Yaniko-san would have gone right to the afterworld with that one shot. I'd be leaving ma back to Haine-nichan. Daesu. Charge. Seisi. The extreme frontliner Seisi-chan, and the backliner assist of Haine. A really ideal role allotment. With the support of a wind element, things get difficult. Someone, please help out? Yaniko. There was someone in the previous heroes team that answered this. Haine, I will crush you. Juo. The proxy wind hero, the apparition-like woman called Braztor Juo. She hunts with her wind gun rebellion, Kome. Compared to the wind long gun of Haine, the wind gun rebellion of Juo has several tens. Thinking about it normally, she wouldn't have a chance of winning, but... Flame burst. Mirak. The fire dragon that Mirak gave rise to had easily driven away the balls of the wind gun rebellion. Wide area of effect attacks are a trait of the fire element. Added to that, there's the affinities between fire and wind. You chose the wrong opponents. Mirak. That goes for you too, Mirak. Kuka. The previous fire hero Kuka also gave rise to a flame burst. Moreover, due to it being released from the two fire knuckles in both of her hands, the heat and power were practically double. How disappointing, Mirak. You can only control one fire fist, so you are easily pushed back by me. What's with that shabby flame burst? That fire dragon has so many openings and it is more of a worm. Kuka. It is true that the fire dragon of Mirak had openings here and there, and compared to that, the one Kuka released came from both of her arms, so the two of them could cover the openings of each other. Kuka's fire dragon certainly looked more impregnable than that of Mirak's fire dragon, but... Sorry for the rudeness, sis Kuka, But the reason why my flame burst has openings is because they are necessary. In order to let the attacks of my comrades pass. Mirok. What? Kuka. Several water bullets pass through the openings of the fire dragon flame burst. Wah! And they erase the flame burst of Kuka in the blink of an eye. The one who released those was of course the water hero Celestus. Nice. Don't you think we are gradually becoming a good combination? Celestus. Don't say such provoking things. Mirok. Mirok unrestrainedly released vicious fire attacks and secured a safe zone. Seisichan jumped into the enemy lines and dealt fatal damage. Haine was assisting them from the backlands and covering their blind spots, and Celestus is in the middle lines freely changing to maintain coordination. But those are not the only components that form their teamwork. Even when outside their formation, Karen-san was holding down her opponent Atesh while using light signals to provide instructions. That's why the other four know about the movements of the others and can fight only looking at the front. The control tower, Karen-san, the space securer, Mirok, the frontliner, Seisichan, the backline supporter, Haine, the one serving as the middle and holding them together, Celestus. I would even dare say that their teamwork is already reaching the point of perfection. And compared to that, Sarasa. What are you doing? You are supposed to be dealing with the water one, right? Don't dilly-dally and crush her already. Kuka. Why are you ordering me around? The reason why you are in trouble is because you are weak, right? Wait, Haine. What are you doing? Are you thinking of shooting the back of your allies? Sarasa. You are at fault for spacing out in place. More importantly, quickly extinguish that fire. With that in the way, I can't control the wind gun rebellion properly. Juo. Who cares? The shooting of the Wind-san on the other side is so persistent that I can't move the way I want. Yaniko. The previous heroes were in an atrocious state. They only move with their own self in mind, so it creates friction. And the current heroes are taking advantage of that like crazy. They are not trying to cover for each other's weaknesses, shave off the strong points of each other like crazy, and are unable to show even half of their actual strength. Move back, useless bunch. Now that it has come to this, I will wipe them out by myself. Kuka. You are the one who should be moving back, you useless trash of a truant. I can easily take care of those teenagers myself. Sarasa. Shut up, useless people. Juo. Every single one of them be useless. Yaniko. The front of the previous heroes had completely fallen. They had turned into plain piled up trash. Mirok and Celestus, Seisichan and Haine, they respectively held hands and were pointing their hands like guns. Combined elements. Steam explosion. Mirok plus Celestus. Sandworm. Seisi plus Haine, Desu. Double attack of combined elements. An explosion that occurs by evaporating a large amount of water in an instant, and a sandstorm had blown away the previous heroes that were unsightly bickering with each other. Jaya 190, explosion. When they began to crumble, it turned around instantly. Yne. Yorishiro. Yeah. Haine. At the battle stage, I see 4 previous heroes lying down uncouthly. The victor is practically decided already. 4 of the previous heroes are out of commission already. The one remaining is Atesh, who is in a one-on-one versus Karen-san. But to think it would be decided so easily. It looks like the difference in experience has shown. Haine. Experience? Yorishiro. Yorishiro makes a wondering face. Isn't it the contrary? If we talk about the accumulated experience, Atesh-san and the others should have an overwhelming amount because of their seniority, right? Yorishiro. When talking about experience, the quality is more important than the quantity, Yorishiro. Haine.
Karen-san and the others have fought several times against opponents that would make them say this is impossible. The Fire Cow Phalaris, the Great Sea Dragon, Hydra Serpent, Grandma Wood, Beelzebub, and the Demon Lord, Raphael. They are all dreadnought level and normal humans wouldn't even be able to oppose them. Karen-san and the others have defeated those kind of opponents while all tattered. The mercilessness of the dangers they have tasted are different. It is exactly because those girls have overcome those dangers that they won't crumble over just any danger that rolls on them. They have obtained that tenacity. I see. Even if their weaknesses were completely attacked right at the beginning of the match, but the girls did a good job in enduring. Yoreshiro. They were at a cliff standing on their tiptoes though. Haine. Compared to that, the previous heroes have worked as heroes for a long time, but the only things they have fought are the mass-produced monsters of the mother monsters. Maybe they didn't experience any true danger as they finished their duty as heroes? That's why those girls were weak once they were cornered. Without knowing about a way to endure in extreme situations, they crumbled instantly. It truly is a show of their difference in experience. Haine. One first-rate experience surpasses 100 common experiences. It is the same as male experience Disuwane. I also don't need experience with any man aside from Haine Sandisuwa. Yoreshiro. I am not talking about that. At any rate, the match is settled with this. This is the victory of the current heroes team. Now, what's the matter, Atesh-san? Karen. I ask this of the previous hero, Atesh, that is standing alone in the battle stage. The only remaining previous hero is you. Just like how you said just a few moments ago, want to be ganged up? Karen. Mirik and the others were already running towards them and they had surrounded Atesh with all 5 of them. Seeing this, Atesh went out of battle stance and lowered her spear. Don't joke around. I don't want to do something as tiring as fighting a 1 versus 5. I hate fights I can't win. Atesh. All 5 current heroes made an expression as if they had been hit by that statement. If it is the victory, I will give it to you girls. In this occasion, that is. Atesh. Leaving these words behind, Atesh enters the entrance gate she came out from before and left the battle stage. What be the meaning of this, Desu, Saisi? I don't know. I don't know, but the previous light hero has fled from battle. The remaining previous heroes are all down. In other words, this is Mirik. Our win. Hayu. At the same time, ear-shattering cheers were made by the audience. This was exactly what announced the result of the battle. For a moment I was wondering what would happen, but as expected of those girls, they were able to obtain victory with their own power. Now referee, the match is over. Announce our victory already. Celestus. Referee. Now that she mentions it, there was one more person aside from the 9 heroes there, a 10th person was there. Isn't that the announcer girl that appeared at the very beginning? Or more like, there was a referee in this kind of match? What was she even refereeing? Just as you explained in the beginning, you are the one that judges when they can't fight anymore, right? Announce the defeat of those old women collapsed there already. Celestus. I see. Even from the audience seats, I can tell that Kyoka, Sarasa, Yaneko-san, and Juo that are lying down on the battle stage are completely unconscious and unable to fight anymore. However, no matter how much time passes, the judgment of knocked out didn't come. In time, a change occurred. The woman that seems to be the referee took out something from her pocket. From the audience seats where I am, it is hard to tell, but, is it an ethereal device? It was small enough that it can be hidden inside a pocket. She held that device with her right hand, and with her left hand, she scratched the pin at its tip. Watch out. The first one to break into a run was Karen-san. Desu?
Wah! The other four were late on their reaction due to the suddenness of it. The finger of the referee lady was trembling and didn't seem like she was able to take off the pin. But even with that, she still managed to take it off right before Karen-san reached her. Karen-san lunged her, and because of that, the lady let go of the explosive and was sent flying together with Karen. Karen-san embraces the lady with her whole body as if covering her, and then, an explosion occurred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191 to 192 Vile continuation. A thunderous sound high enough to break your eardrums and a violent gale that felt as if it had crashed onto all the audience had ran through the whole dome with the center of it as the origin point. Karen-san. Everyone. Haine. I soon jumped out from my seat. Yurishiro, please calm down the chaos in the audience seats. Haine. Understood. Yurishiro. By the time I slipped through the tumult of people and jumped onto the stage, the explosion had already settled and the smoke had cleared up. It seems like it wasn't an explosive with that high of a power. Even so, I don't think the people that were close to it can come out unscathed. Is everyone okay? Haine. At the battle stage, the heroes were also in confusion just like me. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Don't mind me. What about Karen? Mirak. That girl was the one closest to the explosion. Celestis. Or more like, why an explosion occurred Desu? Terrorists does sucka? Seisi. From within the group, the one who had run first to the place where the explosion occurred was Hayu. She was holding the referee woman. Leave this one to me. Quickly take Karen Dano. Hayu. Karen-san was powerlessly lying on the ground after the explosion. When I carried her up, I saw there were cruel burns on her body. The skin of Karen-san that was as beautiful as white porcelain has. I gulped my breath at this sight. Damn it! Celestis! Celestis, please come. Haine. If it's the water divine power of her, she could heal the burned areas of Karen-san, and at the same time, heal the wounds she had. Haine-san? Karen. Karen-san is conscious? Is the woman okay? I am so useless. I tried to put up a holy light wall, but, lately, I have been leaving the defense to Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan, so I haven't used it for a while. I couldn't bring it as fast as I wanted it to, Karen. It is okay, don't talk anymore, Karen-san. Haine. I will heal you right now. Water heal. Celestis. With the water divine power that the Mickey Moses released, not only did the skin that had heat still in it return to its normal temperature, the burns were slowly disappearing. On the other hand, spit it out. Why did you do something like this? Was it the order of someone? If you don't answer, I will break an arm. Mirak. I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry. They were mercilessly interrogating the umpire woman that Hayu was holding. Why did she use explosives? Moreover, the moment the pin on that thing was taken off, it exploded practically right after. With that, the person doing the explosion wouldn't be saved. Was she planning on blowing herself up? But mysteriously, even when the both of them were in the same place, Karen-san got heavily burned, and yet, she didn't receive a single injury. No, there's nothing strange about it. The reason is clear. Karen-san used her very body to protect her. Karen-san was properly performing her duty as a hero. But, what is happening? Haine. The match ended in the victory of the current heroes, and yet, the feeling of victory has been blown away instantly. While I was thinking this, an announcement by the administration. What? An ethereal broadcast that reverberates in the whole dome? Due to an unexpected occurrence, the match will be temporarily suspended.
The participants in the stage, please suspend the fight immediately and follow the instructions of the personnel.
Temporarily suspended? Mirok.
The one who bit at those words immediately was Mirok.
What stupid things are they saying? The match is already over. The only ones who can move in the stage are us, you know? Mirok. What Mirok was saying was totally correct.
The previous heroes that were down were fortunately outside the range of the explosion, so they didn't have a single injury.
I see, so that's how it is. Haine.
I now understand the reason behind this explosion.
They want to make things indefinite. Haine. What indefinite? Mirok. This match.
The ones who made that umpire hold a bomb were the people that don't want the current heroes team to win. They would be troubled if you did. The moment you are about to win, they will forcefully suspend the match.
The bomb was for that. Haine.
Hearing my deduction, Haine twisted the arm of the umpire woman more and more.
So? Is that how it is? Haine.
The umpire woman had tears wetting her whole face as she nodded her head up and down.
The selfish broadcast continued without caring about our resentment. No, wait. The voice of that broadcast is: after confirming the reason of this and the safety, the match will resume. Until then, the participants will be on rest time.
Please wait for the announcement of the match restart while resting the fatigue and injuries.
No doubt about it. That voice is familiar. That voice is the general of the Night Corps, Zeber Fondabi.
The person that I had passed by not that long ago in this venue.
Was he the one operating in the shadows? 192, Stealth Light. We are currently in the nursing room inside the dome.
The burns that Karen-san received from the explosion were healed, but even if that's the case, we had her rest.
The one who healed her, Celestis, speaks.
What my ability can heal are, at most, the surface wounds that the body received. But when it comes to an explosion, the impact of the blast should have dealt damage to the organs as well to a certain extent. We have no choice but to let those wounds be treated by an actual doctor, Celestis. Mirok places a hand on the face of Celestis, who was speaking as if blaming herself for her powerlessness in this situation.
Mirok Chi, Celestis. Thanks. You did well. Mirok.
Right, Celestis. The two have passed through many a trial together with Karen-san.
Their worries must be high.
On the other hand, there were also people who were not only worried, but also burning in anger.
Now, spit it out.
If there's something you don't remember, I will literally stir up your brain till you remember.
Haine. It be the fingernails desu-ka? Want me to tear off the fingernails desu-ka? Seisi.
Haine and Seisi-chan continued interrogating the umpire woman. She is the hated person that injured Karen-san, but there's a variety of reasons why we brought her together with us.
But it might be better to calm down those two first. Leave it at that. We have already finished hearing most of what we wanted to hear. Haine. The girl's name is Platina Mina.
She is affiliated with the Light Church and normally does grunt work like cleaning the Grand Church and making tea. But she actually had a different thing she wanted to do when she joined the Light Church. She wanted to become a Knight of the Light Church and shine by defeating monsters. She joined with that kind of dream in mind, and yet, she failed the test and her dream was easily broken. As for me, it brings back memories of that test where they estimated the element of the people that wished to join the church. If the elemental board judges that your affinity with the light element is the highest, you pass and join the Aurora Night Corps. Everything aside from that is judged as a fail. You are moved to do things like being a cooking assistant and cleaning. She is one of those people. Being tired of the maid work she didn't even want to do, she heard the devil's whisper. They told me that if I obeyed their order, they would change my position in the Aurora Night Corps. They said that the one who set up that stupid entrance exam was the current founder, so once she renounces from her post, they would think of a more suitable entrance test once she is gone. She repeats what we have already heard as she cries. For the people that were controlling the things from the shadows, she was an insurance. They wish for the victory of the previous hero's team. If an undesirable result is about to be reached, they wanted to physically blow it away. The utilization of ethereal weapons is prohibited by the joint signature of the 5 churches. That's why an ethereal bomb would normally be an impossible thing. Haine explains. But if you were to tinker with the ethereal power, it is possible to turn it into an explosive. Of course, in order to do that, there's the need for a certain extent of knowledge and materials. Moreover, the required level of technique necessary is incredibly high. It is completely impossible for a normal pro-level engineer to manage the timing of the explosion and adjust the power of the explosion. Haine. Just that is what Haine said as she paused her words for a moment. There's only one person I know that can do that. Haine. That doesn't matter. Haine. Is what I say clearly. The problem is not the ones who did it, but the ones who ordered it. Who made her hold the bomb, and who ordered for it to be activated the moment the current heroes team were about to win. Haine. Everyone closed their eyes and made expressions as if they feared something. Listen well, the bomb that you were made to hold was made in a way that it would explode the moment the pin was taken off the explosive. Normally, it would have a time lag of at least 10 seconds for safety's sake, and yet, it didn't even have that. What do you think about that? Haine. Mina didn't answer. That's why I spoke to corroborate my answer. You were about to be erased in order to keep things under cover. For them, it would be incredibly inconvenient that you were to speak of who it was that ordered you do this. That's why they planned on killing you by dragging you in that explosion, or leave you in a state where you can't speak. Haine. The moment I was given that bomb, I was told that it would take 20 seconds to explode. They said that it would be safe if I were to throw it with all my strength the moment I took off the pin. Mina. After muttering this, Mina once again had tears rolling down her face. So she was completely a disposable pawn, huh? Stabbing into the opening this woman had for her ideals and her displeasure, she was made into a puppet. But I can't pity her. There's something I have to do before that. Now then, answer. Who was the person that gave you that bomb? Who was the one who ordered you to activate it the moment the previous heroes were about to lose? Haine. The previous light hero, Sunny Soul Atesh-sama. Mina. She answered without hesitation. She most likely only has those feelings of being betrayed and utilized left. Dasu. Seisi-chan couldn't hide her agitation the moment she heard that name, but Haine was calm. It must have been a name she was expecting. But are you serious? I have heard that that woman is a schemer, but to think she would show herself from the shadows so easily. Haine. If you do it well, I will let you enter the Aurora Night Corps. In order to have her believe that promise, there's the need of persuasive strength. Her title as a previous hero must have served as backing. Haine. In that case, the one who set it up so that the current heroes would be pitted against the previous heroes they have the worst affinity against must have been that woman. But that wasn't something she did alone. The voice that I heard from the broadcast. So you were here, huh? Opening the door, one man enters the room. The general of the Aurora Night Corps, Zeberfon Dabi. You bastard. Haine. It would trouble us if you were to arbitrarily take away the suspect. Dabi's gaze was directed at the scared Mina. We have to hear about the details behind that explosion incident from the one responsible for it. As member of the management staff of this match. Dabi. I never heard about you being part of the staff. Haine. I glared directly at Dabi. Why do I need to report to you? Just means that there's fitting roles for the capable people.
I do my all to fulfill that role. And so, I will be having that woman come with me. Dobby. Are you planning on silencing her? Haine. Mina reacted at those words and clung onto me. She is telling me with her eyes that she doesn't want to go. I will be taking this person directly to where the founder is. This match is being carried out with the consent of the 5 churches. There's the need to explain it to the other founders, and if we had the very person speak in front of them, it would save trouble, right? Haine. It is my job as staff. Dobby. And I am saying I will be saving you the trouble. Haine. The 2 of us don't step back at all. I am practically certain that this man and the previous light hero Atesh are connected in all of this mess. If that weren't the case, Atesh alone would have never been able to mess with the pairings of the entrance gates. They both are antagonistic towards the light founder Yorishiro and want to overthrow the current political powers. Isn't it fine? One more voice joins in the nursing room. Atesh. Haine. The wicked hero that is the main problem here. I came here to visit Karen-san out of worry. She is, in outline, my junior after all. Atesh. What are you saying with such a straight face? Haine. You are the one who ordered Mina to hold the bomb. If that were to come out to light, she would be done for without the result of the matching. In reality, she wanted to shut her mouth with the explosion, but the instantaneous reaction of Karen-san had saved her. On top of that, we have secured her on our side. So she hurriedly came to our place, huh? Now that I think about it, the reason why you easily accepted your defeat and left the battle stage was in order to not get caught in the explosion. Haine. Who knows? I don't know what you're talking about. More importantly, Atesh. Atesh's gaze was directed at where Mina was. She walks 2-3 steps forward. Stop. Don't get any closer. Haine. Then, from here. Mina-san. Atesh. Mina had her shoulders tremble and looks up at Atesh. Her lips didn't make any sound, but it clearly moves. Seeing this, the face of Mina gets pale and her body trembled. I don't know anything. Mina. I wasn't ordered by anyone. I did it on my own volition. What I did had nothing to do with anyone. Mina. What is she saying all of a sudden? Mina suddenly goes into frenzy and speaks things that overturn what she said until now. Atesh looks at that satisfied and left the nursing room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193 to 195 Match resumes. In the end, everyone had their mouths tightly closed after that and didn't speak at all. There's no doubt that there was a point in Atesh coming all the way here. Just what kind of magic did she cast on Mina? Damn it! Haine. I quickly chase after Atesh. She left the nursing room just now, and if I run, I should be able to catch up to her. I will ring her up directly, is what I was thinking when I left on the corridor, but then I encountered a ghost. Jaya. Haine. Scary. Super scary. I encountered a female ghost that has ruffled hair. Was this a spirit spot? Was the girl from before okay? The ghost was worried about Karen-san. No, that's not it. If I remember correctly, she is the proxy wind hero, Brastor Juo. The first time I saw her figure was at the battle stage, but her impression was so big, there's no way I would forget about it. Right now, I am preparing the ultrasound inspection device. By using both ethereal and wind divine power, it sends ultrasound waves inside the patient's body, and with the echoes of it, it is possible to investigate the insides. If we use this, we can tell if the bones and organs are okay. I developed it. Juo. I once again can't understand what she is saying. But is this person actually worried about Karen-san? The one who created that bomb was me. Juo. I stagger at the sudden confession of hers. It was my mistake. That woman asked me if I could make an explosive using ethereal. My blood as a scientist was stirred up. I reduced the power enough so that it wouldn't kill a human though. I should have asked about what she would be using it for. Juo. No, you should have asked. Is this ghost woman an airhead? When you speak about that woman, you are talking about Sunny Soul Atesh, right? Haine. I am just going to warn you, but you won't find any evidence. I made it so it wouldn't leave a single piece after it exploded. The truth about me creating it and giving it to that woman, my testimony will not serve as proof enough. If she were to play the fool, that would be the end of it. Juo. That's Haine. It is true that looking at how Atesh has moved until now, there's no way she would make a mistake like leaving evidence. Also, I won't apologize either. Juo. The ghost proxy wind hero, Braztor Juo, said this resolutely with a little bit of guiltiness. I also have something I can't forgive in today's match. That's why I have come outside after a long time. I will definitely have Shiva-sama resign as a founder. Juo. The proxy wind hero and the wind founder Toraito Shiva. No, not only that, Shiva is also the previous wind hero. Maybe they have some sort of relationship, or might be a connection. She probably said everything she wanted to say. The ghost made a turn and left while scaring all the people she passed by. But, yeah. The fight will still continue. The hero team fight was going to be declared the victory of the current heroes, but that was all blown away by the bomb of Mina and ended up as indefinite. The previous heroes that were knocked out in the fight must have already regained consciousness like Juo, who I met just now. Even if it was an underhanded method, it could still be said that they overcame a difficulty and connected the fight to the next. When I returned to the nursing room, the room was shrouded in an even heavier atmosphere. What's wrong, everyone? Haine. It was so heavy, I had to ask. That Light Knight General left just now, but before that, he told us something unbelievable. Celestus. It is about Davi Ha. Him saying nothing good is an unusual occurrence, but just what happened? When the matches resume, the format will apparently be changed. He said that the team battle had luck involved way too much, that the fairness of it would be harmed or something like that. Celestus. Ha? What's with that explanation that had zero convincing power? In that case, don't go establishing a system like randomly choosing your opponents right from the start. And the new format that will be used when the match resumes be apparently 1 versus 1 matches desu. Seisi. A total of 5 1 versus 1 matches. The first one to get 3 wins is the victor, apparently. It seems like it will be matched with current and previous heroes of the same element. Mirak. Meaning that it will be Mirak versus Kyuka, Celestus versus Sarasa, Seisi-chan versus Yaniko-san, Haya versus Juo, and Karen-san versus Atesh. They once again came with a method that doesn't care about appearance. At first, they tried to get a perfect victory by matching them with the perfect elemental affinities. But that was overturned by the teamwork of the current heroes team and instead ended up with them being attacked in their weak points. Seeing this, those people that have learned from it have chosen the more certain way of winning without caring about winning in the best-looking way. By shifting the team match to individual matches, they have sealed the strongest point of the current heroes, which is their teamwork. On top of that, it is a 1 versus 1 against the previous and current heroes of the same element. If we go by the individual ability without relying on the elemental affinities, the previous heroes who are the oldest ones have the advantage. That has also been proved in the team match before. Those guys probably wanted to make the 1 versus 1 matches against elements we were weak against as well, but that would be way too obvious no matter how you put it. Haine.
So they plan on defeating us with raw ability, huh?
Even so. Mirok. That's way too dirty. Celestus. Celestus couldn't endure it anymore and shouted.
In the team match just now, it was about to end with our win, and yet, having to redo it from square one is way too dirty.
Let's go complain. Along with the founders. And then. Celestus. However, what she was saying was, let's have the audience ally with us as well. The people that were watching should have noticed the strangeness as well.
An explosion suddenly happened, and then redoing the match that was practically set is just impossible.
They should be thinking that way as well. If we were to hit them with that will of us. Celestus. No.
A voice lacking in strength came from the bed.
It is Karen-san.
Has she regained consciousness?
Karen-san. Karen. Karen-chi. Karen Nichan. Karen Dano. Everyone surrounded the bed.
Karen-san narrowed her eyes in happiness when she saw this. Thanks to the water heal of Celestus, Karen-san's burned areas had disappeared without leaving trace behind, and in terms of appearance, she seems to be in perfect condition already. However, because of the blast of the explosion, the inside of the body received damage, and without proper inspection, we can't be optimistic.
Let's go just like this. Let's take on this individual matches. Karen. But. With you in that state, it is impossible. They definitely will judge you as a loss by default. When that happens, in essence, we would only be allowed to lose once. Celestus. I am sorry that I will be troubling everyone. But you see, in this fight, we have to let the other side do whatever dirty moves they want and still manage to win. Karen.
Even with the weakened voice due to her injuries, Karen-san said this with a strong will.
Yurishiro-sama said it, didn't she?
The real objective of this fight is to smoke out all the ones from the contra-reconciliation side without leaving a single one behind. The more underhanded methods they take, the more room Yurishiro-sama and the others have to bring them out to light.
Karen. That might be true, but. Celestus.
Yurishiro-sama also understands that, so she has been letting the other side do whatever they want while staying silent. The Knight General Dabi being a staff member must have been a trap set up by the founders.
Karen.
It is true that Yurishiro should be able to do that much.
The fight between the new and old heroes is not one that will end with just today. This is simply a part of what must be done in a fight that will take a long time. The ones on the right are the current heroes and the founders that support them, and the ones who have taken in the previous heroes to their side are the evil ones. By having the audience today view it in this way, it will serve as quite the tactical advantage. The anger that the audience feels will not be used in today's battle, it will be used in order to burn the ones pulling the strings in the shadows without leaving a single one behind. But there's no need for Karen-san and the others to tag along with that. Haine. No, there is. This is all in order to create a system that will allow us humans to go against the mother monsters and the demon lords. This is an urgent matter. We are. Karen.
The light hero Karen had a pained expression, but continued speaking.
Strong. I want to have everyone know this.
To the audience that has come here today, and to all the people in the world as well, and also to the previous generation heroes as well, I want them to know that no matter what monster appears, we are so strong we won't lose. That's why, I want to let the contra-reconciliation side do all the underhanded moves they want, and show everyone that, even with that, we can still win.
Karen. Strong light was reflected in the eyes of the injured Karen-san. Seeing this, no one was able to say anything back. Understood. I am always on the side of Karen. Mirok. Let's ride on their play then. Celestus. Soboshan told me that dirty conspiracies be things that only weak insects do desu. Seisi.
I still have to settle things with Juo too after all.
Hayu.
The will of Karen-san was transmitted to the other heroes as well.
That's why these girls are strong.
And just like this, the second act of this battle began. The current heroes versus the previous heroes, 1 versus 1 matches. The first match is with the fire heroes, the current hero Katakmirik versus the previous hero Abikyuka.
194, Duo.
Before the individual matches between the heroes began, I was told this.
Please be the referee.
Ha!
Haine.
At the time when we were sending off Mina, Yorishiro told me this. In the 1 versus 1 of the heroes, it will basically be a deathmatch with no rules, but even if that's the case, there's the need of a person that can judge the ending of the fight and decide the victor.
I want to ask Haine-san of this.
Yorishiro.
She told me something like that. But I am a person from the current hero's side through and through. Am I appropriate to stand as a referee that requires fairness?
Haine. If we think of this as creating a balance with the contra-reconciliation side and the previous hero's side, there should be no problem.
Also, I might have been underestimating Atesh-san.
Yorishiro. Saying this, Yorishiro bit her lips.
As if she was holding in her regret.
To think they would use such a direct method in the middle of the match. I was planning on letting her swim as much as she wanted, and then grasp a lot of evidence regarding their dishonesty, but it would be pointless if it ends up hurting the heroes in the process. In order to protect the girls, Haine-san, it is the safest if you were right by their side.
Yorishiro.
It is true that if I had been standing at their side in the last moments of the team match, I could have stopped the bomb of Mina. If I stand at the battle stage as a referee, I can stop most things with dark matter before it happens.
How about just suspending the matches?
Haine. I thought of that as well, but when I went to visit Karen-san, she stopped me. If we stop here, it would be giving the victory to the other side, she said.
Yorishiro. Isn't Karen-san a bit too hungry on winning this time around?
Rather than her injury, that issue is beginning to worry me more.
It is okay. Karen-san and the others will win.
Haine. And Yorishiro will win as well. No matter what kind of dirty cards they bring out, they will crush them all and win.
That's the etiquette of the truly strong ones. This fight is a fight that will transmit this truth to the whole world.
Haine. And after the fight, this will corner the contra-reconciliation side that have been pulling those underhanded tactics.
That's the reason we are allowing the underhanded tricks this time.
In order to have the opponent get ahead of themselves, I understand that there's the need to act as if we are being defeated, but depending on the result of the Wind Church's diagnosis, it is possible that Karen-san's participation might be banned.
The person herself is adamant in participating though.
Yorishiro.
It is better to think about winning 3 with the remaining 4, right? Understood. I accept the job as referee. I will hunt all troubles in the location with my dark matter. Haine. I am counting on you. In that time, I will be opening the mouth of this girl.
Yorishiro.
Yorishiro hugs the bomber Mina tightly.
Someone that was a mere maid of the Light Church has received a hug from the founder, and her blue face from a while now has turned into a pale white one.
But I won't pity her. Receive the love of the Light Founder that even the heroes fear. And just like this, I stood on the battle stage.
The people in the audience filling up the whole place were also blowing up with the strangeness of this situation and were surprised by it, but the speech of the current heroes that was done just a while ago saying we will definitely win
had made them concentrate on the outcome of the battle.
There shouldn't be a small amount of citizens that are also in the contra-reconciliation side.
This is also a fight in order to bring those people to our side.
Let's begin by calling the participants of the first match.
At the red corner, the current fire hero, Katakmirik. At the blue corner, the previous fire hero, Abikyuka.
Haine. From the entrance gates, the 2 past and present heroes appear. The first fight will be a clash between the fire heroes. The two are women that have way too fit bodies, and are both tall and muscular. Those two stood in the middle of the stage and were glaring directly at each other. This is how it should have been done from the very beginning. Kuka. As if doing their introductory remarks, the first one to speak out was Kuka. My objective is to beat you into shape from square one. I don't care about the others. The interlopers have finally disappeared. You are prepared, Mirok? Kuka. Sis Kuka, I have misjudged you. Mirok. The short but sharp words of Mirok made Kuka falter for a moment. Thinking of me as cowardly is just an arbitrary view of Sis. There's definitely places where I am lacking, but to think that you would even join hands in the conspiracy that's trying to bring down our master for that sake. Mirok. The current fire founder, Inu, was the master of those two. In this time's match, there's also the condition that if the current heroes were to lose, the current founders have to resign as well. What you are doing is returning favor with evil. I can't overlook this as a pupil of the same master. More so with the unsightliness you showed at the team match before. Just where did the prided fire hero Abi Kuka of the past go to? Mirok. Shut up. Kuka. Kuka pushes out her fist. Mirok, if you are a hero, speak with your fists. There's no worth of existence in a weak hero. I will be teaching you this right now. Kuka. The two of them heat up. It should be fine now. Then, begin match. Haine. The two fires that were released in concert to my voice were burning at the same time. Flame burst. Mirok plus Kuka. The fire whirls that occurred at the exact moment from two different places were like spinning tops clashing with each other. What's the matter, Mirok? Do you plan on defeating me with a fire dragon of that level? Kuka. Due. Mirok. But no matter who saw it, they would be able to tell that there was a difference in the strength of the two fire dragons. The weak one was being steadily crushed by the stronger one. Fire Fist Barbarossa. Change my divine power into raging fire. Mirok. Too soft. Fire Fist Fernando. Fire Fist Polarius. Dual fists, dual fire dragons. Kuka. Kuka has fire divine tools in both hands, and the fire that was released from them was obviously twice as much as it attacks Mirok. Compared to that, the fire divine tool Mirok uses is only the Fire Fist Barbarossa. In a sense, it could be considered a 2 versus 1, and it was clear who was at an advantage here. Damn it! Mirok. Mirok was slowly but surely being pushed back. With the strength of her fire dragon, the most she could do was endure to her best the same attack Kuka was bringing out. But that wouldn't last long. Is there really that much difference in power? Is it not possible to oppose the previous heroes that have trained for a longer time? Learn with that body of yours, Mirok. This is how a hero actually looks like. Stronger than everyone, not losing to anyone. And because of it, there's no need for the help of anyone either. That's what a hero is. Kuka. 195, a flash of gratitude. The fight was extremely painful to watch. In terms of basic divine power difference, Mirok was already at a state where she could only stay in the defensive. At times, her own fire dragon would be destroyed and burns would be left in her body, and every time that happened, she would barely avoid fatal wounds as she withstood at the edge. On the other hand, Kuka didn't have a single wound and wasn't even out of breath. Right now the attacks have temporarily loosened. She was looking down at her junior who was letting out steam from her whole body. How about you admit your defeat already? Your current self can't beat me. The current you has forgotten the origin of your strength. Kuka. The origin of my strength? Mirok. Even so, Mirok didn't forget her will to resist as she stands up unsteadily. Even to this day, I still remember the day I first met you.
Just how many years has it been already?
At the day the Ignis Militant Corps were doing the entrance exams, I was in the venue as a test overseer.
And that's when I met you who came to take the test. Kuka. Your fire element numbers didn't even reach the 200s.
Normally, it should have already been a fail from that. But even with that, you still clung on to me.
Kuka. I definitely want to become the fire hero, you said. I was outpushed by the zeal of a brat.
In the end, I asked Master, and you were somehow allowed to enter the Ignis Militant Corps.
But after that, it should have been a living hell for you. Days of training while being several steps behind the others.
Shouted by the instructor, being looked down upon by your colleagues, but even with that, you continued working hard.
Kuka. I have heard of that before.
Just how much effort Mirek has put on to become the fire hero.
But for that sake, she.
And just as you declared, you had become the fire hero. There were many others with more talent than you, and yet, you pushed them all aside and grabbed a hold of the spot of hero. It was a feat that came most of all from effort. But the current you is trying to rot your strongest point by your own hands by getting familiar with others.
Kuka. Kuka once again gathers divine power to her dual fire fists. As your senior, I have to correct that mistake of yours.
For that sake, I have gone as far as participating in this fight that goes against Master.
Kuka. Sis Kuka, Mirek.
Smear in the shame of defeat once and learn about what position you are in.
If it is you, you should be able to reach it. Aim for even greater heights. Kuka. Mirek staggered as she took a battle stance.
The line of her stance was firm.
I hated you. Mirek. What? Kuka. You were truly my complete opposite. You had high fire element compatibility from the moment you were born and climbed up to being a fire hero without any difficulties. I thought that the reason why you were always leaving the talentless me by your side was because you wanted to look down on me and bully me to obtain a feeling of superiority.
Mirek. I could tell even in the middle of battle, after hearing the declaration of Mirek, the heartbeat of Kuka was speeding up irregularly. When you were defeated by the fire cow and retired from your position as a hero, I was silently cheering. I was thinking that woman had finally fallen from her high horse, well deserved.
But that way of thinking was a mistake.
Mirek. There was a person who taught me that my menial prejudice was all a mistake.
Mirek.
Mirek's gaze was directed at me for a moment.
And then, it moved to the audience seats. Mirek-chan. Karen. Karen-san was at the audience seats. Did the examination of the Wind Church already finish? Do you best, Mirek-chan. Don't lose. Karen. That right Desu, Mirek-nichan. Push through with guts Desu. Seisi. I won't forgive you if you lose right at the beginning of our performance. Celestus. Mirek Dano.
It is all in the concentration.
Hayu.
It wasn't only Karen-san, the other heroes who were on wait for their own matches were not lacking in the support for their comrade.
Excessive effort will warp your heart and you will end up forgetting something important from it.
Why was I trying to become strong? Why I wanted to become a hero? I had recently forgotten about such important things, along with my gratitude towards you.
Mirek. What?
Kuka. The first time I met Mirek, it was a completely different Mirek from the current Mirek here. Seeing every person as an enemy, even rejecting her old friend Karen-san as she held a composed face when pouring her with insults. This hellish training time that Kuka speaks of, that overwhelmingly harsh time, had slowly warped the heart of Mirek in exchange of growth. I don't know if that was the correct thing to do or not, but the current Mirek is not the same from the one at that time. A Mirek that has the power she gained from her blood-vomiting experience and has remembered the important memories of her young days.
The never-ending affection towards Karen-san is what has completed the current Mirek.
The new Mirak knows that there's other important people aside from herself. I can now clearly tell. It is because you were there that I was able to become a hero. It is because you picked me up that I was able to enter the Ignis Militant Corps. Even after that, you always left me at your side and taught me important things and provided me irreplaceable experiences. When you retired, I later learned that you were the one who nominated me as your successor.
Mirak.
Kuka. It is because you raised me with care that I was able to reach to where I am now. Forgetting something as important as that, I got so prideful thinking I had come all this way on my own, but my comrades reprimanded me. They made me remember a lot of important things, and that gratitude, I will release it all in this fist.
Sis Kuka, I will also be answering you with my all.
Mirak. I could tell that the inside of Mirak was beginning to increase in temperature with fire divine power.
It was silent, yet hot. High temperature was pulsating inside of Mirak.
You bastard.
Kuka. On the other hand, Kuka was furious.
The fire dragon that was released from the dual fists was the biggest until now.
Was this the display of her own mental state?
It was so big and violent.
Mirak.
Take this, my flame burst with the highest output.
Kuka.
It was as if a great fire dragon was attacking Mirak like a fire tsunami.
Won't a human be turned into cinders if they were to be attacked by something like that?
However, Mirak didn't show a single sign of running away, and pushed out her right fist that was drawn back to its limits.
Bear witness to it. My new technique, Fire Blade. Mirak.
A thin fire sword was released from the fire fist Barbarossa. The fire sword stretches towards Kuka.
Isn't that just like the holy light sword of Karensan?
The fire sword of Mirak pierced through the fire tsunami of Kuka and reaches her who is at the other side.
Quaff.
It reached her chest splendidly and the previous hero was blown away just like that. But even if the caster was defeated, it doesn't mean that the fire tsunami will disappear. The big tsunami, that had simply been punctured slightly, attacked Mirak with its original momentum and swallowed her.
Watch out.
Haine. I hurriedly released dark matter against the fire wave, that was about to reach even the audience seats, and extinguish it.
That was close. Does that mean they were so hot-headed that they didn't have the composure to think about how it would affect the audience?
At the battle stage, Mirak, who had been poured from her head down by the fire wave, had all her body thoroughly burned, but even with that, she was still standing, she was firmly standing.
Mirak, are you okay?
Haine. I ask worried, and Mirak answers cheerfully. If I were to fall to something like this, I wouldn't be an opponent for the mother monsters.
Mirak.
Right. The attacks of the fire cow and the great sea dragon were a lot more overwhelming after all. On the other hand, Kuka, who had taken a direct hit from Mirak's new technique, was lying on the ground.
She wasn't showing any signs of standing up.
There was a clear difference between her and Mirak, who had received big damage.
I announced.
First match, in the Fire Hero match, the winner is the current Fire Hero, Katak Mirak.
Haine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 196 to 198, second match. Sis Kuka. Are you okay?
Mirak. The winner Mirak walks towards the fallen Kuka. It looks like Kuka was temporarily out of commission, but she soon regained consciousness and borrowed the hand of Mirak to stand up.
I lost, huh? This time for sure.
It was great, Mirak.
Kuka. Kuka was sportsmanlike to the result.
Her original nature must have been her straightforwardness as well. But Fireblade, huh? To think you would instead concentrate the fire divine power that has the highest spread out power.
I am surprised you thought of it.
Well, it was exactly because of it that you were able to break through my flame burst.
Kuka. The mother monsters that we are going to be fighting in the future are of a size that is out of the norms. An area of effect attack from a single human would make scant a difference against them. In that case, we should instead concentrate it all in one place and become bees that attack all at once.
Mirok.
I see. Your fighting style just now has already reached a point that is far from our common sense, huh?
Kuka.
Saying until that point, the expression of Kuka clouded. I didn't notice at all. I didn't know that you hated me.
Kuka.
I am truly sorry.
Mirok.
I was always keeping you in mind when I acted. That's how much I respected that straightforward effort of yours. But when I ask myself, was there no sense of superiority there? I myself can't answer.
Kuka.
I think that no matter the person, they can't move with just a single pure emotion in mind. I was jealous of Sis Kuka's strength and felt an inferiority complex towards it. But at the same time, I admired it. I tried to become stronger with you as my goal. But the me that was simply trying to move while only facing forward had ended up seeing nothing aside from what was in front of me. Even though there were a lot of things that I should have been looking back to.
Mirok.
Are you saying they are the ones who have made it possible for you to see it?
Kuka.
The comrades in the audience seats that were happy at the victory of Mirok. Karen-san, who had finished her examination, was waving both hands vigorously. Mirok answers this by raising her fist high in the sky. Sis Kuka called it being domesticated, but it was exactly because of it that I ended up thinking about getting further strength. There's a limit to how strong a person can become on their own. The mother monsters are opponents that make you understand this. Moreover, there are existences even stronger than that might be born, Mirok. It is fine. No need to say anymore. I lost. There's no words to say to the loser.
Kuka.
Kuka patted the cheek of Mirok. Do it properly, fire hero.
Kuka.
This is of no importance, but when I looked at the noble area of the audience seats, the fire founder was wailing in manly weeping. For him, the two of them are his cute disciples after all. Just like this, the first match of the old and new heroes had ended with the victory of Mirok. So we are leading by 1 point. A bitter voice greeted Kuka, who had lost and was about to leave the place. How pathetic. Displaying such an unrefined match like that and still losing. As I thought, the heroes of other churches can't be relied on. Words close to abuse. Passing by the owner of that voice, Kuka silently says this. Then show it to me, this so-called refined fighting style of the water hero that you boast of.
Kuka.
Of course. I will show you the difference between a true hero and a fake hero. Sarasa. The second match is the water hero battle. The previous hero that stood on the battle stage replacing Kuka was Sarasa. Facing her was, of course. Good job on the opening. Thanks to you winning, I am now in a good mood to sing. Celestus. The song will obviously be a victory song, I hope. If that's not the case, I will drag you out of the stage, you got it?
Mirok.
Exchanging a high five with good momentum, the one who substituted Mirok and went on the stage was the water hero Celestus that had a big smile and shining eyes, dazzling everyone in the audience seats.
Oh.
It is Sealstan. I have been waiting. Sealstan, Q what? Ho! 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 CCC Sealstan. Incredible cheers were coming from the audience seats. The person that even when she is a hero, she is also working as an idol. This match where there's many spectators actually felt like the live performances she habitually holds. Just for this moment, the dome had become the sole stage of Celestus. With practiced movements, Celestus makes a smooth turn as she waves at all directions. Even bigger cheers burst. In this venue that was being covered with a sense of unity, there was a single person that was scowling at this. What a vulgar voice. I am surprised at how those adults can let out such strange voices. It is way too embarrassing. Sarasa. Sarasa covered her face with her open folding fan and hides her mouth that was frowning. Era, could it be that it is tough to keep up with your granny stamina? But too bad. I still haven't considered how to give live performances to people of age, you see. Celestus. Keep barking. Sarasa. Sarasa said in a strict voice. Since I have the chance, I will put it clearly here. I definitely won't forgive you. You are the shame of us Water Church. Today in this place, I will be handling judgment upon you. Prepare yourself. Sarasa. That's right. The emotions that Sarasa was directing at Celestus had clear hostility. Just why does she hate Celestus so much? Well, I don't understand things like the formalities and traditions of the other churches. But why is it that you can talk so unfavorably about others with just that reason alone? Celestus. The Mickey Moses covers the body of Celestus. That divine tool was being clad in water divine power. Of course, I am an idol, but I am also a hero. I will buy that fight you are selling me. Especially the fight you are picking, not only on me but also on my important friends. I will be returning it all tenfold. Celestus. Second match. Current hero Re-Celestus versus previous hero Sarasa. Match, begin. 197, mixing without being mixed. Water Rage. Celestus. Water Blade. Sarasa. The water bullet shot from the Mickey Moses of Celestus, and the high-pressure water blade released from the water-folding fan, Dahu, of Sarasa. Both of them clash in the air and, no matter the times, a high-pressure blade won and would cut the water bullet in half. Celestus had to avoid the water blades that continued on with its original speed. And I was busy erasing them with dark matter to make sure the water blades didn't attack the audience. Ho 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 ho, how is the sharpness of the water blade released from the water folding fan? That childish water play of yours doesn't even serve to delay them. Sarasa. The water folding fan, Dahu, was made from the same cloth as my robe, Mickey Moses. The biggest trait of the folding fan is that it is firmly serving as the bone for the cloth, which makes the water bullet take that blade-like form. Celestus. The water bullet that has been made thin due to the paper and cloth can already be called a water blade. It will cut everything. In my active days, several hundreds of monsters have become rust to this blade. Sarasa. Rust in a water blade, can you make a less coherent sentence? Celestus. The retort of Celestus only felt like her distracting herself from her pain. The biggest strength of the water divine power is its wideness in practical use. At times, it can whet your thirst, at others, it can create raging streams, and at other times, it can rot something by stagnating it. Just like how water itself has innumerable faces, the water divine power can be divided with just a single change. My water folding fan is one of those faces. Sarasa. The robe of Celestus and the water folding fan of Sarasa, even within the divine tools of the new and old heroes, the divine tools of these two are the ones that are the most different in form. The reason for it has been revealed. Compared to that, Celestus-san, that robe of yours feels like it is a representation of the wavering character of its user. The cloth that one would normally adjust to their own individual traits, you have utilized it just as it is, that's unheard of. I am shocked by your blatant negligence. Sarasa. Is that so? I myself think that I have drawn a jackpot though. Celestus. That's just because your brain is lacking. Sarasa. A water blade was released again. Celestus already didn't try to stop it with a water bullet and concentrated on avoiding. You were always like that. No matter when, you would never be serious. You didn't care about troubling others. Have you thought about how much trouble your arbitrariness causes to others? Sarasa. At the very least, I don't remember causing you trouble though? Celestus. Silence. Sarasa. A slightly bigger water blade was going straight at Celestus. Celestus, who had her posture crumbled due to the constant evasion, was unable to cope with it. She spread her robe and used it as a shield, somehow managing to deflect it that way. But it doesn't change the fact that this was one-sided. Celestus-san, a self-centered girl like you becoming a hero, wasn't that a mistake in itself? Saying stupid things like being an idol, you are truly odious. I will correct that mistake of yours. Sarasa. Is there nothing that can be done anymore? Just when I thought this. I also think a little, you know. Celestus. Ha! Especially since the time I began fighting together with Karenchi and the others. Just what can I do inside that team? I thought of it deeply. And the conclusion that came out was, to bring the best out of the water's wide amount of uses. Celestus. What are you blabbering about? I don't care anymore. I am finishing you here. Sarasa. Just as she declared, Sarasa released her last water blade. But... Splash. Kia? The moment the water blade was released from Sarasa's folding fan, it broke and dispersed, while making a big splashing sound. Look below you. Celestus. Following her words, I noticed that the surroundings are in an abnormal state. It was flooded. The floor of the battle stage that they were standing on was drenched as if a downpour had passed. It is the water I created. You were shooting so many water blades, cutting down all my water bullets. You were a great help in camouflaging. This water here has my divine power in it, so it moves on my whim. Just like this, Celestus. Celestus waves her robe. As if in concert, the pool of water covering the floor shot a water bullet and grazed Sarasa. Hi. The water blade that you shoot is basically a water bullet that has been thinned. That's why, even if it's strong against attacks from the front, it is weak against attacks from below. In rock paper scissors, the paper wins against the rock because the paper covers it, but you see, in reality, the rocks penetrates the paper. Celestus. Are you saying you shot down my water blade the moment I released it? Were you in the defensive until now to create this water domain? Sarasa. Let's return to the talk a few moments ago. The strength of the water divine power is in their wide ways of use. My Mickey Moses can be said to be the divine tool that brings out this strong point to its highest. Celestus. A simple cloth, the Mickey Moses that could even be described as that, would at times undulate, and at other times, it can become tough like a rock. The cloth is soft and can change its shape to anything. That's why it can become a sword, spear, shield, and even an armor. When injured, it can become a bandage, a curtain that blocks the sunlight, an overcoat to endure cold. It can become anything. Celestus. And in reality, at the fights with the giant monsters, we have been saved countless times by the handiness of Celestus. Karen-san had been treated by her water heal just a few moments ago too. Compared to that, Sarasa, what about you? Placing a bone to your cloth, you are now able to bring out a water blade from it. But because of that, you have lost all other uses. By specializing in attack, you have forgotten the important wideness of use. Is that really the correct form of the water hero? Celestus. Shut up. Water blade. Water blade. Sarasa. Sarasa has been releasing water blades several times while Celestus was talking, but they were all shot down by the water bullets that came from below. The flow of the battle had turned completely into Celestus' side. Well then, I will now be showing you the water hero's true way of fighting. Water blessing. Celestus. Celestus clads the surface of her body in water divine power and slides on the water-drenched floor with overwhelming speed. The water blessing that's originally used to walk on top of water
to think that it could be used in this kind of way. And with that, she instantly closed the distance between her and Sarasa.
Water rage. Celestus. Ugaa.
Sarasa. A water bullet released at close range. With that, Sarasa can't intercept it with a water blade.
Aiming at that instant of an opening. On top of that, water bag. Celestus.
The water current that was released from her robe had imprisoned Sarasa in the blink of an eye. A mobility technique, an offensive technique, and a restraining technique. It is certainly true that the variety in the water divine power is a lot.
Damn you! Let me out! Let me out!
Sarasa.
Can't. You can't escape from the water bag. You don't have the stamina remaining for that. Celestus. HM?
The water blade is certainly a powerful offensive attack, but it utilizes as much divine power. You are making high enough water pressure to cut through even iron after all. Who knows how much divine power you would need to create such pressure?
Celestus.
Maybe she hit the bullseye. The beautiful face of Sarasa warped in mortification. Also, I will be correcting one misunderstanding you had. It seems you are thinking that you are the only one who can shoot those water blades with that water folding fan, but too bad, my robe can also shoot them.
Celestus.
Celestus spreads her Mickey Moses wide and, just like that, she began to spin rapidly. The cloth that's endowed with water is heavier than what anyone could imagine and becomes hard. By utilizing this, the Mickey Moses that had a large amount of water divine power poured into it, took advantage of the centrifugal force of the turns and
revolving style, water blade. Jutsu, Celestus. A water blade that revolved like a boomerang was released from the Mickey Moses.
The water blade had sliced apart both the water prison and the captured Sarasa, or so I thought, but the water folding fan blocked it.
Kaya
Sarasa. But the impact of it had destroyed the water folding fan, and, unable to kill all of the force, Sarasa herself was also sent flying.
Well, it is tiring, so I normally don't do it though. Cutting techniques are the specialty of Seiichi anyways. Celestus. 198, hated person.
This is, should I take it as end of the match? The blown away Sarasa somehow managed to stand up, but she is totally exhausted and doesn't look like she can move at all. Her divine tool that served as her weapon has been destroyed, and no matter how I see it, there's no way to turn around this situation.
Match ends, winner is Seals, Haine. Wait.
Sarasa.
Whoa. Haine. I was shouted at in an incredibly loud tone and was stopped. Are you telling me you still have more to do, Sarasa?
I still haven't lost.
Celestus-san, I will defeat you. Celestus. Celestus was watching this ghastly Sarasa with the calmness of a lake surface.
When I look at this, I end up wondering who is the older one here.
You, why is it that you hate me so much? Celestus. It might be rude for me to say this, but you and I don't have any connection. Until the day you retired and I was chosen as the successor, we didn't even have any conversations. At the very least, I don't remember doing anything to make you hate me. Celestus. Even if you don't. I do.
Sarasa. So I really was being hated, is the kind of mentally fatigued sigh that Celestus let out. I didn't want to say this, but I heard about this from Papa before the match began.
Celestus.
When she talks about Papa, she must mean the water founder, Ruazul. It is not officially approved, but they are both father and daughter. I heard that you participated in today's match without telling the family you were married in.
Celestus. What's the meaning of this?
The RA household that you married into after retiring as a hero is a famous mercantile house in Hygreville.
They are in a position where they can aim for the water founder spot if they wanted to.
We thought the reason why you picked a fight with us this time was because there was that going on in the back, but early this morning, we received an urgent message from their head.
Celestus.
The head of the RA household, in the eyes of Sarasa, it would be the father of her marriage partner, her father-in-law. I am truly sorry for the arbitrary actions of my son's wife. Our household has no intentions of going against the water founder. This has all been done on his wife's own volition. If need be, I will have my son divorce his wife in order to prove the innocence of our household.
Celestus.
Period.
For you, the place you are married into is the place that you finally managed to gold dig with that hero title you worked so hard for, right? What's the reason to hate me so much to the point that you would throw away your dream celebrity life? Celestus. Sarasa didn't answer. Could it be, you are hating me because I was born from the womb of the founder's mistress? Celestus. That's not it. I don't care about that. Sarasa. Then what? Celestus. It is because you are an idol. Even though you are a hero, you show zeal in such a show-off game like being an idol. I really can't forgive that. Sarasa. Hearing the declaration of Sarasa, Celestus went as she made a bitter expression. Isn't that something that shouldn't be troubling you at all? No, well, I have my own thoughts regarding that, you see? Celestus. No. You are troubling me. You are truly troubling me. Sarasa. The good match that I finally found after harsh tribulations as a hero. The third son of the wealthy RA household, a handsome man with excelling physical ability and high academic achievements. Sarasa. The more I hear, the more I think it is a find of superior quality. I was truly happy being able to marry such a person, and yet, out of everyone, that person had to become a big fan of yours. Sarasa. Fan? In other words, a fan of mine as an idol? Celestus. That's right. He made a room for that exclusive use and, in there, it is filled to the brim with your idol goods. It is truly disgusting. He also doesn't miss a single live performance of yours and boasts about it. In front of me, his wife. Do you know how I feel at those times? Can you imagine it? Sarasa. That's harsh. Well, thanks for the support. Celestus. Rather than thanking me, please apologize. Lately, he has been requesting craftsmen to make a life-size doll of you. I did stop him in tears though. Sarasa. Is that what a rich person should be doing? Or a person in general? Not judging taste though, degree. My woman pride is already in tatters. I have thought many times of throwing away all the idol goods while he is away. But when I think about him losing his affection towards me if I were to do that. Aside from that one point, he is a truly rich, good-looking, and kind husband. This is horrible. So harsh. Sarasa. Sarasa finally prostrated and began crying. Her husband is infatuated with an idol, in other words, Celestus. And due to the jealousy of it, or more like, a personal grudge, the previous water hero Sarasa had participated in this battle. I suddenly pity her. To think that I had stolen the heart of my senpai's husband without knowing. I am truly a sinful woman. Celestus. Celestus-san, this is not the time to be pulling out jokes. I won't be held accountable the time you are stabbed in the back by an unknown woman, okay? It has begun to feel pitiful. I am not a woman with such a crooked personality that would want to destroy the family of someone else. Is there a way to calm the situation down smoothly? Celestus. Are you going to give her the win this time? Haine. Is what I put out on the table and I definitely won't be doing that. Celestus. Of course you won't. That's the Celestis we know and love. For now, she ignores her crying senpai for the moment and speaks to the audience. Everyone. I am happy that you support me, but treasure your family as well, okay? Celestis. Yeah, was the fervent response from the audience. Second match, Water Hero match. The match between the current hero Celestis and the previous hero Sarasa ended with the victory of Celestis. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199 to 201 Third match. Current hero versus previous hero, 1 versus 1. The first match was won by Merrick and the second by Celestis from the current heroes team. We were leading by 2 points from the very beginning. With one more win, our victory will be decided. Desu. Seisi. The third match will be the Earth Hero match. If Seisi-chan wins, it will be the victory of the current heroes. Let's put our expectations on the fourth match with Hayachi, Celestis. Iya? Seisi. Celestis, who was leaving the stage after finishing the second match, left words that held not a single shred of expectation. The high-spirited Seisi-chan entering the stage was also shocked. What be the meaning of that, Desu? Could it be you think I will lose, Desu? Seisi. 'Cause you know, in terms of hyping up the story, having all straight wins like this is impossible. In this occasions, you act the part of being in trouble. Celestis, damn, Celestis is basically talking about last chapter's comments. Why is so gung-ho on the dramaticness, Desu? Ain't it fine to have a safe 3 straight wins? Seisi. I think what Seisi-chan is saying is completely correct. Celestis, who is a thrill-seeking idol to the bone, expects thrills on everything she does. But you see, let's be straight here and ask about the possible or not possible. Celestis. Desu? Seisi. Can you win? Against that? Celestis. The weeping Sarasa had already left and the next participant was standing there. From the previous heroes team, the previous Earth hero, I'm Yaniko. A woman that has a right body that would make you think she herself is the Mother Earth God. But the bloodthirst that's coming out from that right body of hers was sinister, and it was a league of its own even within the previous heroes. Oh my, by the time I noticed, I became the last barricade. Yaniko. Yaniko-san obviously knows that if she were to lose, the previous heroes team will lose. But at those times, Seisi-chan also knows what the Earth hero has to do at those times, right? We be related after all. Yaniko. Of course, Desu. When winning and when losing, what the Earth hero does always be one, Desu. Seisi. 1, 2, 3, and slaughter them all, Desu. Seisi. Scary. What kind of phrase are they running by, these people? EI. Like hell I can stay in a battle stage where a bunch of killers are standing on. I will be resting in my own room. Celestis. Maybe Celestis was affected by the Earth heroes, she left after leaving ominous words behind. With this, the battle stage consisted solely of the current and previous Earth heroes. At one side, there's Seisi-chan, who is the youngest within the heroes. Her body hasn't grown much, she is small and thin. The Earth scythe, Sita, that she holds in her hand is her divine tool, and the unbalancedness of the weapon and the holder already gives out a dangerous impression. On the other hand, there's the previous Earth hero, Yaniko-san. This one has a perfected body both as a woman and as a fighter. It was truly fat, well-shaped. Moreover, the Earth scythe Magdala that she uses is just slightly bigger than the size of a normal farming sickle. In other words, it is at a size that's adequate for her body. There's no delay in her swings. Seisi-chan and Yaniko-san, there's no pairing with as much difference in growth within the old and new heroes as this one. I feel like I can understand the reason why Celestis gave up right from the very beginning of this fight.
the two glaring at the center of the stage. They clash bloodthirst while waiting for the beginning signal.
Ta think that I would have the chance ta fight against Seisi-chan after retiring as a hero. It be quite the interesting generation. Ya Nico. Everyone be saying that the era be moving to a new phase desu.
In order to not stop that movement, the inexperienced Ganbi Seisi will be facing Yaniko Nichin to the best of my abilities desu.
Seisi.
Even though they are both relatives, what a thick bloodthirst they are releasing.
As expected of my grandchildren Sane. Wah! Haine. By the time I noticed, an old robed woman was standing right beside me.
It was the Earth Founder. The grandma of both the new and old heroes about to fight now, and she herself was a hero that had her name resonate in the long past.
Oh my, Sobo-chan? Ya Nico. Sobo-chan, why ya here desu? Seisi. The two grandchildren of faraway ages were surprised and put their attention on the Oba-san.
Lately, probably because of my age, my eyes have not been that good. From that far away, I would only see a girls as specks.
Oba-san.
Oba-san lifted her chin and pointed the furthest part of the audience seats where the noble area is at.
But since it be the match between my grandchildren, I wanna watch it clearly from up close you see.
I don't mind you laughing at me fair being a stupid grandma.
Oba-san.
No, your tone totally doesn't allow anyone to laugh at it, but...
Sobo-chan.
You say that, but what about the care of my child?
You said that you would be looking after him.
That be why I accepted participating, you know?
Ya Nico. Don't fret, Ya Nico. Your child is right here. Oba-san.
Within the robes of the Oba-san's arms, there was one small baby that wouldn't even be in his first year of age. He was moving his eyes and neck restlessly as if everything he saw was novel.
Yet as well wanted to watch the fight of your mother up close, right? Your mother that makes blood rain be quite cool, you know? Oba-chan.
Of course, there's no way the baby would understand words yet, but the granny talks to him with a soft voice.
Sobo-chan. Do you become that lenient when it be a baby desu? Seisi.
To her daughter, she be an ogre, to her grandchildren, she be normal, and to her great-grandchild, she finally ended up being an idiot.
Ya Nico. It looks like it is a family with a lot going on. Leaving that aside, I will be beginning the match already. Third match, Earth Hero match. Current hero Ganbi Seisi versus previous hero Iman Yaniko. Match, begin. 200, two ways of being. Hi-e. Do-e. Wah-wah-wah-wah-wah. At the same time as the match started, Seisi-chan was completed pushed back. The combo attacks that Yaniko-san unleashes with her small side easily slipped through the big scythe of Seisi-chan and assaulted Seisi-chan herself. As I thought, Yaniko-san is overwhelming Seisi-chan in terms of swings at tight turns. What be the matter, Seisi-chan? Do you want your legs to be hunted by me that much? Yaniko. Don't joke around desu. Fight back with Edge Tornado. Seisi. Seisi-chan turns using herself like a spinning top and aim to slice Yaniko-san with the big scythe. More like, the giving more openings technique, you know? Yaniko. Yaniko-san lowered her body and easily evaded the big scythe that rotated at high speeds. In that same lowered position, she was about to attack the legs of an opponent that could be said to be a spinning top. Hi. Dangerous desu. Seisi. But Seisi-chan jumps immediately and avoids it. Even so, Yaniko-san was absolutely merciless in her pursuit. Yaniko ain't serious at all. Oba-san. The Earth Founder Oba-san at my side says this. Is she doing the job of a commentator? If Yaniko had been serious, Seisi-chan would have both her legs gone a long time ago. Yaniko's nickname in her active days be Leg Hunter. Oba-san. A pretty straightforward nickname. Haine.
between Yaniko-san and Seisi-chan, there be way too much difference in skill.
Oba-san.
This is a more despairing difference in strength than in the matches before with Mirak and Kyuka, or the match with Celestis and Sarasa.
As I thought, the young Seisi-chan still hasn't grown enough to challenge her senpai? Haine.
That be it too, but there be another reason why Seisi can't win.
Oba-san. Haine.
The words of the Oba-san drew my interest.
What do you mean by that? Is there another point that's pushing Seisi-chan into a disadvantage? Haine.
Just wait fair a bit.
This little boy crapped. Have ta changed diapers? Oba-san. Yeah?
In the time the Oba-san had begun to change her great-grandchild's diapers right in the middle of the battle stage, the life-or-death exchange of attacks continued. The trait of the third match is that both heroes are violently moving around. At the previous matches, it was a clash between the fire or the water divine powers respectively, but these earth heroes were going fiercely with physical combat. This could be called a fighting style of the earth heroes that utilizes the earth divine powers trait of controlling the body.
Heave hu desu. Seisi. How pathetic. Ya already losing breath? That be why they say that golem users lack training, you know? Yaniko. Golem user? That's right. That be the biggest difference between Yaniko and Seisi. Oba-san.
Oba-san, who seems to have finished changing diapers, was holding her great-grandchild between her arms. Just recently, we were in an inseparable relationship with the golems.
Ya also know that, don't ya? Oba-san. Well, yeah.
The Earth capital Ishtar Blaze had a strange cohabitation between humans and monsters called golems. The Earth giants that were being birthed by the Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood, helped out humans, worked for humans, and were loved by many. For the Earth hero that protects Ishtar Blaze, golems be by no means existences they could ignore.
After all, that big body and power, they be perfect to leave fair battle SANE. That be why the successive generations of Earth heroes relied on golems and fought together with them. Oba-san.
Now that she mentions it, I wasn't there myself, but I heard that Seisi-chan had controlled 3 golems at Apollon City, and were overwhelming Karen-san and the others, a total of 3 heroes. In the Earth Church, they began to search for a hero that had the highest competency in controlling golems.
A good Earth hero also means to be a good golem user SA. Oba-san.
Then, you were also in your time, Haine.
No.
In my active days, the use of golems in battle still haven't gone that far, you see.
It be all about using one scythe to deal with all. Oba-san.
The scythe technique of the Oba-san, which I could only see in display for only a moment, was overwhelming after all. In the time she was young, she utilized that young body of hers to deliver a severing hell.
And so, Yaniko be also the same. Oba-san. Wah. Yaniko be a rare case in this times. She was an Earth hero that didn't rely on golems and specialized in physical combat. If Seisi's type be called a golem user, then Yaniko be a scythe user. Oba-san. Hearing that answer, the information in my head overlapped perfectly. The reason why Seisi-chan is at a disadvantage. It's not only because of the difference in experience and height. Seisi-chan has been fighting together with the golems and has become knowledgeable of their use.
That girl is now using a single scythe without golems at her side, and is fighting against Yaniko-san, who was an expert at that type of combat. That is exactly the disadvantage in this battle, the real reason for it. After finishing another violent exchange of attacks, the two glare at each other. Seisi-chan, you're truly a useless child. Relying all the time on your golems, your ability with the scythe is practically as if you haven't learned how to use it at all.
Can't be helped. I am your big sister here, so I will be teaching you for a bit, okay? Yaniko. The Earth Scythe Magdala shines with a vicious light. You know, sickles be originally farming tools.
Waiting for the crops to ripen, you reap the head that be coming out of the ground. It be a tool that's made in order to cut as closest to the root as possible. That's why, at the times when it be used as tools to kill, cutting as close to the ground be easier. I have been doing it just like that all the time. That's why my name ended up being Leg Hunter, you know? Yaniko. Saying so, Yaniko-sen separated her legs widely and lowered her body, like the posture of a cat that was about to jump onto its prey. With her left hand, she rolls up her right arm's sleeve. The thin arm that was now in view was like a white snake biting onto a scythe. The fighting stance of Yaniko-san that she showed in the team battle. Listen well. When you're going to cut your opponent, you have to open your legs wide, okay? To a point where you can see your face in the puddles of the rice fields. A good posture to hunt legs. And from there. Yaniko. The wind lets out a scream. The distance between the two was closed in an instant. Yua desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan quickly reacted and stopped it with her earth scythe. It also means that she had no leeway to even evade it, but the earth scythe and earth scythe scrape against each other as they release sparks. Dasu. Seisi. Seisi-chan used all her strength to somehow manage to deflect the blade. And then. Slash. Stone blocks of the battle stage had been cut into two. Gia? Seisi. This is. Haine. A gap that ran deep and far in length. The blade that Seisi-chan diverted had left a remain like that deep on the floor. We are at the moving city, Rudra's metropolis. Below us, there's a giant ethereal machine construction. The speaker soon sounded and a report came in. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and it seems that there was no damages with the Rudra's metropolis mechanism. But that blade cut apparently ran all the way down the 15th underground floor. Era, can't do. It has been a long while, so I ended up overdoing it. Next time, I gotta be careful and just aim to cut off your legs. A good sickle can properly cut apart weeds and crops, and a good scythe can properly cut down legs and their owner after all that. Yaniko. 201, Loving Golems. Seisi-chan was in dire straits. Ikor and Karen was watching this in worry along with my friends. Ah geez. What is Seisi-chi doing? I didn't ask for a battle that is this bad for the heart. Celestus. Blade attacks that, just by receiving one, it will be the end, and she is being continuously attacked by those kind of attacks without leaving a chance to breathe. She is currently managing to evade them all, but honestly speaking, it is a situation where it wouldn't be strange for it to end anytime soon. Mirak. Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan, who had already finished their fights in a victory, were drawing cold sweat at the terrible situation before their eyes, as if they were the ones in it. A physical combat specialist and a golem user, I knew that the Earth heroes of successive generations were divided in two, but then, why is Seisi Dano not using golems? She is already fighting an opponent whose skills are above hers. If she fights against her on her specialty, there's no way she would have a chance of winning. Hayu. Hayu-chan had a plausible question and everyone else agreed. That's right. Seisi-chi should just use the golems to drag it into her own territory. Celestus. Because of the age, Seisi is seen as the weakest one in our group, but if we were to add golems to the equation, that view is completely wrong. In Apollon City, she actually fought on equal grounds against Karen, Celestus, and me at the same time. Mirak. If she were to use the golems, Yaniko-san wouldn't be an impossible opponent to defeat. But Seisi-chan won't use the golems. She absolutely won't. Karen. My words gathered the attention of the other three. Why? Celestus. Now that you mention it, in the Rudra's metropolis fight before, Seisi didn't show any signs of utilizing golems. Mirak. I speak out the words that Seisi-chan herself told me before.
Golems were born from the Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood, right? But that Grandma Wood was erased by Haine-san. Golems won't be born anew anymore, and the ones remaining are all that's left. They won't be increasing in the future, and they will decrease in number as time goes, and in a few decades, they will be gone, she said. Karen. Well, yeah, Celestis. It was indeed that kind of situation. Mirok. That's why Seisi-chan decided on this. She won't be using golems to fight anymore. The number of golems is already limited, and they are only going to continue decreasing. By pushing them to the front lines of battle, it will only accelerate the decrease even more. Fighting will make them stand at the front of blades, damage them, and degrade them. Seisi-chan said that golems have a more important role. Karen. Golems be necessary to rebuild the Ishtar blaze that has been destroyed by the incident of Great Pillar Samadesu. Smoothen the jagged ground and rebuilding the houses Desu. Using the golems in battle when they have that duty would not be good Desu. Golems won't be born anymore, so the numbers be limited Desu. Of course, if monsters attack, there be the need to protect the people Desu. But, in those moments, I have to protect the people on my own Desu. Because I be the hero after all. Heroes are there to protect the people Desu. It be no good if I be protected by the golems. It would have been okay if the time still be when golems were born one after the other, but it already be different from before Desu. The heroes that have the power to protect themselves, have to manage something by themselves Desu. And the golems will help the people of Ishtar blaze with that share. The golems that protect the people will be protected by me. That be my duty as a hero Desu. That's why Seisi-chan stopped using golems for battle. And so, she began learning the way to use her earth sights from square one under the tutelage of the earth founder Oba-san, learned from Yorishiro-sama, and is beginning to obtain her own style. Seisi-chi, she looked like an idiot, but was actually thinking properly, Celestis. When she returns, let's hug her and praise her a lot. Mirok. I thought she was just a kid, but she was actually a splendid little girl. Hayu. Everyone was moved. Seisi-chan, from a hero that was protected by golems, you have now begun to aim at being a hero that protects those golems. Your fight today with Yaniko-san will no doubt become an important trial for you. A super specialized physical combat earth hero that doesn't rely on golems. Win or lose, that experience will become something meaningful. But in order to even obtain that, she has to fight with her all without hesitation. And so, Kuramiya Haine at sight. The conclusion felt like it was already visible. Seisi-chan was evading the blade by a hair's breadth every time, and all the attacks that she didn't manage to completely evade had taken a piece of skin along. Those kind of cuts had accumulated, and as of now, she was filled with cuts all over. Blood was flowing, and the blood loss was draining away her stamina. Your speed ain't keeping up at all. Do you know why? Yaniko. Compared to that, Yaniko-san, who didn't have a single scratch, spoke. Your Earth-side Sita is way too big for a single human to utilize. It be created with the intention of having a golem swing it around after all. There be way too much difference in comparison to Masai that be made for human use. Yaniko. It is true that the side of Seisi-chan is way too big, therefore, her moves end up being way too wide. She can't surpass Yaniko-san, who is using a size fit for her at the shortest distance possible and at the fastest of speeds. By the time Seisi-chan attacks, Yaniko-san's attack has already finished and she has already fallen back to a safe distance. Are you not gonna use golems, Seisi-chan? I be looking forward to that today, so I requested my husband to look after the oldest child, and Sobo-chan to look after the youngest one, and yet, Yaniko. I won't be using golems anymore Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan declares as if tackling back. Golems are to be used for the sake of the people of Ishtar Blaze Desu. The heroes can't interfere with that Desu. Seisi. I see. Yaniko. There was a sound of something falling on the floor. Something had fallen from inside the clothes of Yaniko-san. It looked like bricks, hard rectangular-shaped things. That's Seisi. Seisi-chan was surprised at the sight of those numerous bricks. Life blocks. Ain't those golem cores Desu-ka? Why? Seisi. I got M from Sobo-chan as a condition to enter today's battle. Seisi-chan, if ya ain't gonna use M, I will be using M, okay? Yaniko. The life block gathered the rubble from the floor and was forming a giant body. It was a familiar golem creation scene. That be unexpected Desu. Even in the active days of Yaniko-nichan, ya never used golems to fight, didn't ya? Seisi. I wanted to try it at least once, this kind of fighting style. Yaniko. Yaniko-san once again lunges towards Seisi-chan with a posture that resembles that of a wild cat. However, at its trajectory, there was one golem that had finished forming. Seisi-chan, the golem, and Yaniko-san were lined up in a straight line. At that positioning, the golem would be in the way and Yaniko-san shouldn't be able to attack Seisi-chan. But contrary to expectations. Yaniko-san had cut down the golem with her scythe. Haine. What Desu? Seisi. Yaniko-san approaches Seisi-chan as she pushed aside that opening she sliced open. Because the vision was blocked by the golem, Seisi-chan's reaction was late and, even when she retreated, she received a deeper wound than before. Jaya. Seisi. And then, the golem that was cut down must have been cut along with its life block. It crumbled and turned back into rubble. Yaniko-nichan. Just what have you done, Desu? Seisi. Seisi-chan shouted at the crushed golem rather than her own injury. Great Pillar-sama be gone and no new golems will be born, Desu. They be important, Desu yo. And to use them in such an unreasonable way, no matter if it be Yaniko-nichan, I can't forgive that, Desu. Seisi. I have never seen Seisi-chan this angered before, but Yaniko-san received that with calm and composure. Or more like, I could even feel eeriness from it. That be something natural for me, you know. If it be important, more the reason to destroy it. Yaniko. Seisi. Why do you think I became a scythe user hero? Why didn't I use golems when they prospered? The answer be simple. Yaniko. Yaniko-san laughed in an eerie way that couldn't get any more ominous. Because I hate golems to the core. That be why I want to erase them from this world as fast as possible. Yaniko. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202-204 Hating Golems. The life blocks that Yaniko-san had scattered around amounted to around 10. All of those had finished shaping themselves up. But Yaniko-san cut them all up and made them disappear. There were times when she would use the golems to attack and tried to cut them down together with Seisi-chan, but there were times when she would simply cut them down for no reason at all. It was clear that she was putting more importance in cutting down the golems. Stop it, Desu, Yaniko-nichan. Golems still be important, Desu yo. Seisi. I don't care about that. Yaniko. It is as one-sided as always, but Seisi-chan was desperately objecting. I don't understand at all, Desu. Yaniko-nichan can win against me plenty enough without using such a hand like this, Desu. There be nothing as incomprehensible as petty tricks from the strong ones, Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan, I be regretting it, you know? That I shouldn't have retired from being a hero. Yaniko. If I had waited for 1 year before retiring as a hero, just 1 year more, I would have been blessed with the chance of fighting Great Pillar-sama myself. It be truly a shame. That's why I have no choice but to cut down the leftover golems to relieve myself. Yaniko.
The violent blade of hers had cut down another golem.
This was already golem bullying in the guise of a match. That's how much hate I felt from Yaniko-san towards the golems.
Why does she hold such hate?
Yaniko be the child of my 5th son and Seisi was the child of my 8th daughter. Oba-san. Ha? Haine. The Oba-san wearing the Earth Founder's religious clothing speaks.
Both of them died.
Oba-san. Wa? Haine.
And she goes and says something even more shocking.
Died? As in, the parents of both Seisi-chan and Yaniko-san? It'd be in the same accident. That day was the 1-year birthday of Seisi, you see. Yaniko's parents had gone to ask about the celebration. Of course, Yaniko went together with M.
At that time, that girl be 10 years old. Me and other people from the church were planning to ask them later as well, but the accident occurred before that.
Oba-san.
At that day, a big earthquake attacked a part of Ishtar Blaze, and a number of buildings collapsed.
She said that Seisi-chan's house was one of them.
The family of Seisi-chan as well as the family of Yaniko-san, that had coincidentally visited them, were crushed by the falling house.
The only ones that survived were the young Seisi and Yaniko.
We later learned that the earthquake be caused by the root of Great Pillar Sama that was trying to obtain nutrition deeper underground.
Oba-san. That's Haine. The location that should be way too specific after all.
And then, Yaniko began to hate Great Pillar Sama and the golems that be related to it. Since the time the incident occurred, the two were raised by my other children, but because of the hate Yaniko had towards the golems, her relationship with others didn't go well, you see.
Oba-san.
The constantly smiling Yaniko-san had such a past. Because of it, Yaniko got attached to the old me. And so, she naturally absorbed my techniques, and became a scythe user that had no equal in Ishtar Blaze. With that ability, the one who pushed her to be a hero was me. By becoming a hero and seeing the golems helping out people from up close, I thought that her spiteful attitude towards them would heal even if a little bit, you see.
Oba-san. But, from what I can see, Haine. Yeah.
Even in the several years she worked as a hero, the hatred that took root inside her heart had not been pulled out. In the end, the heart of a human probably can't be changed till death.
Oba-san.
While we were conversing, the fight was reaching its climax. The golems had been reduced to the last one remaining and all the others had already had their life blocks cut down.
Seisi-chan was standing in between Yaniko-san and the golem as if trying to protect it from her. Yaniko-nichan. Please stop it already, Desu. Stop the weird stuff and fight me seriously, Desu. Seisi. Speaking big when you can't even make me go serious. But everyone aside from me and Sobo-chan be all the same.
Relying on something like golems, they have forgotten to polish themselves.
Yaniko. The scythe of Yaniko-san is pushed out towards Seisi-chan.
The reason why Sobo-chan called me here today be also to teach that to ya.
Seisi-chan, learn this. Golems won't be born anymore.
There be no point in a fighting style that relies on them. From today on, you should throw away your feelings for the golems from the bottom of your heart, and be reborn to a true earth hero like me and Sobo-chan nut.
Yaniko. I already understand that, Desu. Seisi. The whole body of Seisi-chan trembled. But what Yaniko-nichan's saying be mistaken, Desu?
The people of Ishtar Blaze have gotten this far together with the golems, Desu.
To forget that and throw away the golems, that's just ungratefulness, Desu yo. Seisi. Seisi-chan's stance in this won't change no matter what.
She believes in the golems at all times and walks together with them. Even if she is betrayed by them or hated by others, that pure faithfulness towards the golems, at times, overwhelms even me. What a mysterious thing.
Seisi and Yaniko have experienced the same accident, and yet, one hates golems while the other loves them.
They have walked completely contrary paths.
Oba-san.
The Earth Founder Oba-san speaks once again from beside me. You may already know, but the houses in Ishtar Blaze were mostly made of transformed golems. That be the same for the house that fell on the family of Seisi.
Oba-san. What are you trying to get at? Haine.
They be under a crumbling house, and yet, only Yaniko and Seisi were saved.
Do you know why? Because the golems protected those two. Oba-san. Wha? Golems protected those two? What's the meaning of that?
At that day, the golem core that had given shape to the house of Seisi was unable to cope with the sudden earthquake. But, even if late, it was able to assimilate the falling rubble and managed to protect what be inside of it.
The ones saved by this be those two. Oba-san.
The Yaniko-san that was 10 years old at that time was told to look after Seisi-chan, who was still 1 year old. Their parents were at the kitchen to do the preparations for the celebration, and that was what sealed their fate. When the house fell, Yaniko-san apparently used her own body to protect Seisi-chan.
But the rubble didn't attack those two.
Before that happened, the life block had assimilated the rubble and had reformed into a shelter that covered the two from above. That's why, in that earthquake that had many deaths, those two didn't have a single injury. What was mysterious is that the golem, that can only perform the orders that have been written beforehand on the life block, had for some reason moved on its own in order to protect those two.
Even now, that reason be still unknown.
But you see, the only other way to make a golem obey orders aside from writing on the life block is to pour divine power on the level of a hero when ordering the golem.
Was it someone who ordered the golem to do that by pouring divine power? That be also unknown, Oba-san. But the one thing that can be said is that
Seisi, who was saved by the golems when young, be truly the child loved by golems.
That talent, that disposition, it be something that won't lose to anyone.
That's why that girl managed to become a hero at that young age.
She wasn't selected at that age just fair show. Oba-san. Seisi-chan stands upright even when completely injured. Yorishiro-sama. Seisi.
And then, for some reason, she suddenly called the name of the Light Founder. I be sorry, but the new technique that Yorishiro-sama taught me, I be displaying it here desu.
This turned into a fight that I definitely must not lose desu. This time, I be truly clashing against you with ma all desu. Seisi. 203, Mother's Heart. A new technique taught by Yorishiro? What is the meaning of this?
Now that I think about it, it seems like Seisi-chan and Yorishiro have been hitting it off lately and she has begun to teach her, but what in the world did Yorishiro teach her?
It is not forbidden knowledge that is too soon for humans to know, right? Why you? Asterisk clank. Star. Seisi-chan suddenly pierced the lower end of the earth-side Sita onto the stone floor.
We Earth heroes might look like we be simply swinging around our sides, but in reality, it be different desu.
Ma divine tool Sita as well as your Earth Scythe Magdala already have Earth divine power flowing in desu. Seisi. Right.
Because of this divine power, the Earth side always maintains the best sharpness. The blade be as thin as hair, and the toughness surpasses steel. On top of that, adding resistance to its core, it will never break. A high-level user can turn it light as a feather, and just right at the moment it be going to cut the objective, turn it several tens of times heavier.
Even if it ends up breaking, it automatically restores its original state. Yaniko.
All of those feats are possible because it is Earth divine power. From the 5 elements, the Earth divine power is said to be the one that is the best for close combat. However, the divine tools are obviously not the only things you can pour Earth divine power into.
To be blunt, as long as it be solid, anything be okay desu.
Moreover, if we were to change the composition of a matter with the intent of using it as disposable.
Seisi. Seisi-chan takes out the handle of the scythe that was stabbed onto the floor. Transmutation. Seisi. But the scythe wasn't simply pulled out.
At the lower end of the handle that was buried in the floor, there was something that wasn't there before sticking onto it.
A chain. Seisi-chan's sight had become a sickle and chain.
By pouring divine power amplified by the earth scythe into the ground and stone, you created the form of a chain, huh?
It be true that golem users be good at that.
Yeah, Nico. Just cutting and sticking ain't the only specialties of us earth heroes, Desu.
Guts.
Seisi. The chain end, that was turned around with force and gained momentum, flies straight towards Yuniko-san. The counterweight that was sticking onto the end of the chain should be of the same hardness than the ones used normally. If you were to hit someone with that and at that speed, a part of your body would get blown away.
A naiveness that makes me want to puke.
Yeah, Nico. But Yuniko-san had read the trajectory of the chain's counterweight completely and cut the chain with her earth scythe mandala.
About a human length size was cut off from the chain counterweight and flew into the air.
If pouring divine power into a random pebble you find around can become plenty enough power, there would be no need for a special divine tool to begin with, you know. Such a hastily made weapon will only serve to buy time.
You telling me that be the technique you learned from the Light Founder-sama?
Yeah, Nico.
I still haven't shown you everything, Desu.
Seisi. I could tell that Seisi-chan poured more divine power to her chain via the earth side Sita. By doing this, the part of the chain that was cut off transformed into a weight counterweight again as it attacks Yuniko-san. If I were to put an example, it would be like a snake that had its neck cut off and soon grew its head back to attack you.
Moreover, it was at close range.
Even so, Yuniko-san, who was the most adept in close combat, managed to avoid it at the very last moment.
That gave me cold sweat.
Yeah, Nico.
It still ain't over yet, Desu. The real objective is
Seisi. The end of the chain, that had been cut by Yuniko-san just now and had already regrown thanks to the divine power supply of Seisi-chan, began to dance vigorously in a way that defied imagination and once again attacked Yuniko-san. Yuniko-san, who was continuously evading the continuous attacks, had her posture crumble, and this time for sure, she couldn't evade it. The chain that was cut off before coiled around her leg and made her fall grandly. Even when it leaves the hands of the user, you can still order it for a short period of time if you have poured divine power into it, Desu.
Seisi.
Gwu. So you were planning on having it cut off from the very beginning?
Yeah, Nico. Seisi-chan wrapped more chains around Yuniko-san and bound her hands and legs. Yuniko-san doesn't look like she can move a single finger anymore. Splendid, be what I should say? Stopping my movements like this, you be thinking of finishing me off?
Yeah, Nico.
I won't be falling for that, Desu. Even if you were to have both your hands and legs bound, Yuniko-nichan be the type to bite off the windpipe of your opponent with your free mouth at the end, Desu.
Seisi. TCH, as expected of a relative, you can see right through me.
Yeah, Nico. Was she really going for that?
Then, if you were to think that you had stolen the freedom of movement from all her body and get closer to her.
Scary.
Sorry to say, but, from the very beginning, I've been thinking of stopping the movements of Yuniko-nichan, Desu.
Seisi.
My divine power is still slow in output, and it takes times to send the necessary divine power to the earth and stones. That be why I can't use it in actual combat, be what Yurishiro-sama told me to stop me from using it, Desu. But counting the time I was swinging the chain around, I had poured plenty enough divine power into the floor, Desu.
Seisi. The feet of Seisi-chan made a crack sound. What is going to happen? This feels bad.
Yeah, Nico.
Yuniko-san must have felt the danger as well.
She tried her best to struggle and get out of the chains. It took her around 5 seconds to free herself from the chains.
Yuniko-san desperately ran towards Seisi-chan after that, but she didn't make it in time.
A hand had suddenly come out from the floor and obstructed the charge of Yuniko-san.
Wah!
Surprised,
Yaniko-san made a sudden break. The hand that appeared was truly gigantic. To the point that it would easily be able to grab Yaniko-san whole. And that arm seemed to be made up of some sort of mineral. Stone and earth that had been transmuted by the earth divine power. Show yourself, Desu. Earth giant that has taken form with my divine power. Seisi. An earth giant appeared from the floor. It was all transmuted from the divine power of Seisi-chan and taken form. That build was gigantic, truly gigantic. It is a lot bigger than any of the golems I have met until now. And from this, I could tell the amount of divine power Seisi-chan has to even be able to create something like this. You had this much divine power capacity, Seisi-chan? Haine. I heard that Karen-san had abnormal amounts divine power, but isn't Seisi-chan surpassing that by a lot more? The Earth Founder was speaking about something regarding that, and the reason why Yorishiro decided to teach her might have been because she saw through that ability of hers. This be a golem? Ain't this a golem? Yaniko. Yaniko-san was shaking in fear. A golem without a life block? You're telling me an Earth hero has created a golem out of Earth divine power transmutation only? Yaniko. No, before that, to even manage an accurate human shape with the Earth transmutation method. The body has one of the most complicated structures in the surface world. And even if it is a super simplified version made for an Earth golem, to create a human image, wouldn't it require elaborate ability to the point that it could snap a blood vessel in your brain? And yet, this thing that Seisi-chan has created. If I were to describe golems as simple humanoid shaped, the one right before my eyes is the very definition of a human. A human, a goddess statue with the form of a beautiful woman. This be the fruits of Yorishiro-sama's teachings, Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan was riding on the shoulder of the goddess golem that she herself had created. She then jumped down onto the ground. I be fighting together with the substitute golem I created. This be the new fighting style of the Earth hero Seisi Desu. Yaniko Nichan. Prepare Desu. Seisi. 204, the girl that became a mom. There was still one golem of Yaniko-san remaining on the stage. The humbly made goddess golem of Seisi-chan easily crushed it. Confirming the safety of the life block that remained, Seisi-chan carefully puts it away. Now then, Yaniko Nichan. It be time to fight once again, Desu. I won't be stepping back one bit, Desu yo. Seisi. Seisi-chan challenges Yaniko-san straight with the goddess golem at her back. Not fighting while hiding in the shadow of the golem, but simply going to fight herself and let it join. That's why her grandma took her in as her disciple and taught her the use of a giant scythe. She is trying to obtain a battle style that is not similar to anyone else's. Yaniko Nichan. I be beginning an awesome party, Desu. Yaniko Nichan? Seisi. The Yaniko-san in question was completely spaced out while looking up. She is staring intently at the goddess golem that Seisi-chan made. Seisi-chan, this appearance, where did you learn of it? Yaniko. You talking about the appearance of this golem Desu ka? I don't know, Desu yo. When I randomly made one, it ended up this way, Desu. Inspiration Desu. Seisi. The appearance of the golem that Seisi-chan created can be called a beauty. Different from the one that is born out of a life block, this one was the very definition of completion. The figure itself is exactly that of a human. It is as if the sculpture of a talented artist had received life just like that, or more like, the motif is that of a beautiful woman of bountiful chest. Why did Seisi-chan unconsciously create an appearance like this? Well, that be of no importance right now, Desu. From now on, we will be hunting each other's life, Desu. I be showing you the evolution of the hero Seisi Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan was talking big, but as expected, Yaniko-san was still spaced out. And then. I give up. Yaniko.
she suddenly said this. This match, it be fine with my loss.
I can't fight anymore.
Yaniko. The one who was the most surprised by this declaration was her opponent, Seisi-chan.
What be the meaning of this desu? That ain't something fitting of Yaniko-nichan desu yo.
Yaniko-nichan be the type that would bite the windpipe of someone even if she were to be left with only her head, ain't that right?
Seisi. That be quite the thing you're saying about me.
But you see, being shown this figure, my poisonous nature was all taken out.
Yaniko. Yaniko-san once again says as she looks up at the goddess golem. Just what be going on desu? What in the world did I create desu ka? Seisi.
Seeing that you haven't noticed at all, it truly must have been unconscious.
Look properly, Seisi-chan. Yaniko.
Saying that, Yaniko-san held Seisi-chan's body and made her face the goddess golem.
That's your mother. Yaniko. Mother? My mother was a stone golem desu ka? Seisi. No, that ain't what I mean.
I am saying that this golem be identical to your mother.
Yaniko. Mother? The mother that died when I be a baby desu ka? Seisi. From that reaction, I can see that you really didn't know.
Furonizan ain't only the mother of Seisi-chan, she was also an Earth hero. She retired with marriage in mind and gave birth to ya, Seisi-chan.
And then, that accident occurred. Yaniko.
The earthquake caused by the root of Grandma wood. Because of that, the house collapsed and Seisi-chan's and Yaniko-san's parents were crushed beneath the rubble.
You see, even now, I still think about it. Why did the golem that was serving as the house protect Seisi-chan and I? Furonizan was a golem user too in her active days.
Right before she was crushed by the rubble, maybe she managed to send divine power to order the golem.
Yaniko. Protect my daughter.
The feelings of the mother that wanted to protect her daughter even when in front of her own death is what made the golem move.
We don't know what actually happened.
No matter how good of a golem user you are, sending an order to a distant life block with no divine tool be next to impossible. Maybe Seisi-chan, who was born with talent from the very beginning, unconsciously ordered the golem to protect herself.
But, Yaniko. Yaniko-san walks to a different direction.
She holds her own baby that was being taken care of by the Earth founder Oba-san.
I be a mother myself now.
That's why, the amount of times I think about what Seisi-chan and my parents were feeling at that time has increased. In that past, I only be thinking that I hate Great Pillar Sama who took away my important people, and hated the golems that were in the same league.
I could only think about that. Yaniko. Yaniko-san embraces the baby that she endured pain to give birth to.
This hatred won't ever disappear. The people of Ishtar Blaze be all stubborn after all. But you see, today, at this moment, seeing the Furonizan that be trying to protect her own child even as a sculpture, I felt as if I had been scolded.
Yaniko.
Ya have already become a mother, and yet, ya can only think about yourself, be what I feel she telling me. Even if I will be hating golems for the rest of my life, I can't be showing this figure of mine to my children.
It be painful to be seen as an unsightly mother by your own kids, you know? Yaniko. Yaniko-nichan, Seisi. Seisi-chan, you went through the same experience as me, and yet, didn't end up hating the golems.
I thought it'd be because you were too small to remember anything, but it might have been a bit different.
You're loved by the golems, you know?
That, or, by the soul of Furonizan that is inside the golems.
Yaniko. The goddess golem that was transmuted with difficulty had ended up not having a moment to shine. Seisi-chan once again looks at that figure. This be my mother desu ka? Seisi.
In Ishtar Blaze, where the ethereal development was slowed because of the golems, there were no accessible tools to easily leave records like those of photographs. It is indeed possible for this to be the first time Seisi-chan has seen her own mother.
While this was happening, Yaniko-san speaks with her grandma.
Hey Sobo-chan, stop crying and look properly.
It be a long time since ya have seen the figure of your daughter, you know? Yaniko. Shut up. I ain't crying Sane. Oba-san.
Ah, and here I thought she had suddenly fallen silent.
But Sobo-chan truly is ill-natured.
You weren't only thinking about ripening Seisi-chan with this fight, you were thinking of doing that with me as well. Thanks to that, it might be possible for me to become a better mother.
Yaniko.
Rather than adhering to hatred, Yaniko-san noticed that she should be teaching her beloved child.
Seisi-chan has unconsciously fostered a mother.
The Earth Heroes match ended with an unexpected mood.
Now then, referee Nichan, please close it. Yaniko. Weren't you listening to what I said before? I surrendered, you know?
In that case, there only be one thing to do.
Yaniko.
Right. I am the referee right now, so there's one thing I gotta do.
Bring an end to the match.
Third match, due to the surrender of the previous hero side, the current heroes team Ganbi Seisi wins.
Haine.
Wait. A broadcast suddenly rang together with an ear-piercing sound.
This voice is. A surrender is not allowed. You are ordered to continue the match.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 205 to 206, Vain Struggle. This is an order from the match administration. Surrenders are not allowed.
The match has to resume until a conclusion is reached.
5 matches in the current heroes versus the previous heroes.
Just as the third match was about to finish due to a verbal agreement, can it be explained as simple verbal agreement? But
oh my, what unreasonable people. They telling us to fight until one of us dies? Yaniko. Yaniko-san, the person that surrendered, was amazed by this. Well, I understand what they wanna say Sane.
The first and second match be also the wins of Seisi and the others after all.
Oba-san.
The Earth founder Oba-san, that had stopped her tears, says this boldly. The first and second match were won by the current heroes team. With the victory of Seisi-chan in the third match, the victory of the whole team would be decided. By the way, I have no intentions of throwing a bomb.
Well now, this be quite the bad joke. Sorry but, I can't tag along with this.
I've been missing my husband and my older child, so I want to return right now.
Yaniko. But the broadcast increased even more in volume and shouted.
It is a voice I have heard of before.
Shut up. Fight.
Today's match is programmed to have us win.
A result other than that is unacceptable.
The third, fourth, and fifth match will end with the previous heroes turning the tables with 3 straight wins.
That's obviously how it is.
Don't go ruining the outline I have drawn, Earthchurch's country bumpkin.
That voice, so it really was the general of the Aurora Knights, Dabi huh? Lad, hey lad. Oba-san.
The Earth founder says with a tiresome voice.
Just finish it already. I wanna return to my room and drink tea. Oba-san. She is totally right. I announce in a loud voice so that everyone in the venue can hear me. Third match, current Earth hero Ganbi Seisi's victory. With this, the current heroes team that has obtained 3 wins first is the winner. Haine. OH. Applauses and cheers exploded in the venue.
The audience here are people that came from the 5 major powers, the earth, water, fire, wind, and light nations. This means that the strength and legitimacy of Karen-san and the current heroes has been witnessed by the people of the whole world and was acknowledged.
Don't go deciding that yourself. Dabi. It looks like the Knight General Dabi finally felt that a broadcast wouldn't be enough.
he came running to the battle stage. He forcefully pushed away the tumult of people that he encountered on the way, and even when he pushed away children and women, he didn't care. With bloodshot eyes, he approaches me. The match just now is not valid. No, this is the lost of the current heroes due to foul play. Bringing such a crazy big statue like that, there's not a single trace of dignity in such an action. Dobby. You saying that the statue of my mom is stupid desa too? Sacy. Those words made Sacy-chan burn in blunt bloodthirst. The match before too. And the match before that one too. It is the defeat of the current heroes due to foul play. In the first place, what is with you? Aren't you a person in the side of the founder Yurishiro? Someone like that doing the job of a referee, there's no doubt that you made verdicts that were advantageous for the current heroes. That's why all the matches until now are invalid. Dobby. Then, want to clean up the matches of today completely? Counting the team match not long ago, the entrance gate allocations, and even the referee girl that utilized a bomb. Haine. Guh? My words made Dobby stop his breathing. What an idiot. Why is it that he can complain about others when he himself has mud at his back? There's no need to investigate that. There was no foul play there. The suspicious ones are you guys. Dobby. Do you seriously think such childish logic is going to work? Haine. Are you making fun of me? I am the Aurora Knights General. The most proficient military power of the Light Church. It is different from the other trash churches. Dobby. Just like that, Dobby changed his talking target to the crowd. Everyone, listen. The current heroes and founders are trying to destroy the world. Breaking the current established order, they are trying to bring corruption and chaos. In the first place, the prospering Light Church mixing with the other third-rate trash is a blasphemy to beauty. Everyone thinks so as well, right? Dobby. There were many others here aside from the people of the Light Church. Just what is this idiot saying in a place like this? It is wrong to decide such an important thing with a clash of brute strength. Let's take the opinion of everyone. The majority rule. Everyone should know who is in the right here. If it is with this, there's no chance we will lose. Dobby. But the reaction that came back was not even necessary to guess, it was the appropriate reaction to it. The venue that was burning in excitement by the victory of the current heroes team, the venue that raised cheers like a tsunami, was completely silent. It fell into silence in an instant. Wah! The pressure of that silence makes Dobby stagger. The cold stares of thousands in the venue were mixed with scorn. There's no way they wouldn't think of today's events as strange. Everyone has left it to themselves for now and continued watching, but if it had ended with the victory of the previous heroes just like that, who knows what kind of chaos would occur later? An idiot wouldn't understand that though. Who knows how much trust he has lost with that safe method he speaks of. Just as the water founder says, trust is the most important asset. You guys, who readily broke the rules, have lost the trust of the people. In contrast, Karen-san and the others, who were standing straight even when attacked by that unreasonableness, had moved the people and have obtained huge amounts of trust. That is the result of this. Karen-san and the others have not simply won, that victory has been witnessed by the civilians. They didn't simply win on their own. Growling. He should just stop it, and yet, Dobby squeezed out the last of his pride and shouts. What's with those eyes? Do you think it is okay to look at me with those eyes? I am the general of the Aurora Knights, you know. A holy knight that is several tens of times higher than you heretics. Obey me. You are not allowed to go against me. You idiots should just silently obey me. Dobby. Just by leaving him alone, he digs deeper and deeper. This fight, looking at it in a political perspective, is a confrontation between the Hero Alliance and the pro-reconciliation side against the contra-reconciliation side. No matter the decision it is, when it involves many people, there will always be people against it. Everyone will try to see things to their own advantage and will fight in order to avoid any harm to themselves. At times, they even fight for the sake of their stupid pride and feeling of superiority. The Dobby that's in front of me is exactly the very example of that. There's no need to be a genius to tell that he is in the contra-reconciliation side. He is the one in the light church that believes himself to be the most excelling and gains a sense of superiority by looking down on others. He can't be satisfied unless there's someone below himself. He can't endure having someone stand above him. Even if it is a delusion created by himself, for him, the other four churches must be below the light church. However, there's no need for the world to tag along with his prejudice. If words don't work, there's no other choice but to eliminate it by force.
Leave it at that, General. The moment I was about to punch Dobby away, someone appears.
Carrying a spear in one hand, she has the appearance of an innocent person, and yet, I can only see her as suspicious looking.
Boo, Atesh Dano. Dobby. The previous light hero, Sunny Soul Atesh.
Why is the girl that's supposed to be on standby as the fifth match participant here for,
Atesh Dano.
You say it as well. This match is filled with deception.
Justice is going to fall and evil will bloom.
There's no doubt that foul play occurred from the shadows.
In the first place, I think that you are the one that's the most fitting to be the light hero.
That filthy little girl that's the current hero is just a fake, Guho?
Dobby. Wah! Atesh suddenly punched Dobby. Unable to endure the strength, Dobby gets sent flying away.
Silence, filth. You are the one who did the foul play.
Atesh.
What?
What are you saying? Dobby.
The cheek that had been punched swelled heavily, and Dobby was showing an expression that was saying he didn't understand what was going on. They are supposed to be in cahoots in the shadows. I, the previous light hero Sunny Soul Atesh, will indict this person right now.
Aurora Knights General, Zebrfon Dobby, you will be prosecuted for the many foul plays that were done by the church's contra-reconciliation side. Atesh. 206, the Fox Woman dances. Wah, what are you saying, Atesh Dano? You are in our SI, Jihu. Dobby.
Dobby was about to say something, but Atesh kicks him again.
First of all, at the team match just before, the entrance gate serving in favor of the Contra side was an intentional thing. Utilizing this box that has a gimmick in it. Atesh.
Saying this, Atesh takes out a box that has a hole big enough to place a hand inside.
Ah.
If I remember correctly, we took out the ballots inside of it to decide from what entrance gate we be coming out from Desu.
Seisi. Seisi-chan testifies as a person present at that moment.
Moreover, the reason why the girl that was in charge of being the referee acted in such a violent manner was due to the instigation of the Contra side. I have secured the contract that they had her sign in order to have her work as their puppet.
Atesh. Wah! Dobby stands up even when he had been beaten up. Stop it, Atesh. Do you understand what you are doing? You are also in favor of our ideology block. Dobby. Punched again.
Atesh continues speaking as if nothing has been happening from the very beginning. On top of that, I have brought and arranged the documents of the insurgents that were involved in this time's plotting. I want to present this to the founders.
Atesh. Isn't that the very materialization of what Yurishiro and the others were aiming for in this match?
In order to clean out all the contra-reconciliation side, that is going against the standard bearers of a new era, there's the need to have a good grasp of who they are first. That's the reason why we hung a tempting bait like having all the heroes and founders retiring if we were to lose the match between current and previous heroes, and even let them do as much cheating as they wanted. It was all in order to have the other side get overconfident and have them peek out of their hiding.
Karen-san and the others endured grueling fights for that sake.
No matter what kind of underhanded method they used, no matter how injured they got due to that, they gritted their teeth as they continued fighting. The very thing that we worked so hard for was currently dangling in front of us. And yet, what's with this feeling that's hard to agree to? Wait. Haine. I called to Atesh. I was aware that my voice had hostility in it, but I simply couldn't hold it back. You are from the Contra side, right? You were in cahoots with that Dabi there, pressed today's match forward, and tried to push down Karen-san and Yorishiro. Why are you turning over now? Haine. At such an easy-to-see timing where the current heroes have won 3 matches and the winners of the team match has been decided. It looks like you are having a misunderstanding here. I have never been the enemy of Yorishiro-sama and the others for even a second. Atesh. What? Haine. I am a former hero, me being part of the church is a thing of the past. Meaning that, no matter from which side you see it from, I am an outsider. Being held up high on the convenience of the Contra side was a pain all over, but I had a great idea. Atesh. A great idea? Haine. By using this situation, I was wondering if I could help my benefactor Yorishiro-sama. Atesh. Saying this, Atesh smiled lightly. Is she elated by her success? Or is that self-derision? Or maybe that's just a complimentary smile? It was a vague smile that had a different impression depending on the person seeing it. In other words, from the very beginning, you had no intentions of going against Yorishiro, and yet, you made it look that way so that you could infiltrate the contra-reconciliation side? Haine. Without saying a yes or a no, Atesh smiled. An expression that could be taken as both an affirmation or a negation. By acting as if you were their comrade, you sounded out their internal conditions, investigated the ins and outs of it, to give that information to Yorishiro. With that, the Contra side is done for. Was that what you were aiming for? Haine. Yes. Atesh. Atesh answers. Like hell, I can believe that. If the previous heroes were to win today's match, she would have remained in the Contra side as if nothing had happened, and then, with Karen-san gone, she would have taken a political position. In other words, this woman has created a scenario where, no matter which side won, she would not only secure her safety, she would also manage to make a comeback to political power. By easily abandoning the side that has lost. Dark matter, set. Haine. Dark matter gushed out from my hands. If we let this woman do as she wants, this truly will have no end. Stop. When I turn back, I see that Yorishiro had at some point in time come down to the battle stage. The audience that is filling the venue has also not said anything in order to oversee the situation. Did you forget, Haine-san? She was a former light hero. Yorishiro. Yorishiro whispers to me in a low voice and made me remember something I had forgotten between my anger. My dark matter can erase all divine powers, but the only one that I can't do that to is the light element. Previous light hero, Atesh-san. Yorishiro. Yorishiro moves forward as if relaying. Good work in your infiltration. Let's have you give me those documents with the names of the Contra side at once then. Yorishiro. Yorishiro. It could be said that the documents Atesh has are the very objective we were here for. Are you telling me Yorishiro will just accept it just because of that? But before that, there's something I want to request. Atesh. Atesh says this as she kneels reverently. I want to receive words of gratitude in regards to this time's work. Please acknowledge my achievement in this place. Atesh. That's basically making Yorishiro say that she made Atesh destroy the contra-reconciliation side, and on top of that, it is also telling her to make it official that she was working under the orders of Yorishiro. Is she going to go that far in order to secure her own safety? Yorishiro-sama. Another person jumps onto the stage. It is no other than the one other related party of the Light Church, Karen-san. Please don't accept something like that.
We have won. We have achieved our objective plenty enough. Karen.
Please don't mix in poison just for further achievement, is what I felt Karen-san was saying.
That was in a sense a predicament for Atesh.
If she were to be rejected by Yorishiro and Karen-san, she won't be able to return to the contra-reconciliation side and will have no place to go.
But
Yorishiro took the documents of Atesh in her hands.
Good work, Atesh. Kazama Shinobis, please apprehend Atesh-san.
Yorishiro. In the blink of an eye, several black-clothed people appeared around Atesh.
Kazama Shinobis, the military power of the Wind Church located at the Rudra's metropolis we are currently in.
If something were to happen, it is natural for them to be the ones acting, but...
Yorishiro-sama? Atesh. Being surrounded by the black-clothed people, Atesh raises her voice. Please don't misunderstand, Atesh-san.
These documents that have the names of the Contra side, there's absolutely no assurance that they are the real deal. I am not as careless as to acknowledge your merits before knowing for sure that these are real.
Yorishiro.
You must have wanted to gain a pledge while things were still hazy, but due to the warning of Karen-san, the atmosphere cleared up.
Until the authenticity of these documents are confirmed, I will have you apprehended.
Proceed at your own discretion.
Yorishiro. With Yorishiro's signal, the Kazama Shinobis pressed Atesh forward, and while at it, they also dragged out the unconscious Dabi as they left the stage. Is this the end now?
They won the first team match, and after that, the individual matches that were basically forced onto them ended with 3 straight wins. On top of that, the closest ringleaders we had, Atesh and Dabi, have been apprehended.
Everything has ended in our favor. It can be said to be a grand victory. But for some reason, I feel like the battle still continues. What is with this dissatisfying feeling? Sad to say, it is not over yet. Yorishiro.
Yorishiro, who is still standing on the stage, said this. The reason why I came down here was not only to receive the list of the people to be executed that Atesh-san had.
It was also in order to communicate the information that the lookouts of Rudra's metropolis have told me. Yorishiro. Lookouts? Must be talking about the people keeping watch at the outer edge of the city. They watch out for dangers that come from the outside. And if we talk about dangers, a strange monster has appeared. It is steadily approaching this place. Yorishiro. Yorishiro speaks about a mysterious monster approaching, but is that really the source of my uneasiness? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207 to 209 Slime. Monster.
That single word changed the situation completely. In this Wind capital where the current heroes and previous heroes match is being held, there's apparently a single monster that has been confirmed heading to where we are. This is something that has been taken by the far-sighted camera that is set up at the outer edges of the city. Shiba. Gathering after receiving the report, we were shown a photo by the Wind founder Shiva. As a matter of course, a monster was pictured in it. What's this? If I had to put it in words, it would be a water steam bun. It is transparent and round. Even when I am only looking at the photo, I could feel that mushy body. This is the monster that's currently heading here. Shiva. Shiva says. He is the person that holds the highest of responsibilities in the safety of the city we are currently in. Don't get deceived by the peaceful-like appearance of it. It is hard to tell from the photo, but this thing is crazy big. It may not be as big as a mother monster, but it is comparable to the data of the fire cow and great sea dragon we have. Shiva. Meaning that it is supersized class? This round steam bun? It has a completely soothing appearance that just doesn't give me a sense of danger at all. But it is an opponent that's a lot more dangerous than its appearance lets out to be. Look here.
Shiva. Shiva points at another photo.
In there, there's the same water steam bun monster, but
look closely below its feet. Shiva. You say below its feet, but there's no feet. What's that?
I don't know if this thing actually has a liquid body, but at any rate, its semi-transparent body had trees assimilated inside it, and they were dissolving. The camera had clearly caught the objects that had been engulfed and were being melted into nothingness.
Scary Desu. Saisi.
If such a thing were to enter the city, it would turn terrible.
Moreover, the worst thing is that this monster is heading straight here. There's no doubt that its objective is here. Mirak.
Monsters heading to human settlements to attack them is a thing that happens often, but it is coming from quite the faraway place.
But we are at the giant moving city, right? Can't we run away from it? Haine.
We are already doing that, but this water steam bun is chasing after us even with that.
Right now, we are in a state where we are moving, but we can't separate from it. To tell you the truth, this place doesn't have that much mobility.
Places like mountains and palisades, there's a lot of locations that it can't move to due to the terrain, and the time it can move continuously isn't that long either. Once it moves for a certain amount, there's the need to recharge and give it maintenance.
Shiva. Meaning that we won't be able to escape for long. Haine.
We are planning on doing many improvements to it, but at present, there's no other way for the city to survive but to defeat that thing.
Shiva. Shiva hits the photo of the monster with his fist.
As of now, this monster will be named Slime, and the Wind Church will do its all to subjugate it.
Shiva. Yes, Anusama. Hayu.
His sister Haya, who was at his side, answers. I will be giving you full command of the slime subjugation, Wind Hero.
Lead the Kazama shinobis and intercept it at once. Shiva. No, Hayu. Oi. Shiva. Shiva immediately acts like a fool.
Well, he was suddenly answered by the hero in a way that's not fitting of a hero after all.
No, Hayu, what are you saying? You are already the Wind Hero. Shiva.
Anusama, I understand that this is an emergency, but we were also right in the middle of a fight with our existence and pride in line.
Hayu. Is she talking about the past and new heroes match?
But that had reached a conclusion with the victory of Seisi-chan, right? Due to the appearance of the monster, the victory has been postponed though.
But you see, Hayu, with this problem that entails the whole city, it would be better to concentrate on this matter. Shiva. That's right.
Also, I already announced it is the victory of the current heroes. Before the monster came, so it has already been settled. I won't let them make it unsettled like the time with the team match.
Haine.
Shiva and I were admonishing her, but for some reason, Haya was stubborn.
Anusama, Haindano, it is true that we have won the match. I do think that that fact cannot be warped and negated by anyone, however. Hayu. However? Shiva. My personal battle is different. I still haven't fought that one. Hayu.
There was a ghost at the place where Haya points at.
Whoa.
No matter how many times I see her, she still makes my spine shiver. It wasn't a ghost, but the proxy Wind Hero, Bras Torjuo.